Chapter 63-56. What's the origin of that iron box of yours? By Xia. Immortal Venerable looked at Lin Feng and asked. This was her personality. When she was curious about something, she would take the initiative to ask. She wouldn't hide it. This kind of straightforward personality, some people liked it, some people hated it. However, Lin Feng liked people with this kind of personality. Because Lin Feng thought these kinds of people were simple and pure. They weren't like those who were cunning and scheming. Who knew when they would be betrayed by someone else? Lin Feng said, its origin is very mysterious. It contains a dismembered body. The identity of the dismembered body is even more mysterious. Hearing this, Bai Xia Immortal Venerable's expression suddenly changed. She seemed to have thought of something. Bai Xia Immortal Venerable's expression naturally didn't escape Lin Feng's notice. Lin Feng was surprised. It seemed that Bai Xia Immortal Venerable wasn't completely ignorant. At this time, Bai Xia Immortal Venerable said, in the past, I heard that there was a mysterious iron box that contained the dismembered body of a mysterious expert. Even the ruler of the wasteland was fighting for that mysterious iron box. It seems that mysterious iron box is the iron box that you have. Hearing Bai Xia Immortal Venerable's words, Lin Feng was slightly surprised. The ruler of the wasteland was fighting for the mysterious iron box. If that was the case, the ruler of the wasteland might know some secrets of the mysterious iron box. Lin Feng's spiritual will tried to communicate with the mysterious iron box again. He wanted to see if there were any changes after the mysterious iron box absorbed the blood on the bloodstained stone. However, the moment Lin Feng's spiritual will made contact with the mysterious iron box, suddenly, Lin Feng felt his body shake. His spiritual will was instantly pulled into a mysterious world. This mysterious world emitted an unimaginably ancient aura. This mysterious world was connected to countless space-time and even connected to various universes. This mysterious world was filled with a ruined aura. This mysterious world was the famous wasteland. No one knew the origin of the wasteland. No one knew how long the wasteland had existed. No one knew how many experts were there in the wasteland. Even though he was the ruler of the wasteland, even in the wasteland, he did not dare to say that he was invincible. Within the wasteland, there were many terrifying forbidden areas. Even someone as powerful as the ruler of the wasteland didn't dare to explore many places. Wasteland. Divine wilderness mountain. Thunder and lightning intertwined. One ancient existence after another walked over from outer space. Every single existence. It was as if they were the masters of heaven and earth. They were too powerful. It was just a light movement. It was enough to shatter the universe's starry sky. Right now, these ancient existences were gathered at the divine wilderness mountain. Heavy rain poured down. However, no one said a word. The surrounding atmosphere, it was extremely stifling. In the forest, not even the chirping of insects or birds could be heard. Not to mention the roars of beasts. Other than the sound of rain falling, there seemed to be no other sound. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged out from the depths of the divine desolate mountain. Next, a mysterious iron box flew out. The rumor is true. The iron box is buried in the divine desolate mountain. The sovereigns of the wastelands couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Is that person's corpse really buried in the metal box? One of the sovereigns asked. That was a name that even they didn't dare to mention. That name. That was unprecedented. That name. In one era after another. It was a taboo. He has been dead for too many years and is no longer as powerful as before. It's just a pile of minced meat. What can it do to us? I'll go get the iron box and refine the minced meat. I'll go against the heavens and take the final step of cultivation. One of the sovereigns didn't believe in the legend. The wasteland ruler stepped forward and flew toward the iron box. His large hand directly grabbed the iron box. The rest of the sovereigns watched as that sovereign made his move. Some of the sovereigns seemed to want to make their move as well. It was just a legend from ancient times. It made their hearts palpitate. Thus, they restrained themselves. Got it. The eyes of the sovereign of the wasteland who had attacked suddenly lit up. He was about to grab the mysterious iron box. Suddenly, the mysterious iron box trembled slightly in the void. The powerful sovereigns, their bodies shattered. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. How is this possible? The sovereigns of the wasteland roared in disbelief. The mysterious iron box shattered the void. It disappeared. The scene ended here. Lin Feng's divine sense returned to his main body. Those scenes just now were from what happened back then? Lin Feng was shocked. He really didn't expect to see those scenes just now. Before this, Bai Xia Immortal Sovereign was still talking to Lin Feng about how the sovereigns of the wasteland had once tried to snatch the mysterious iron box. Then, he saw what happened back then. Now, he could confirm that some of the sovereigns of the wasteland knew about the origin of the mysterious iron box and even knew who the minced meat inside the box belonged to. However, even someone as powerful as the sovereigns of the wasteland didn't say the name of that mysterious expert. The sovereigns of the wasteland were afraid and thus didn't dare to say it. The mysterious iron box was really a headache. The main thing was that it would come out from time to catch demons. If it didn't catch demons, Lin Feng wouldn't have to worry about it. What's wrong? Seeing Lin Feng in a daze, Bai Xia Immortal Sovereign couldn't help but ask. Lin Feng came back to his senses and said, I'm fine. The matter of the mysterious iron box wasn't something that could be solved in a short period of time. Lin Feng was very clear about this point. Therefore, he didn't care about the mysterious iron box for the time being. He just needed to pay more attention to it. Let's go to the third passage and take a look, Bai Xia Immortal Sovereign said. And Lin Feng nodded. Then, he left the second passage with Bai Xia Immortal Sovereign and entered the third passage. In fact, Lin Feng was a little curious. He didn't know who built this cave. Not only did it have the 9 cauldrons of the underworld, there was also a blood-stained stone. All of these things had extraordinary significance. Could it be a certain expert from the underworld? Why would an expert from the underworld build such a cave in the world of the living and leave these things behind? Lin Feng couldn't understand these things, so he simply stopped thinking about it. What happened back then? It had turned into smoke. What they needed to do now was to work hard to seize every opportunity to make themselves stronger. As for exploring the secrets of the past, it was better not to be too stubborn about this matter. Lin Feng and Bai Xia Immortal Sovereign successfully arrived at the deepest part of the third passage. There was also a mountain here. As soon as they entered, they saw an altar. A memorial tablet was placed on top of the altar. There were some offerings in front of the memorial tablet, but they were all spiritual fruit offerings. They had been damaged for too long. Heizei Devil King's Memorial Tablet. Lin Feng softly read the words written on the memorial tablet. Lin Feng didn't know who Heizei Devil King was. After all, over the long years, too many powerful figures had appeared. Who knew who this Heizei Devil King was? Immortal Sovereign, have you heard of this person? Lin Feng looked at Bai Xia Immortal Sovereign beside him. Bai Xia Immortal Sovereign shook her head and said, I haven't heard of Heizei Devil King, but I have heard of the famous Heizei clan. Clan usually meant a family name. Adding a family name after a clan was to set off the strength of the clan. There was a particular way to address the clan. Not every clan or tribe could add the word clan after their clan name. Their strength wasn't enough. They didn't have the right to use the word clan. Lin Feng asked, What's the origin of the Heizei clan? Bai Xia Immortal Venerable said, At first it was a branch of Lord of Mount Tai. Later, it came to the 9 continents universe. At its peak, most of the territories in the underworld were under the control of the Heizei clan. The Lord of Mount Tai was an existence that controlled the cycle of life and death. Thus, as a branch of the Heizei clan, it was normal for them to control the underworld. Lin Feng didn't interrupt and continued to listen. Bai Xia, Immortal Sovereign, continued, the underworld has always been more complicated. As the era changes, the powers change. The underworld's powers also change. For example, the Heizei clan is one of the more ancient powers. Which power can be immortal? I don't think anyone would dare to say such a thing, including the Heizei clan. They are no longer at their peak, and in the long years, they will definitely make some enemies. The Heizei clan made some enemies, and as the Heizei clan weakened, they came to seek revenge. The Heizei clan couldn't resist these enemies and gradually reached its end. Lin Feng said, the Heizei clan has the backing of the Lord of Mount Tai. Who would dare to destroy the Heizei clan? Aren't these powers afraid of the wrath of the Lord of Mount Tai? Lin Feng's words were actually very reasonable. These main and branch bloodlines, regardless of whether their bloodline was thin or not, as long as they were a clan, they would support each other. Any power or race would be like this. As for the other powers, when dealing with this power, they would definitely consider what kind of power was behind this power, whether they could afford to provoke this power, and other factors. From Lin Feng's point of view, these top powers probably all knew of the Lord of Mount Tai, right? The 4 words Lord of Mount Tai were enough to intimidate millions of races. Bai Xia, Immortal Sovereign, said, I heard, the Heizei clan seemed to have some disputes with the Lord of Mount Tai's main bloodline. When they came to 9 states, it was probably equivalent to being expelled. Thus, they have no connection with the main bloodline. The main bloodline probably doesn't care about the Heizei clan's survival anymore. That's why the enemies of the Heizei clan dared to destroy them. This explanation could explain why the other party dared to destroy the Heizei clan. Lin Feng said, if that's the case, some things might be easier to explain. For example, this place is probably where the cultivators of the Heizei clan stayed after escaping. Yes, that's very likely the case. Bai Xia, Immortal Sovereign, said. As for this Heizei Devil King, he might have been a relatively important figure in the Heizei clan back then. After his death, the Heizei clansmen could only build a simple cave residence here. In fact, it was equivalent to the Heizei Devil King's resting place. Lin Feng was more concerned about, were there any other good things in this place? Bai Xia, Immortal Sovereign, had obtained the 9 Yin cauldrons, and the mysterious metal box had obtained the blood-stained stone. What about him? He had nothing to show for it. Lin Feng and Bai Xia, Immortal Sovereign, searched the place carefully. However, after searching for a long time, they found nothing. Could it be that there was nothing? If that was the case, then it was too much of a scam. Lin Feng was unwilling to give up. However, after searching a few times, he really didn't find anything. Lin Feng was helpless, so he left with Bai Xia, Immortal Sovereign. However, at that moment, Lin Feng suddenly heard a thump coming from a certain location. Lin Feng and Bai Xia, Immortal Sovereign, stopped and looked towards the direction of the sound. They found that the sound came from the stone wall facing the altar. Lin Feng and Bai Xia, Immortal Sovereign, walked over. Lin Feng punched the stone wall. There was a rumbling sound. The stone wall crumbled and a passage appeared in their sight. Lin Feng and Bai Xia, Immortal Sovereign, exchanged glances. There was actually another world in this place. They wondered what was going on inside. Lin Feng and Bai Xia, Immortal Sovereign, walked inside. The passageway was very quiet. They could clearly hear their footsteps echoing in the passageway. Since there was another world in this place, Lin Feng felt that there might really be something good at the end. If not, why would there be another world? Soon, Lin Feng and Bai Xia, Immortal Sovereign, arrived at the deepest part of the passage. The area in front of them suddenly became open. It was an extremely large mountain belly. It was thousands of square meters. It was really too big. There were a large number of corpses piled up in this place. After seeing those corpses, Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but change their expressions. Bai Xia, Immortal Sovereign, said, It should be the people of the Black Marsh clan who died here, said Lin Feng. These people's bodies contain an incredible amount of cursing strength. It seems like they were killed by cursing technique. Could it be that the members of the Heizei clan used cursing techniques to kill them? To be able to use the curse technique to kill so many people, the other party's methods are really powerful. Bai Xia, Immortal Sovereign, said, I really don't know what kind of powerful enemy the Black Marsh clan provoked. In the deepest part of the mountain, there was an abyss that was 700 to 800 meters long and 300 to 400 meters wide. In the abyss, black gas constantly surged out. At this moment, an extremely powerful fluctuation was emitted from the abyss. Lin Feng and Bai Xia, Immortal Sovereign, naturally noticed the fluctuation emitted from the abyss. Their faces immediately revealed a look of surprise. Could it be that there was something good at the bottom of the abyss? The two of them quickly flew towards the abyss. They floated above the abyss and looked down. They could only see pitch-black darkness. They couldn't see anything. Be careful, Lin Feng said. Okay. Bai Xia, Immortal Sovereign, nodded. They flew towards the abyss and soon reached the bottom. At the bottom of the abyss, black fog was rolling. When Lin Feng and Bai Xia, Immortal Sovereign, arrived at the bottom of the abyss, the fluctuation that was emitted just now became even stronger. Lin Feng and Bai Xia, Immortal Sovereign, followed the powerful fluctuation and walked towards the depths of the abyss. Soon, they arrived at the deepest part of the abyss. Then, they saw a blood-colored lotus growing in the depths of the abyss. The terrifying fluctuation was emitted from the blood-colored lotus. Chapter 63-57. Lin Feng carefully observed the blood lotus and saw that it had 18 blood-colored petals. These petals had mysterious and ancient runes on them, and each rune seemed to represent a totemic culture. The blood lotus was very mysterious. Lin Feng wanted to go forward and check it out, but after some thought, he gave up. He couldn't figure out the truth of the blood lotus. It wasn't wise to rashly check it out. It was better to wait for a while. The mysterious blood lotus was here and wouldn't fly away. It didn't matter if he checked it out earlier or later. This is the place where the Heizei clan fell. With so many people dying here, do you think that the blood lotus might be related to the Heizei clan? Lin Feng voiced his suspicions. He suspected that the blood lotus was closely related to the Heizei clan. But Lin Feng couldn't be sure about the specifics. Aquamarine Exalt pondered and said, perhaps that's the case. Lin Feng and Aquamarine Exalt observed the blood lotus for a while to see if it would change. However, the blood lotus didn't change at all. Lin Feng tried to channel his magic power into the blood lotus. He wanted to see if the blood lotus would change. After Lin Feng channeled his magic power into the blood lotus still didn't change. However, the blood lotus absorbed Lin Feng's magic power. Lin Feng said, looks like we can only observe it from a close distance. But we still have to be cautious of the blood lotus. This thing is filled with a demonic aura. Who knows if there's anything sinister about it? Aquamarine Exalt said. Bai Xia, Immortal Sovereign's worry wasn't without reason. Many things in the world seemed like great opportunities, but in reality, there were great dangers hidden behind the opportunities. The slightest carelessness could lead to unbearable consequences. Lin Feng and Bai Xia, the Celestial Master, moved to the blood lotus cautiously. If anything happened, they would retreat as fast as they could. However, when the two of them arrived at the side of the blood lotus, nothing special happened. Everything was normal. Lin Feng tried to touch the blood lotus with his hand. When Lin Feng's palm came into contact with the blood lotus, he suddenly realized that the blood lotus seemed to be transmitting a joyous emotion to him. There was no doubt that the blood lotus was alive. Could it be that the blood lotus had gained sentience? This was also a very likely thing. Bai Xia, Immortal Venerate, also placed her hand on the blood lotus. Bai Xia, Immortal Venerate, also discovered some changes in the blood lotus. But at this moment, Lin Feng discovered that the blood lotus was suddenly emitting a very strange fluctuation. The next moment, Lin Feng and Blue Cloud Venerable found themselves in an ancient battlefield. There were cultivators everywhere. Those cultivators were besieging an ancient faction. The battle was fierce. That ancient power could not hold on any longer. Many people from that ancient power were killed. The Black Sha clan nurtured the demon fetus. Everyone has the right to punish them. An ice-cold voice rang out, like the sound of the heavens, cold and sinister. It's clearly a spirit embryo of the world. Why is it a devil embryo? A cultivator roared. Born as a demon, it's naturally a devil embryo. Are you still trying to quibble? The ice-cold voice rang out again. Lin Feng frowned slightly. It seemed that the tragedy of the Black Sha clan was not that simple. Bai Xia Immortal Venerate also noticed this. After some understanding, Lin Feng and Bai Xia finally understood how the Black Sha clan met with such a disaster. Many years ago, Blacksea had discovered a magic stone that had been nurtured by the heavens and earth in an ancient ruin. A living being was born from the demon stone. This living being had gained sentience long ago. It was intelligent and lovable. Although it did not break out of the demon stone, it was only a matter of time before it came out. The Black Sha clan had always wanted the living being in the demon stone to come out. They had put in a lot of effort to do so, but somehow the news was leaked. This caused a huge uproar. It was said that the demon fetus born from the demon stone would cause chaos and destroy all races. It was actually a great demon that had to be eliminated before it could happen. Hence, some of the Black Sha clan's enemies joined forces to force the Black Sha clan to hand over the demon fetus. However, the Black Sha clan did not care about the other party's words at all. It was obvious that all these rumors were made up by the enemy forces. They were trying to build momentum so that they could rope in more people to force the Black Sha clan. Then, why did they want the demon fetus? It was said that the demon fetus in the demon stone had not been destroyed even after 9 eras. This was already the 10th era. This era was about to come into being. It was said that using the demon fetus as the main ingredient to refine the demon fetus pill, the success rate of breaking through to the transcendence realm could reach 50%. One had to know. Even the transcendence pill of the imperial family of the mastermind world could only increase the success rate by 1%. It was obvious how amazing the effects of the demon fetus pill were. If those forces wanted to make a move, they would naturally have to find a dignified excuse. Otherwise, it would be hard to shut the mouths of the world. The Black Sha clan was not willing to hand over the demon fetus. It was not that the Black Sha clan wanted to use the demon fetus, but because the demon fetus had been with the Black Sha clan for many years and had formed a deep bond with the Black Sha clan. For example, the Black Sha clan's current clan leader, Devil Monarch Black Sha, had taken the demon fetus as his adopted son. Many people in the Black Sha clan were very close to the demon fetus. The Black Sha clan would not give up on any of their clansmen. Ever since they accepted the demon fetus, they treated the demon fetus the same as the other clansmen. Hence, they would not give up on the demon fetus. They wanted to break out of the encirclement. However, they had failed many times. The other party had made ample preparations. How could they let them escape so easily? This battle had dealt a devastating blow to the Black Sha clan. Even their clan leader, Devil Monarch Black Sha, had suffered fatal injuries. All of you deserve to die. Just as the Black Sha clan was about to fall into despair, the demon stone flew out. The demon stone, which had accumulated 10 eras of power, exploded. The destructive power engulfed countless cultivators. The Alliance cultivators were instantly annihilated. The remnants of the Black Sha clan fled the netherworld. Although the demon stone had exploded, the demon fetus did not die immediately. They were hiding here. Devil Monarch Black Sha said, "Use my clan's sacred blood lotus to prolong my son's life." His clansmen planted the sacred blood lotus in the abyss, then placed the dying demon fetus inside it. By this time, Devil Monarch Blacksha was like a lamp without oil. Before he died, Devil Monarch Blacksha said, "After I die, burn my body to ashes, then set up an altar here. Use my ashes as materials to refine talisman fluid, draw runes, and seal this place. I hope this will be able to deceive the heavens and buy you time to recuperate." With that, Devil Monarch Blacksha breathed his last. Clan leader, father, husband. More than 3,000 Blacksha clansmen wept bitterly. For the next 300 years, the Blacksha clan had been recuperating here. The Blacksha clan's strength was slowly recovering. However, the enemy was too strong. They used the art of curses. In the end, they did not manage to find the Blacksha clan's hiding place. However, the art of curses dealt a devastating blow to the Blacksha clan. In a short 2 hours, the Blacksha clansmen died one after another. From then on, the Blacksha clan became history. All the images disappeared. Lin Feng and Bai Xia, Immortal Sovereign, could not help but look at each other. They did not expect the truth of the matter to be like this. The Blacksha clan was naturally admirable, but it was a pity that such a righteous clan was destroyed just like that. It was truly a pity. I was born as a demon, but I also have flesh and blood. I am not a demon. I am a human. A tender voice came from the Blood Lotus. Lin Feng and Bai Xia, Immortal Sovereign, were shocked. Could this be the voice of the demon fetus? A terrifying fluctuation came from the Blood Lotus. Lin Feng and Bai Xia, Immortal Sovereign, quickly retreated. They felt that the demon fetus might be born again. The Blacksha clan was destroyed because of the demon fetus. The demon fetus had finally recovered. This was the only consolation. Within the Blood Lotus, bloodlight surged. Countless runes were awakened. Lin Feng and Bai Xia, Immortal Sovereign, stood in the distance, silently watching everything. I am a demon. No, I am a human. Who am I? But at this moment, the demon fetus's tender voice came from the Blood Lotus again. He roared, as though he had forgotten who he was. This, Lin Feng and Bai Xia, Immortal Sovereign, were shocked. Did something happen to the demon fetus during the recovery process? So, did the demon fetus have many problems with his memory? At this moment, the Blood Lotus opened. Fiery red flames slowly rose into the sky. Within the fiery red flames stood a little boy who looked only 3 or 4 years old. His eyes were closed. His expression was a little distorted. He seemed to be in pain. The demon fetus that had been nurtured for 10 eras. He was born. Ah, the little boy roared. A powerful force surged out from his body. After sensing that powerful force, Lin Feng and Bai Xia, Immortal Sovereign's expressions changed. F***ck. This was too terrifying. Even as powerful as they were, they could not help but feel their hair stand on end. Lin Feng and Bai Xia, Immortal Sovereign, quickly retreated. However, they discovered that they could not completely break free from that terrifying force. Lin Feng quickly took out the glazed sky cup. The glazed sky cup formed a powerful defensive barrier that protected Lin Feng and Bai Xia, Immortal Sovereign. Bang! A powerful force came crashing down. It ruthlessly slammed into the glazed sky cup. The defensive barrier formed by the glazed sky cup instantly shattered. After that, that terrifying force sent Lin Feng and Bai Xia, Immortal Sovereign, flying. Both of their bodies slammed into the rock wall. Lin Feng and Bai Xia, Immortal Sovereign, felt their blood boil. They were extremely shocked. Was this really the kind of power that a 3 or 4-year-old child should have? But thinking about it, the 3 or 4-year-old child in front of them could not be considered a real child, because he had been nurtured for 10 eras. Think about it, how powerful was the power that he had accumulated for 10 eras? Back then, when many factions besieged the Black Eyes clan, he had not been born. If he had come out of the Fiend's Stone at that time, the fate of the Black Eyes clan might have changed. Those factions that besieged the Black Eyes clan might have been in for a bloodbath. However, there were no ifs, right? Everything had already happened. Nothing could be reversed. The Black Eyes clan became history. The tragedy of the Black Eyes clan. No one could change it. Swish. A blood-colored spear appeared in the little boy's hand. It seemed to be a treasure left behind by the Black Eyes clan. Stepping on a blood lotus, he wielded the blood-colored spear and charged toward Lin Feng and Bai Xia, immortal sovereign. A powerful aura locked onto the two. Clearly, he wanted to kill Lin Feng and Bai Xia, immortal sovereign. "You're not a devil, you're a human. Why aren't you waking up?" Bai Xia, immortal sovereign, shouted. His eyes, which were originally shrouded in pitch-black demon chi, seemed to gradually become clear at this moment. "I'm not a devil. I'm a human," the little boy muttered. Some chaotic memories appeared in his mind. "Everyone says that I'm a devil. It's a bad omen." He was still in the Devil's Stone, and his mood was somewhat gloomy. He had been in the Black Eyes clan for many years now, and the Black Eyes clan members were also saying that he was a devil. "You're not a devil. You're a human," Devil Monarch Blackpool said with a smile like a loving father. Although he had been nurtured for 10 eras, however, after all, he had not grown up. He was still a child. Not only did he look like a child, but he also thought like a child. Clearly, Devil King Blackpool had a huge influence on him. "I'm a human?" he asked uncertainly. "Yes, you're a human. You're my son. Are you willing to be my son?" Devil King Blackpool asked. "I'm willing. Of course I'm willing. From now on, I have a daddy. Daddy, daddy." He was very happy and kept shouting daddy over and over again. Devil King Blackpool said happily, "My son, how about I give you a name?" "Daddy, please give me a name," he said excitedly. "From now on, my son shall be called E. E means righteousness. From now on, my son shall carry out the will of the Black Eyes clan and do righteous deeds." Devil King Blackpool said. "Yes, I'll remember it," he said excitedly. But then, endless painful memories gushed out from his mind. His clansmen had died miserably. His elder sister, who loved him dearly, had died right in front of him. His father as well. His heart had been pierced by a sword. It was all because of him. He was going crazy. He only wanted to kill. He only wanted to kill. He only wanted to kill. However, he had yet to be born. He was unable to help his clansmen. In the end, he chose to self-destruct. It was over. It seemed to signify a new life. For example, his life was like this. He had been in a deep sleep for countless years. Now that he had awakened, he remembered the beautiful times of the past. He also remembered the endless pain. In reality, during his long gestation, he had experienced many things. One epoch after another. Countless people had tried to capture him. All of them wanted to use him as medicine. He kept running away. He was very afraid and helpless. Many times he was captured, but in the end, he managed to escape successfully. He wanted to be born as soon as possible, but he was unable to. One epoch after another, it was still the same. He spent a long time in fear until he met Devil King Blackpool. Everything changed. He finally knew what kinship was, what warmth was. However, someone destroyed everything for him. He was born as a devil. He became a devil. He wanted to transform into a devil. Kill, kill, kill. Kill all the people in the world. However, his father's words kept replaying in his mind. "You're human. You're human. You're human." Whoosh. He stepped on the magic lotus and quickly flew outside. Lin Feng and Bai Xia, immortal master, couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Then, the two smiled bitterly. Devil Child was too awesome, right? Damn. As expected of an existence that had been nurtured for 10 epochs. This combat strength. It was unimaginably terrifying. The two didn't stop and quickly flew outside. When they left the cave and arrived at the abyss, they heard a heart-wrenching roar coming from above the abyss. Devil Tommy. Obviously, he had seen the corpses of the Blackpool clansmen. That was why he was screaming and roaring like he was about to go crazy. Let's go out and take a look. It's best to think of a way to appease him. Or else, he might really turn into a devil, Lin Feng said. Devil Child was too powerful. Once he turned into a devil, who knew what would happen? Bai Xia Immortal Master nodded. Lin Feng and Bai Xia Immortal Master quickly arrived above the abyss, but when they came out, Devil Child was long gone. Chapter 63-58. The Demon Child left with hatred, which worried Lin Feng and Bai Xia Immortal Master. They hoped that the Demon Child would not turn into a demon. If the Demon Child did, it would be a terrible thing. Lin Feng and Bai Xia Immortal Master planned to leave too, but at this moment, the ground shook violently. Crack, crack. Then, dense cracks appeared on the ground. As time went by, the cracks became more serious. Not long after, the ground began to collapse, but due to the protection of the runes, the mountainside did not collapse even though it shook. Lin Feng and Bai Xia Immortal Master floated in the air, watching everything that happened. Although they did not know what caused the ground to sink, they might be able to uncover the secret later. In the end, most of the ground collapsed. And it collapsed 3,000 to 4,000 meters deep. It was a shocking turn of events. Lin Feng and Bai Xia Immortal Master discovered that there seemed to be an extremely strong energy fluctuation coming from under the ruins. They did not know what was emitting the energy fluctuation. After sensing the energy fluctuation coming from under the ruins, Lin Feng waved his sleeve. Instantly, countless gravel turned into dust. That's when Lin Feng and Bai Xia Immortal Master saw what appeared in the ruins. Their eyes twitched. They were extremely shocked. There was a huge rock in the ruins. The huge rock was in an irregular oval shape, about 1,000 meters long, 700 to 800 meters wide, and 400 to 500 meters tall. On the huge rock, there were golden and silver spots that reflected each other. Furthermore, the boulder contained a type of extremely pure energy. The total amount of energy contained in the huge rock was unimaginable. Gold and silver rock. Lin Feng could not help but be pleasantly surprised. According to the wondrous stone scripture, there was a rock that was intertwined with gold and silver. It was called the Gold and Silver Rock. This rock was soft and formed by absorbing the power of destruction and rebirth of eras. It was a holy rock. From its appearance, it did look like the gold and silver rock recorded in the wondrous stone scripture. If it was really this thing, it would be too heaven-defying because the gold and silver rock was an extremely rare treasure. Ordinary people could not use it. However, this thing was extremely useful to a certain type of creature. This type of creature was the Stone Clan. Lin Feng finally understood why the Blackmarsh clan had found such a place to hide. After all, the world was so big, and there were too many places to hide, and the place they were looking for was not a particularly good one. Given the Blacksea clan's abilities, it wasn't difficult for them to find a better hiding place. Now that Jean Insher had appeared, the mystery was solved. Back then, in order to save the Blackmarsh clansman, the demon child had chosen to self-destruct before he was born. The demon child was born from the demon stone, so he should be considered a creature of the Stone Clan. Although he didn't die after the explosion, he was on the verge of death. How difficult would it be to save him? Could the demon child be saved by the Saint Blood Lotus alone? That was obviously impossible. Although the sacred blood lotus was a sacred relic of the Blacksea clan, it couldn't bring the dead back to life. However, the Saint Blood Lotus had a special function. It could continuously absorb all kinds of powerful energy. This energy could be fed back to the cultivator. This place had Jean Insher, a natural wonder of heaven and earth. Although the energy it contained was useless to other creatures, it was very useful to the Stone Clan's sacred spirits. Therefore, the Saint Blood Lotus absorbed the energy of the Jean Insher and fed it back to the demon child inside the Saint Blood Lotus. Therefore, the demon child survived in the end. Even after a long time, he would recover to his original state. Over the years, the Saint Blood Lotus had continuously absorbed the energy of the Gene Insure, and some of it was bound to escape. This energy would gradually change the geological situation of the place. Lin Feng estimated that the energy had destroyed the geological structure, causing the originally hard earth to become soft. Previously, the Saint Blood Lotus's roots had imprisoned the earth, so it was safe and sound. But now, the Saint Blood Lotus had been taken away by the demon child, and it no longer had the power to imprison the earth. Therefore, the earth collapsed. At this time, Lin Feng discovered that his stone golem clone was transmitting an extremely strong fluctuation to him. The stone golem clone. It was spying on the Gene Insure. Lin Feng's heart stirred. The Gene Insure was a sacred relic of the Stone Clan. The energy it contained was too shocking. The energy contained in the Gene Insure. It must be a great supplement for the stone golem clone, right? Now, the stone golem clone had reached a critical period of transformation. If it transformed again, it should be attacking the Transcendence realm. However, the stone golem clone still lacked some opportunities to attack the Transcendence realm, so it couldn't attack the Transcendence realm. Was the Gene Insure the stone golem clone's opportunity? If it absorbed the energy of the Gene Insure, could the stone golem clone try to attack the Transcendence realm? Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt his heart suddenly jump. One must know. As Lin Feng's clone, the stone golem clone was equivalent to a part of Lin Feng's body, just like his arms and legs. If the stone golem clone broke through the Transcendence realm, Lin Feng's battle power immediately skyrocketed. If the stone golem clone could break through, it would be really important for Lin Feng. I want this Gene Insure, Lin Feng said. Okay. Bai Xia Celestial Venerable nodded. She had obtained the 9 Yin cauldrons before, so she naturally wouldn't fight with Lin Feng for the Gene Insure. Although the Gene Insure was precious, it wasn't of much use to her. After all, she didn't cultivate a stone golem clone. Lin Feng kept the Gene Insure. Lin Feng's stone golem clone quickly entered the space-time space and began to absorb the energy of the Gene Insure. Lin Feng and Bai Xia Celestial Venerable came outside. Lin Feng said, "After some time, my ancestor, the heaven-devouring demon lord, will form an army to suppress the heavenly court. I wonder if Celestial Venerable is interested in joining?" "There's such a thing? That's great. Of course, I'm very interested in joining. When the time comes, I'll definitely let the 33 Heavens Lords die without a burial place," Bai Xia Celestial Venerable said hatefully. She was now at odds with the heavenly court. In order to live a better life, she had to destroy the heavenly court. She didn't want to hide and live a cowardly life, nor did she want to escape the heavenly court in a sorry state. Even if she had to leave the heavenly court, she would have to leave the heavenly court openly. Therefore, Lin Feng's suggestion was exactly what she wanted. Lin Feng said, "Now is not the time. When we form an army of justice in the future, before we attack the heavenly court, we'll definitely create momentum. At that time, Celestial Venerable will definitely hear the news." "Alright. When the time comes, I'll look for you again," Bai Xia Celestial Venerable said. Lin Feng nodded, feeling very happy. After all, he had roped in an expert who surpassed his realm. For them, the effect was undoubtedly huge. Lin Feng and Bai Xia Celestial Venerable chatted for a while more before the two parted ways. Lin Feng didn't immediately return to the entrance of the Yellow Heaven secret realm, because he realized the stone golem clone was absorbing the energy of the Gene Insure at an extremely fast speed. Currently, the stone golem clone had already absorbed 1% of the energy within the Gene Insure stone. How long had it been? It hadn't even been 15 minutes since he obtained the Gene Insure stone. It wouldn't take long. The energy of the Gene Insure stone would be completely absorbed. At that time, wouldn't the stone golem clone break through to the surpassing realm? Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt his heart suddenly jump. Now, Lin Feng was actually a little nervous because Lin Feng knew how difficult it was to break through to the surpassing realm. One must know that in an era, there were only a few surpassing realm experts. And in an era, there were too many surpassing realm experts. With so many surpassing realm experts, only a few of them broke through to the surpassing realm. If this was the case, the success rate was infinitely close to zero. A success rate that was slightly higher than zero really made one want to cry but have no tears. Although the 3000th era was somewhat different. In this era, the number of surpassing realm experts had greatly increased compared to before. However, the success rate was still extremely low. It wasn't easy to cultivate the stone golem clone. If the stone golem clone was really destroyed in the battle of surpassing realm, then, for Lin Feng, it would be a great loss. It would even seriously affect Lin Feng's battle strength. However, no matter how dangerous the situation was, he still had to try. He couldn't give up just because it was dangerous. This wasn't Lin Feng's character. Of course, most of the time, one should think positively of things, right? Lin Feng decided to find a place to transcend the tribulation before the stone golem clone completely absorbed the energy of the Gene Insure stone. If the stone golem clone broke through to the surpassing realm, the thunder tribulation would definitely be terrifying. Lin Feng flew towards the depths of the forest. The deeper he flew, the more terrifying beasts there were. And basically, he couldn't see any cultivators. In the past, there might still be cultivators exploring the depths of the forest. But now that the Yellow Heaven Mystic Realm had appeared, countless cultivators were attracted. Lin Feng found a quiet place and landed on the peak of a mountain. Then, he sat cross-legged and waited slowly. After the stone golem clone finished absorbing the energy of the Gene Insure stone, it began to accumulate. It wasn't that easy to break through to the surpassing realm, so he naturally had to prepare well. At the same time, Lin Feng burned tens of billions of high-grade immortal stones. The energy of the tens of billions of high-grade immortal stones was completely devoured by the stone golem clone. This portion of energy wasn't absorbed by the stone golem clone, but was stored in the dantian of the stone golem clone. Once he broke through to the surpassing realm, it would definitely consume a large amount of energy. If he burned the immortal stones when he broke through, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to continuously supply his need. So it was better to be prepared early. The stone golem clone spent 10 days to adjust his state. After he adjusted his state to the peak, the stone golem clone flew out. He floated in midair. The light of tribulation flickered between his brows. The stone golem clone didn't suppress the light of tribulation between his brows. The heavenly Tao. After feeling the power of the light of tribulation, endless lightning appeared, covering the sky and the sun. I'm finally going to transcend the tribulation. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. In the thunderclouds in the 9 heavens, thunder dragons and lightning snakes swam. Lin Feng even saw the illusory figures of the thunder god, the mother of lightning, and the army of thunder cultivators. They were all formed by the thunder law. They contained endless divine power and couldn't be underestimated. There are many types of transcendence tribulations, such as the Great Apocalypse Tribulation, the Small Era Origin Tribulation, the Great Universe Tribulation, the Great Universe Tribulation, and so on. If you transcend some simple tribulations, the success rate of breaking through might be higher. At this time, the Demon Lord said. As soon as his voice fell, the first lightning of tribulation was brewing. The first lightning of tribulation was a sword of the universe. It fell from the sky. It slashed toward the stone golem clone. The first lightning of tribulation condensed a sword of the universe. This is the Great Universe Tribulation. In the Transcendence Tribulation, this kind of tribulation is much stronger than the Great Apocalypse Tribulation, the Small Era Origin Tribulation, and the Great Universe Tribulation. It's definitely an extremely rare tribulation. It's said that it won't appear more than a few times in an era. I didn't expect the stone golem clone to attract such a tribulation. The demon lord's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 63:59. The sword of the universe slashed down with terrifying power. In the face of such a terrifying thunder tribulation, the stone golem avatar naturally didn't dare to be careless. Endless runes appeared on the surface of the stone golem avatar's body. This was the magical power immunity rune, which was a secret technique that Lin Feng imparted to the stone golem avatar. During the tribulation transcendence, cultivators couldn't use Dharma treasures to transcend the tribulation, because if they activated their Dharma treasures to resist the tribulation would be able to sense it and an even more terrifying attack would descend. Therefore, cultivators naturally had to be extremely cautious about this matter. Everything. They could only rely on themselves. For example, the current situation. No matter how dangerous the great universe tribulation was, the stone golem avatar could only rely on its own ability to resolve the various terrifying tribulations brought about by the great universe tribulation. Besides that, there was no other way. Break. Facing the attack of the sword of the universe, the stone golem avatar roared and threw a punch at the sword of the universe. Clang! The sword of the universe and the stone golem avatar's fist collided fiercely. At this moment, the magical power immunity rune played a huge role. The terrifying power contained in the sword of the universe was quickly resolved with the help of the magical power immunity rune. The first thunder tribulation didn't cause any damage to the stone golem avatar. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the stone golem avatar was much stronger than he had imagined. However, it wasn't the time to completely relax yet because the thunder tribulation had just begun. There were usually 9 transcendence tribulations. The further it went, the more terrifying the tribulation would be. Soon, the second tribulation was brewing. Lin Feng discovered that the second tribulation was actually the appearance of a cultivator. This cultivator was wearing battle armor and holding a Fangtian halberd. He had 3 eyes that were surrounded by endless thunderbolts. Shinko, the great god who wields the thunder tribulation. After seeing this existence, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Shinko was the Erlang god that everyone in the mortal world praised. Rumor had it that this person was the disciple of perfected Yu Ding. Many people might not know who perfected Yu Ding was, but his origin was extremely extraordinary. The ancestor of the Jiang family, who was in charge of the god list, was perfected Yu Ding's junior brother. Their common master was the primeval lord of heaven. Therefore, Shinko was a disciple of the 3 pure ones. On the other hand, Shinko's divine ability was incomparably terrifying. It was said that he had fought with the great sage, heaven's equal in the past, but neither side could do anything to the other. It was said that Shinko had cultivated the 9 transformations origin technique. His golden core had undergone 9 transformations, and his primordial spirit would never disperse. In addition, he also practiced the 8-9 mysteries. That's right, it was the 8-9 mysteries that Lin Feng cultivated. There weren't many people who cultivated this secret art. Lin Feng's 8-9 arcane art was incomplete and flawed, but Shinko's 8-9 arcane art was flawless. Besides, he also mastered the art of the 72 transformations. It was very similar to the great sage, heaven's equals 72 transformations, but there were also huge differences. Moreover, he had mastered the true Samadhi fire. Although the Samadhi true fire was not a heavenly fire, its power was not any weaker than a heavenly fire. In terms of pure offensive power, the Samadhi true fire was even stronger than many heavenly fires. It was said that the Samadhi true fire was formed by combining the essence, chi, and spirit of the Samadhi true fire with mortal fire. It could easily burn immortals to death. One of the important reasons why Shinko was able to become a god who controlled lightning punishment was that he had mastered the 5 thunders. The 5 thunders included heaven, earth, water, spirit, and society. The heaven thunder could control calamities and capture heavenly demons. The earth thunder could pray for rain and clear skies, controlling the earth dragon. The water thunder could control the rain and drought. The god thunder was the 5 elements thunder, so it could kill. The society thunder could summon the gods and slay spirits and monsters. Generally speaking, Shinko would only appear when the 6th to 7th lightning tribulation descended. However, Shinko appeared during the 2nd lightning tribulation of the Stone Man clone. It was indeed a bit of a scam. Shinko descended from the sky with endless god thunder, wanting to destroy the Stone Man clone. The Stone Man clone was under too much pressure. Shinko hadn't even descended, but the magic immunity runes floating on the surface of the Stone Man clone's body had already begun to crumble. The situation was not good. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Stone Domain. At that moment, the Stone Man clone soared into the sky and condensed a stone domain to resist Shinko. A stone domain was somewhat similar to a small world condensed by cultivators. Of course, it was different from a small world condensed by cultivators in many ways. The stone domain was more focused on defense. However, its offensive power was also very strong. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, the 2 weapons collided. Shinko and the Stone Man clone's stone domain collided. The Stone Man clone's stone domain couldn't withstand Shinko's attack. It directly shattered. After all, Shinko was only a manifestation of the lightning tribulation and not his real body. After destroying the stone domain, he had already used up more than 60% of his accumulated power. The remaining 40% of his power slammed into the stone golem avatar, sending it flying. Many cracks appeared on the Stone Man clone's body, and blood flowed out from the cracks. The Stone Man clone was injured, but fortunately, its body was very strong and the injury wasn't fatal. The 2nd lightning tribulation injured the Stone Man. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He was now a little nervous. He had thought too simply of the tribulation transcendence. This tribulation. It was definitely much more difficult than he had imagined. The 3rd lightning tribulation was also ready. An expert stepped forward. Emperor Huang Xingtian. This was the humanoid tribulation. In fact, Shinko's tribulation was also the humanoid tribulation. Generally speaking, cultivators would only undergo the humanoid tribulation once, but the Stone Man clone had undergone it twice. This situation was relatively rare. Emperor Huang Xingtian was even stronger than Shinko. Looking at the heavens and the 4 great cosmoses, this person was definitely a top expert. As the Heavenly Lord, I shall kill all enemies. Emperor Huang Xingtian's voice was cold as he flew from the 9 heavens, and his body instantly turned into a dazzling divine rainbow. Then, he slashed towards the Stone Man clone. The void was instantly split open. It was as if Pan Gu had split open the heavens and earth. No one could resist his sharpness. The attack of the 3rd lightning tribulation was actually so terrifying. The Stone Man clone didn't retreat. This was how tribulation transcendence was. If you retreated, it basically meant that you had failed. Even if you knew that taking a step forward meant death, you had to, without hesitation, rush forward and take the initiative to die. Only then would there be a chance of survival. In the face of Emperor Huang Xingtian's attack, a ball of sacred light appeared in the Stone Man clone's dantian. That ball of sacred light appeared. A stone tree appeared. This stone tree was very special. The Stone Man clone used hundreds of precious immortal stones and then used a special method to forge it. But it wasn't a Dharma treasure. It was a part of his body. The stone tree took root in the dantian, stabilizing it and absorbing the chi of heaven and earth. At the same time, this stone tree had strong defensive and offensive power. Because it wasn't a Dharma treasure, it wouldn't cause the lightning tribulation to go berserk. Now, the Stone Man clone probably felt the danger, so he took out the stone tree to resolve the third lightning tribulation. The stone tree and Emperor Huang Xingtian clashed, blocking the attack. But there were many cracks on the stone tree, and it seemed that the damage wasn't light. The Stone Man clone made use of this opportunity to destroy Emperor Huang Xingtian with a punch. With the help of the stone tree, the third lightning tribulation transcendence finally passed safely. But what made Lin Feng worried was, this was only the third lightning tribulation transcendence. The Stone Man clone even took out the stone tree. What about the lightning tribulation transcendence? Damn. Just thinking about it made one despair. The fourth lightning tribulation transcendence was brewing. A blood-red eye appeared in the 9 heavens. When he saw this blood-red eye, Lin Feng's heart trembled slightly. This blood-red eye was too terrifying. Although it was just a manifestation of the lightning tribulation, it still made Lin Feng's heart palpitate. Back then, the mummified old man had once fought with a blood-red eye in the outer realm. The blood-red eye probably felt that the mummified old man was constantly growing stronger, so it wanted to destroy the mummified old man. Both sides fought until the sky darkened, and the sun and moon lost their light, almost causing the universe to collapse. In the end, the blood-red eye retreated. The mummified old man muttered, "Just one of his eyes is already so terrifying. How strong is his real body? I'm afraid it's even more terrifying than before." Of course, Lin Feng didn't know about this. The mummified old man knew who the owner of the blood-red eye was, but Lin Feng didn't know. Now, the blood-colored eye that appeared from the lightning tribulation swept out beams of blood-colored light. The stone golem clone used its stone tree to block the blood-colored light beams from the blood-colored eye. However, the blood-colored light beams from the blood-colored eye were too terrifying. In the end, the stone tree crumbled. For the Stone Man clone, it could be said that this was a big blow and injury. The stone tree was put away by the Stone Man clone, and the Stone Man clone resisted the blood-red eye. Several wounds appeared on its body, and blood immediately flowed out. Things were getting troublesome. Lin Feng felt that the Stone Man clone couldn't hold on any longer. However, Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. The blood-red eye only released 9 beams of light and didn't continue. If it had continued, the situation would have been dangerous. Perhaps the Stone Man clone would have been destroyed by the 10th beam of light. But now, he managed to keep his life. Nervousness, excitement, worry. Lin Feng's current mood could be described as a mix of emotions. The 5th lightning tribulation was completed. It was a sword. Ancient weapon. Armageddon's sword. The ancient weapon of the Mastermind's world. The Armageddon sword slashed down. It locked on to the Stone Man clone. It could only meet force with force. Kill. The Stone Man clone roared and charged toward the Armageddon sword. He summoned a supreme immortal mountain, wanting to use a divine ability to create a supreme immortal mountain to resist the might of the Armageddon sword. However, the Armageddon sword had a peerless edge. First, it cleaved apart the supreme immortal mountain. Then, it cleaved the stone golem clone in half. Damn! This was too awesome. This ancient weapon was too frightening. The Stone Man clone. Dead? Lin Feng was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. Although he had already expected that the Stone Man clone's success rate wouldn't be high. He saw the Stone Man clone being split in half by the Armageddon sword with his own eyes. Lin Feng's mood. It was extremely bad. After the Armageddon sword split the Stone Man clone in half, it dissipated. However, the lightning tribulation didn't dissipate. What was going on? Logically speaking, if the Stone Man clone was killed, then the lightning tribulation should also dissipate. However, the lightning tribulation didn't dissipate, which meant that the Stone Man clone wasn't killed yet. Lin Feng looked at the Stone Man clone that was split in half. He found that the Stone Man clone that was split in half actually stood up, and then its body reassembled. Stone Man Rebirth Technique. The 9 orifice stone geniuses were able to master an ultimate spell. The stone golem avatar didn't master this spell before, but now it seems that the tribulation just now stimulated his potential, so the stone golem avatar mastered this ultimate spell. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng thought about it and felt that it was indeed possible. In fact, the Stone Man clone cultivated the Phoenix Nirvana technique, but the success rate wasn't high. As for Lin Feng's Immortal Rebirth technique, he naturally couldn't cultivate it. After all, the Stone Man clone didn't have the immortal bloodline. The 6th Lightning Tribulation. It was brewing. The 6th Lightning Tribulation condensed into the Tao Severing Tribulation. Tao Severing. Severing all Taos. The Tao Severing Tribulation condensed and blasted down. The Stone Man clone's Tao foundation was severed, and he couldn't use any divine ability. He could only resist the power of the Lightning Tribulation with his physical body. Although his body was a Stone Man and was abnormally strong, under the attack of the Tao Severing Tribulation, he could only resist the tribulation with his physical body. Therefore, he suffered indelible injuries. He was blasted out. There were a total of 9 waves of attacks from the Tao Severing Tribulation, and a huge pit was blasted in the ground. The Stone Man clone lay in the pit, motionless. Lin Feng looked from afar and saw that the Stone Man clone was almost shattered. The tribulation just now had almost completely destroyed his body. Even the lightning tribulation that condensed above the 9 heavens began to gradually dissipate at this moment. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face became extremely ugly. Did he really fail this time? However, in the next moment, Lin Feng revealed a trace of joy because he saw that the Stone Man clone was struggling to get up. As long as the Stone Man's blood hasn't run out, I won't die. The Stone Man clone said, and golden blood surged in his body. This was the purest Stone Man's blood in his body, which was equivalent to the blood essence of a human cultivator. The Stone Man's blood emitted a golden light that enveloped the Stone Man clone's body. The Stone Man clone's body quickly recovered. What a powerful Stone Man's blood! Lin Feng was shocked. He had heard that the Stone Man's blood had a powerful effect on the flesh and bones of the dead. Now, it seemed that this rumor was true. The 7th Lightning Tribulation was brewing. The 7th Lightning Tribulation condensed the power of desolation. It was the famous Desolation Tribulation. The power of desolation could deprive life. Therefore, the Desolation Tribulation. In fact, it was forcibly depriving a cultivator of their life to completely destroy their willpower. Or, it could directly deprive all life, and then the cultivator would die in the tribulation. It had to be said that this kind of lightning tribulation was really overbearing and terrifying. When the power of desolation enveloped it, the Stone Man clone's lifespan was quickly stripped away. Although the Stone Man clone's body was made of stone, it could still be seen that the Stone Man clone's body was aging. The originally bright stone body lost all its luster, and the Stone Man clone's body was like a weathered stone. It seemed like it could be crushed with one step. Crack, crack. The Stone Man's body. It directly turned into a pile of useless stones, scattered on the ground. Lin Feng could clearly feel that the Stone Man clone's life force was stripped away. The lightning tribulation just now was really overbearing. It was normal for the Stone Man clone to be destroyed. Lin Feng sighed in his heart. It was already the 7th lightning tribulation, and there was still no miracle. But in the next moment, a strange expression appeared on his face. Because Lin Feng vaguely heard thumping sounds. It was like the sound of a heart beating. It was the Stone Man clone's heart. The sound of the heart beating was originally very weak, but as time passed, the Stone Man clone's heartbeat became stronger. The Stone Man clone. He had devoured the origin left behind by several powerful stone creatures, or stone bodies, so his body had been transformed. Especially his heart, which was abnormally strong. And the Stone Man clone was a 9-orifice Stone Man. His heart also had 9 orifices. Logically speaking, when the Stone Man clone's life force was stripped away, the Stone Man clone's heart would also die together. But because the Stone Man clone's heart was a 9-orifice heart, therefore, the Stone Man clone's heart was divided into 9 layers. Each layer had an atrium and ventricle. The 9 layers of the heart formed a very good protection. When the Stone Man clone's body began to die, his heart was also rapidly dying. However, because his heart was divided into 9 layers, it died one by one. When his body was completely dead, the 9th layer of the heart did not die. And at this time, the power of desolation dissipated. The 9th layer of the heart released a strong life force. The life force spread into the Stone Man clone's 8th layer, 7th layer, 6th layer, all the way to the 1st layer of the heart. The Stone Man clone's heart was completely resurrected, and then the powerful life force poured into the Stone Man clone's body. The Stone Man clone's body also began to recover its life force. In the end, the Stone Man clone condensed again. It was just that the Stone Man clone's lifespan was very short, only a few years. However, as long as the Stone Man clone could successfully transcend the tribulation, when he broke through the realm beyond, the Stone Man clone, he would be reborn. The 8th lightning tribulation condensed. It was a lightning beam condensed from 18 colors. 18 colored lightning. It was rumored to be the lightning of destruction. It could destroy a powerhouse beyond the realm. Now, such a terrifying lightning actually descended. The 18 colored lightning instantly blasted down. The Stone Golem clone made a decision. It gathered all of its power to protect its head. After the 18 colored lightning blasted down, the Stone Man clone's body instantly turned into ashes. And the Stone Man clone's head was preserved. This Lin Feng was moved. The Stone Man clone sacrificed his body to protect his head. It was really too tragic. The Stone Man clone had endured until now. It was really not easy. Lin Feng even felt that this was a miracle. Previously, Lin Feng only heard about how difficult it was to transcend the lightning tribulation, but he didn't have a direct understanding. Now that he saw the Stone Man clone transcending the tribulation, he knew how difficult it was to transcend the lightning tribulation. The 9th lightning tribulation. It was brewing. The 9th lightning tribulation was the most terrifying lightning tribulation. Only to see a mirror appear in the sky. When the mirror appeared, Lin Feng felt a deep sense of despair. That's right. Even if he didn't transcend the tribulation, he was just a spectator. He felt a deep sense of despair. He didn't know what the origin of that mirror was. Even if the Stone Man clone was intact, it couldn't withstand the attack of the mirror, right? Not to mention that there was only a head left now. Should everything be over? The mirror shot out a beam of light that quickly flew toward the head of the Stone Golem clone. Then, it blasted on the Stone Man clone's head. The Stone Man clone's head instantly shattered. It turned into dust. It couldn't even withstand a single move. Terrifying. It was really too terrifying. Lin Feng felt that he was about to be unable to breathe. It was the last lightning tribulation. What a pity! What a pity! But Lin Feng also knew. No one could pass the last lightning tribulation. Even if it was him who transcended the tribulation, he wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of that mirror. Who the hell knew what the origin of that mirror was? He didn't know which damned person invented that mirror. It seemed to be a mirror created specifically to obliterate heaven-defying people. But at this moment, something happened that Lin Feng didn't expect. In the void, flames burned fiercely. The cry of a phoenix could be heard from the flames. Then, a cultivator appeared in the flames. That cultivator was a stone golem. That cultivator was none other than no one else. It was the Stone Man clone that had already died. The success rate of the Phoenix Nirvana that the Stone Man clone cultivated was only about 10%. This success rate was naturally pitifully low. The probability of successfully executing it was very low. However, at this most critical moment, The Stone Man clone executed the Phoenix Nirvana. His Nirvana succeeded. He was resurrected. F***ck. What a huge reversal! Lin Feng exclaimed. At this moment, he felt incomparably excited and his eyes were about to fill with tears. The Stone Man clone actually succeeded in transcending the tribulation. It was simply a huge miracle. The lightning tribulation above the 9 heavens dissipated. The Stone Man clone finally broke through to the transcendence realm. The Stone Man clone's lifespan recovered rapidly and finally reached 10 billion years. 10 billion years was the lifespan of an era. As his strength continued to increase, his lifespan could continue to increase. Chapter 6360. Lin Feng's mind was connected to the Golem clone, so he could clearly feel how powerful the Golem clone was. Of course, most importantly, the Golem clone's life had changed after breaking through. Now, the Golem clone had a chance to go further on the path of cultivation. Lin Feng put the Golem clone back into his body. The Golem clone had just broken through. It needed some time to adapt and stabilize its cultivation. Surpassing cultivation was very special. If one's cultivation couldn't stabilize quickly, it was very easy for one's cultivation to fall. It was rare to see such a situation when breaking through other cultivation realms. However, it was more common for cultivators to break through. Lin Feng had seen cultivators fall because they couldn't stabilize their cultivation. Lin Feng returned to the Yellow Sky Secret Realm. As soon as he arrived, he saw a large number of Heavenly Quartz cultivators arrive. They started asking about Wu Jihai's death. After all, Heavenly Court didn't have first-hand information. They naturally had to investigate thoroughly before taking revenge for Wu Jihai. In the distance, there were a dozen Heavenly Court's experts. They were probably the higher-ups of Heavenly Court. Wu Ji Dongqing personally came out to investigate Wu Jihai's death. He's been in seclusion for many years. Wu Jihai is his son. Now that he's been killed, of course he has to come out. Isn't it widely rumored that Wu Jihai is the illegitimate son of Emperor Huang Xingtian? That guy was cheated on by his older brother, so he chose to live in seclusion back then. There are indeed many rumors about Wu Jihai's background, but it's the first time I've heard that Wu Ji Dongqing's seclusion has something to do with this. It can't be true, right? That might be true. I heard it from my cousin. He's a celestial general of the Imperial Celestial Palace in the Heavenly Court. Emperor Huang Xingtian's people? Damn, then your cousin might know some inside information. Shoo, silence. Silence. Be careful of trouble. Everyone, don't spread what happened today. Otherwise, we'll all be in trouble. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. In fact, there were too many rumors about Limitless Sea's origins in the world of cultivators. It was impossible to distinguish between the truth and the lies, especially now that Limitless Sea was dead. There was no way to prove it. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on a rock. He was comprehending some top-notch divine abilities. Suddenly, Lin Feng seemed to have sensed something. He looked to the left and saw a cultivator silently appearing there. The other party's methods were truly terrifying. Before he appeared, Lin Feng didn't even notice that he had silently arrived here. Such methods were truly terrifying. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The Heaven Realm was really full of experts. What made Lin Feng frown slightly was, this cultivator was none other than Everlasting Sea's father, Everlasting East Green. In the past, the Everlasting clan had two outstanding individuals. One was the current Emperor Huang Xingtian, and the other was the limitless East Green. The two of them were blood brothers. They were known as the two most talented individuals of the Everlasting clan in this epoch. And the truth was, that was indeed the case. They rose rapidly and led the originally average Everlasting clan to achieve a great reversal. Emperor Huang Xingtian was a title, not a name. His real name was Everlasting East Peak. But after a long time, who would still remember Emperor Huang Xingtian's real name? Many people in the Everlasting Clan had already forgotten what Emperor Huang Xingtian's real name was. Back then, there were even rumors that Everlasting East Green's talent was even stronger than his elder brother Everlasting East Peak. There was a high chance that Everlasting East Green would become the 9th Emperor Huang Xingtian. But in the end, it was his elder brother Everlasting East Peak who became the 9th Emperor Huang Xingtian. Something unknown must have happened back then. But obviously, other than the person involved, no one else would know what happened back then. You are Lin Feng. Everlasting East Green looked at Lin Feng and said. When Lin Feng first entered the Heaven Realm, there were some portraits that were spread out. The portraits were 30 to 40% similar to Lin Feng. As Lin Feng's cultivation increased, his luck continued to increase, forming a powerful interference to many things. So, artists could no longer draw Lin Feng's portrait, because the moment they started to draw, they would spontaneously combust. Perhaps Everlasting East Green had seen Lin Feng's portrait before. Although it was 30 to 40% similar and he couldn't be sure if it was the same person, combined with other characteristics, such as age, cultivation, and so on, he could roughly determine the other party's identity. This Everlasting East Green was obviously not simple to be able to find him. Lin Feng said, "That's right, I am. Why? Are you here to take revenge for your son Everlasting Sea?" Lin Feng emphasized the words your son Everlasting Sea. Then, Lin Feng saw the corner of Everlasting East Green's mouth twitch slightly, and his eyes became incomparably cold. However, he quickly controlled his emotions. This person was indeed not ordinary. Lin Feng couldn't help but think to himself, the enmity of killing one's son is irreconcilable, but this person doesn't hate me. How strange. Could the rumors be true? Is this Everlasting Sea really the son of Emperor Huang Xingtian after wearing a green hat on his head? F***ck, these two are brothers. Emperor Huang Xingtian actually did such a thing. Even though Lin Feng was experienced and knowledgeable, he couldn't help but feel that this matter was too **ket up at this moment. The older brother gave his younger brother a green hat. This kind of thing was even more interesting than the stories told by the storytellers in the teahouses. Who the hell knew what had happened back then? Did Emperor Huang Xingtian take the initiative to seduce Everlasting East Green's wife, or did Everlasting East Green's wife take the initiative to seduce Emperor Huang Xingtian? But no matter what the reason was, Everlasting East Green had become an unlucky person. It seemed that Everlasting East Green's choice to cultivate in seclusion was really related to this matter. This was also the reason why Everlasting East Green didn't show any hostility towards him after he killed Everlasting Sea. Lin Feng guessed that the Everlasting Sea was probably very happy. That was the joy of revenge. Brothers didn't need to talk about revenge. Even father and son didn't need to stop because of some things. I know what your ancestor, the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor, is planning. I also know that you have been contacting top-notch experts recently. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. It wasn't difficult for Everlasting East Green to deduce the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor's plan. After all, it wasn't too difficult to deduce. However, Everlasting East Green knew that he had been contacting many experts recently. This was a little thought-provoking. Could it be that those people he contacted were related to Everlasting East Green? Everlasting East Green said, I am proficient in the innate 8 trigrams, the postnatal 64 trigrams, the 9 palace divination technique, and many other methods. It isn't particularly difficult for me to divine some things. F***ck. What a talent! Lin Feng said, I am also somewhat proficient in the innate 8 trigrams and the 9 palace divination technique. Do you have time to exchange ideas? Everlasting East Green had no interest in exchanging ideas with Lin Feng. He said, Do you want to cooperate with me? How do we cooperate? Lin Feng asked. Everlasting East Green said, I watched him build the Vermilion Tower, I watched him entertain guests, and I watched him collapse. Lin Feng smiled. He naturally understood what everlasting East Green meant. This guy wanted to kill Emperor Huang Xingtian, but his strength wasn't enough to deal with Emperor Huang Xingtian. Moreover, even if he wanted to deal with Emperor Huang Xingtian, however, his family wouldn't allow him to deal with Emperor Huang Xingtian. Because of his family's honor. It was all brought by Emperor Huang Xingtian. If his family had to choose between him and the Emperor Huang Xingtian to die, then they would definitely die. Obviously, his family would choose to let him die without hesitation. Perhaps this was why he had chosen to remain silent for so many years. Now, he could see some hope. Sometimes, one needed to swallow their anger and live. However, everyone had their dignity. This was especially true for some of the peerless experts. They valued their dignity even more. Some hatred, it wasn't that they didn't want to take revenge, it was just that the time hadn't come yet. Lin Feng said, "What can you provide me?" "Many useful things, such as battle plans, some people's weaknesses, or other important information," Everlasting East Green said. Lin Feng nodded and said, "All right, we'll contact each other when the time comes." Everlasting East Green said, "I'll send someone to contact you." As his voice faded, Everlasting East Green's body gradually dissipated. The cooperation with Everlasting East Green could be considered a pleasant surprise. About 5 days later, Zhuge Xiaoxiao and the others finally came out of the Yellow Sky secret realm. Lin Feng met up with Zhuge Xiaoxiao and the others, looking at their faces full of smiles. It seemed they should have gained a lot of benefits. Lin Feng was happy for them. However, after the reunion, they had to part ways. Zhuge Xiaoxiao, Fatso, and Little Donkey were about to leave. After all, they should have left long ago. Now, they had been delayed for a long time. It was time to go back. As for Shui Yingru and the others, they left directly without even saying goodbye to Lin Feng. Shui Yingru did not have a good attitude towards Lin Feng, so it was normal for her not to say hello to Lin Feng. Feng Si also bid farewell and left. Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang planned to continue to the higher levels of the Heaven Realm. Lin Feng's next destination was the 8th level of the Heaven Realm. Lin Feng had promised Shinnong's daughter that when he came to the Heaven Realm, he would go to the Wei River Lake and tell Shinnong that she had been harmed by the Empyrean Maiden. He would tell Shinnong to be careful of the Empyrean Maiden. He would also tell the Shinnong clansmen where Shinnong's daughter was being suppressed. When Lin Feng saw Shinnong's daughter, he did not have the ability to save her. He did not know how she was now. However, with an ancient family like Shinnong, they should have the ability to save Shinnong's daughter. He hoped that Shinnong's daughter could escape, survive, and recover her strength. As Shinnong's daughter, she had a strong appeal to many ancient clans. After arriving at the 6th level of the Heaven Realm, Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang did not rest and rushed to the teleportation channel to the 7th level. There was no news when they arrived at the 7th level. Then, they came to the passage to the 8th level. Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang arrived at the 8th level of the Heaven Realm. They had just settled down in an ancient city called Tianhe City. They had been on the road for more than 4 months. Therefore, Lin Feng planned to rest here for a few days and inquire about the descendants of Shinnong. Then, he would go to the Wei River to look for the descendants of Shinnong. Chapter 63-61. Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang found a place to stay. After washing up, the two went out for a good meal. After that, Lin Feng went to the trading company to gather information. The largest trading company in Sky River City was the Sky River Trading Company. It was said that this trading company was backed by the Sky River City Lord's clan and was very powerful. After arriving at the Sky River Trading Company, one could feel the imposing aura of the trading company. The trading company was over 300 meters tall and had 64 floors. People came and went. It was very lively. It was said that the Sky River Trading Company did many businesses. For example, there was an auction house, a slave trading company, a treasure pavilion, a news pavilion, and so on. It was even said that there was an assassin's liaison office. If there really was an assassin's liaison office, that was. The Sky River Trading Company was indeed bold. They actually dared to do such a thing in the open. Ordinary people did not have the courage to do so. If one understood the history of the Sky River Trading Company, one could understand why they were so bold. The celestial realm had a main river that ran through the 33 layers of heaven. This main river was called the Sky River. The Sky River Navy. It was one of the most elite armies in the celestial realm. It was also one of the largest armies in the celestial realm. The previous commanders of the Heavenly River Navy were all from the aristocratic families of the Heavenly River City Lord. Although the Sky River Navy belonged to the Celestial Court, it was more like a private army. The 8 million Sky River Navy was an extremely terrifying cultivator army. The current commander of the Sky River Navy was the eldest brother of the current Sky River City Lord's clan. This clan controlled 8 million Sky River Navy. How could they not be bold? Who would dare to offend this clan? After Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang arrived at the Sky River Trading Company, a servant girl approached them. The servant girl bowed to Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang before respectfully asking, "How may I be of service to the two young masters?" Xia Donghuang said, "We would like to inquire about some important information. Have the elder in charge come and see us." The maid said, "Young masters, please follow me to the guest hall to wait." Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang followed the servant girl to a guest hall on the 3rd floor. Then, the maidservant quickly left. After waiting for about 15 minutes, a woman came to the living room where Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang were resting. This woman looked to be about 30 years old. But it wasn't flirtatious. She looked very dignified and elegant. Those who could hold important positions in the Tianhe Trading Company were obviously not ordinary people. The woman smiled and said, "I'm sorry to have kept the two young masters waiting." Lin Feng smiled and replied politely, "Thank you." The woman then sat on the main seat. "My name is Yang Qianyue, and I'm an elder of the Sky River Trading Company. May I know what information the two young masters wish to inquire about in our Sky River Trading Company?" Lin Feng replied, "It's like this, we want to ask about Shennong's descendants." Yang Qianyue said, "Rumor has it that the descendants of Shennong live by the Wei River. But in reality, the Wei River has always been a river in myths and legends. It is very mysterious. Countless people have been searching for the Wei River, but they have never been able to find it." Lin Feng was very clear about this. Perhaps a long time ago, the Wei River wasn't that mysterious, but now it was filled with mystery. If the Wei River was so easy to find, Lin Feng wouldn't have needed to come to the Sky River Trading Company to inquire about the Wei River. According to Lin Feng's understanding of the situation, the Wei River was very mysterious. The location of the Wei River was indeed a mystery. Lin Feng said, "I believe that with the Sky River Trading Company's strength, you must have some information, right?" Yang Qianyue said, "It can be traced back to the primordial era. At that time, the sage emperor of the human race, Shennong, had already fallen. As the sage emperor of the human race, Shennong was naturally viewed as an enemy by many living beings, and even by many major powers. It is said that some of Shennong's clansmen who went out at that time were killed, but no one knows who did it. Shennong felt that his entire race was in danger because of this." Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the human race had led the human race into a great era. At that time, the human race was relatively weak. They were bullied. The rise of the human race was a history of blood and tears. They faced the oppression of many other races. The human race rose up in revolt. Naturally, there were many bloody incidents. When the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were still alive, Those powers might not have dared to target the human race, but after the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors died, they became somewhat unscrupulous. This was especially true for the clansmen of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Their fates were often not good. Yang Qianyue glanced at Lin Feng. She knew that Lin Feng was the one in charge. She continued, "One day, according to the cultivators who were monitoring Shenong's clan, Shenong and the Wei River disappeared. With so many people and a river, they disappeared overnight. It was extremely strange. This matter caused a huge uproar at that time." Lin Feng frowned and said, "There's such a thing? Could it be that they were destroyed by some other powers, and then those powers came up with some excuse to deceive the world?" Yang Qianyue said, "Of course, that's a possibility. However, it's hard to find out what happened. After all, it's been too long. Many things can only be found in ancient books. Who knows what happened exactly? Do you have the old site of the Wei River?" Lin Feng asked. Yang Qianyue said, "We do, but we can't be sure. Moreover, it's very expensive." "No problem. Give me a copy," Lin Feng said. Yang Qianyue took out a jade tube and said, "It's all recorded in it." "How many immortal stones?" Lin Feng asked. Yang Qianyue smiled and said, 1,000,000 high-grade immortal stones. Take the information from before as a gift." Lin Feng nodded and sent his divine sense into the jade tube. He found that there were 7 or 8 places recorded in it. After some time, Lin Feng planned to explore them one by one to see if he could find the missing Wei River. Lin Feng kept the jade tube. Then, he said, "There's one more thing that I want to inquire about from your trading company." Yang Qianyue said with a smile. "Young master, please speak." Lin Feng said, "Do you have any news about Tyrant Shi?" "Tyrant Shi?" Yang Qianyue was surprised. She naturally knew what Tyrant Shi was used for. It could help cultivators successfully cultivate the Qi aura. It was an extremely precious treasure. And now Lin Feng was actually inquiring about Tyrant Shi. Did that mean that he had some kind of Qi aura cultivation technique? A big trading company like the Tianhe Trading Company not only bought all kinds of treasures, but also all kinds of top-notch divine abilities, immortal scriptures, and so on. Naturally, they also collected Qi aura cultivation technique. Whether it was to give them to the cultivators of the clan behind them, sell them, or exchange them for other things, it was a good choice. Yang Qianyue said, "If it was any other time, I wouldn't know about Tyrant Shi. However, I do know about him now." Lin Feng looked at Yang Qianyue with a surprised expression. Yang Qianyue said, "It's like this. Some time ago, the Tianhe marshal found a Tyrant Shi in a cave in the depths of the Tianhe. Now that this matter has spread out, many people want to buy this Tyrant Stone from Marshal Tianhe. However, there is only one Tyrant Stone, and there are too many people who want to buy it. Therefore, it will depend on who will be able to get the Tyrant Stone. When the time comes, it will depend on whether or not the things that people take out can move Marshal Tianhe." Before coming here, Lin Feng had learned about the power behind the Tianhe Trading Company from Xia Dongwang. He knew that the Tianhe Marshal's clan was behind the Tianhe Trading Company. The Heavenly River Marshal was in charge of 8 million Heavenly River Division. He was definitely an overlord. Even the Heavenly Court was very polite to the Tianhe Marshal. It seemed that the Tianhe Marshal had obtained many good things from the Tianhe Trading Company. Lin Feng asked, "May I know when the Tianhe Marshal will summon all the people who want to buy it?" "In 3 days, it will be in the Tianhe Trading Company." "Young master, you can come over then," Yang Qianyue said. "All right, thank you for the reminder." Lin Feng cupped his fists and said. He then took out 1,000,000 high-grade immortal stones and handed them to Yang Qianyue. He and Xia Dongwang stood up, intending to leave. Yang Qianyue stood up to send them off. She smiled and said, "Many people want to buy the Tyrant Shi, but it is not necessarily because they have obtained the Tyrant Shi's cultivation method. After all, the Tyrant Sure's cultivation method is too rare. How can it be so easy to obtain? Most people are either giving gifts or wanting to use the Tyrant Sure to refine treasures. With the Tyrant Sure as the main material, the treasures refined will be very terrifying. When the time comes, there will be no lack of top-notch experts or cultivators from top-notch factions. The competition will be very fierce. However, I guess that young master must have some kind of Tyrant Sure's cultivation method, right? Tyrant Sure for Tyrant Sure, I think the Tianhe marshal will be very happy to make this deal with young master. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Tyrant Sure for Tyrant Sure? If it was really exchanged, the other party would not be able to cultivate the Tyrant Sure without it. But since the other party was willing to use the Tyrant Sure to make a deal, and also wanted his Tyrant Sure, in that case, this Tianhe marshal might have obtained more than one Tyrant Sure? However, if he really used Tyrant Sure to exchange for Tyrant Sure, Lin Feng felt that he would definitely lose out. Even if he used the lowest level of Tyrant Sure to exchange for the Tyrant Sure, it would still be a loss. However, when the time comes, let's wait and see. The heavenly Qi was too important. At that time, if he couldn't use other things to exchange for the Tyrant Sure, then he would consider using Tyrant Sure to exchange. Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang left the Tianhe Trading Company. In the next few days, Lin Feng didn't go out. However, Lin Feng didn't cultivate either. It was rare for him to rest, so he chose to read and relax. Flipping through the mountain and sea scripture, or some other scriptures, and reading some myths and legends was quite interesting. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the day of the trading day, Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang came to the Tianhe Trading Company together. It was especially lively today, and Lin Feng could clearly feel the aura of some expert. It seemed that many people were here for the Tyrant Sure. The Tyrant Sure was indeed attractive. Lin Feng even saw a use of the Tyrant Sure in a scripture before. It was written, "The Tyrant Sure was ground into stone powder." It was even a material used to refine some top-notch pills. It was understandable to use the Tyrant Sure to refine magic treasures, but the Tyrant Sure could also refine pills. This kind of statement sounded a bit unbelievable. However, nothing was certain. Maybe the Tyrant Sure really had this effect. Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang arrived at the Tianhe Trading Company and discovered that the elder in charge of the trade fair was the elder Yang Qianyue, who had previously received them. After Yang Qianyue saw Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang, she smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries with Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang, then sent someone to bring Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang to the trading hall. The trading hall was on the 62nd floor. Taking a room-controlled elevator, one could reach the outside of the trading hall. After Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang arrived at the trading hall, there were already more than 30 people here. Many of them had deep and powerful auras, and their strength was unfathomable. It seemed that the Tyrant Sure had indeed touched the nerves of many people. After Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang arrived, they found a place to sit down and then waited for the trade fair to begin. In the next hour, more than 20 people came one after another. There were about 60 people in total. The door of the trading hall was immediately closed. In the inner hall, several cultivators walked out. The person in the lead. It was a tall and burly middle-aged cultivator. The middle-aged cultivator walked with a majestic gait. At first glance, one could tell that he was a person who had been in a high position for a long time. When they saw the middle-aged cultivator, many people hurriedly stood up. Many people greeted the middle-aged cultivator. The middle-aged cultivator was none other than himself. It was the Tianhe marshal, Xianyuan Zhentian, who was in charge of 8 million Tianhe troops. Chapter 63-62. There's no need to be so courteous. Please take a seat. Xianyuan Zhentian said with a smile. Although he looked like a well-developed man, how could someone like him be well-developed? If he really was a well-developed man, It was impossible for him to have been in charge of the Heavenly River Navy for so many years. Judging a book by its cover. That was an extremely wrong thing to do. Everyone took their seat. Xianyuan Zhentian said, "Since everyone is here for the Tyrant Stone, I won't keep you in suspense. I do have a Tyrant Stone here, and I'm sure everyone knows how valuable it is. It's too precious and rare. Many of you here are friends of mine, so no matter who I give it to, I'll be biased. If that's the case, then let's follow the rules. Everyone can say what good things they can take out. If I'm satisfied, then I'll trade with them. This way, it won't hurt the friendship between us." "Understood," everyone replied. At that moment, an old man said, "I have a blood spring stone here. It can be used to forge treasures that surpass one's cultivation realm." Many people recognized the old man. He was an expert of the evil path, old demon blood desire. His methods were extremely terrifying. Moreover, he was vicious and merciless. It was said that he wanted to find the Tyrant Stone because he wanted to grind it into powder and fuse it with his body. He wanted to use the Tyrant Stone's powerful energy to change the structure of his body. One had to admit that this was an extremely crazy move. The slightest carelessness could lead to a tragic death. However, evil cultivators had always been crazy when they did things. Most of the time, they didn't care about the consequences. Thus, no one was particularly surprised by old demon blood desire's actions. Moreover, the present was different from the past. The end of a new era had arrived. Many people felt that their lives might be coming to an end. They didn't dare to try some methods in the past, but now they didn't have to worry so much. As a result, more and more cultivators in the world of cultivators began to do crazy and ruthless things. After old demon blood desire made his move, a middle-aged cultivator said, "I'm willing to trade a medicinal stone bug for this treasure." The medicinal stone bug was very special. It was said that it could evolve into a medicinal king bug. Once it evolved into a medicinal king bug, it would be heaven-defying. It could even restore one's youth. Its effect was similar to the immortal medicine, but it was said that its effect was much stronger than the immortal medicine. The third cultivator said, "I'm willing to exchange a drop of blood essence from a powerhouse who surpasses my realm for the Sky River Great General." This was a woman. Her face was covered with a veil, so it was impossible to see what she looked like. However, her skin was white and her temperament was noble. With a single glance, one could tell that she was definitely a devastatingly beautiful woman. One after another, many people put forward their own exchange plans. Of course, there were also many people who didn't say anything. They probably felt that the things they brought were too inferior compared to others, so they didn't have the nerve to say it. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Many of the items that they had taken out were truly astonishing. Because of this, it wasn't easy to successfully exchange for the Tyrant Stone. Moreover, Lin Feng was able to take out some good things, but other people were also able to take out similar things. This made Lin Feng feel helpless. Could it be? He could only use the cultivation method of the Tyrant Stone to exchange for it? Lin Feng had a total of 6 types of Tyrant Stones. They were the Sovereign Tyrant Stone, Azure Dragon Tyrant Stone, White Tiger Tyrant Stone, Grand World Extermination Tyrant Stone, Epic Tyrant Stone, and Firmament Tyrant Stone. Lin Feng's Tyrant Stones were all extraordinary. The Sovereign Tyrant Stone and Grand World Extermination Tyrant Stone were both purple Tyrant Stones, the 9th level of Tyrant Stone. There was no need to mention the Firmament Tyrant Stone. It was an existence that surpassed the purple Tyrant Stone. Although the Epic Tyrant Stone was only Orange Tyrant Stone, the 4th level of Tyrant Stone. However, because the Epic Tyrant Stone could evolve, it had a chance to surpass the Purple Tyrant Stone in the future. Therefore, the Epic Tyrant Stone was precious. Lin Feng definitely wouldn't take it out. Then, only the Azure Dragon Tyrant Stone and the White Tiger Tyrant Stone were left. The Azure Dragon Tyrant Stone and the White Tiger Tyrant Stone were both Azure Tyrant Stones. They were the 7th level of Tyrant Stone. This level of Tyrant Stone was extremely precious. It was definitely not something that the value of a Tyrant Stone could compare to. Asking Lin Feng to use the cultivation method of the Azure Dragon Tyrant Stone or the White Tiger Tyrant Stone to exchange for a Tyrant Stone with the Sky River Marshal was something that Lin Feng wasn't willing to do. If he could exchange for a few more Tyrant Stones, he could consider it. Lin Feng thought that if he could get a few more Tyrant Stones, he could give one to Xiaodong Wang. Then, he would impart the cultivation method of the Heavenly Tyrant Stone to Xiaodong Wang. As the reincarnation of the Eastern Emperor Tai, Xiaodong Wang was still worthy of Lin Feng's nurturing. Moreover, Xiaodong Wang's growth speed was indeed astonishing. During this period of time, he had obtained many opportunities and his realm had increased very quickly. The various inheritances of cultivators were rarely passed down to outsiders. After all, this would affect one's own luck and even bring about some bad karma. However, passing it down to his disciple was not a problem at all. If his disciple cultivated it and became extremely powerful, not only would it not affect his own luck, it would even strengthen his own luck. Moreover, if his disciple became powerful, it would definitely be beneficial to him. Thinking to this point, Lin Feng wrote a note and asked Xiaodong Wang to pass it to the Sky River Marshal. Xiaodong Wang arrived beside the Sky River Marshal, but was stopped by a few guards. Xiaodong Wang looked at the Sky River Marshal and said, "My master told me to pass this note to the Marshal." The Sky River Marshal got someone to take the note, and then he took a look at the contents of the note. The Sky River Marshal's eyes suddenly lit up. Because it was written on the note. He wanted to use his domineering aura to exchange for the Tyrant Stone. Damn. That was domineering aura. The Sky River Marshal had always been looking for domineering aura. From the looks of it, the news of the Sky River Marshal obtaining the Tyrant Stone was leaked out. There were actually many suspicious points. Perhaps it was a show directed and acted by the Sky River Marshal himself. It attracted cultivators who possessed domineering aura. Then, make a deal with him. The Sky River Marshal said in a loud voice, "Everyone, I'm really sorry. The item that this young friend's master took out is too extraordinary. I have already decided to make a deal with this young friend's master." Many people could not help but frown. Someone asked, "I wonder if the Marshal can tell us what the other party's master took out?" The Sky River Marshal said, "I'm sorry. The other party asked me to keep it a secret. Therefore, this matter is really inconvenient to say. There's still a banquet later, so I'll take my leave first. I'll come back later to accompany everyone." Lin Feng stood up and left with the Sky River Marshal with Xiaodong Wang. Many people couldn't help but start discussing. Many people looked at Lin Feng and Xiaodong Wang with a cold gaze. Of course, these cultivators did not associate Lin Feng with Xiaodong Wang's master. After all, Lin Feng was too young. They only felt that Lin Feng might be someone like Xiaodong Wang's senior brother. They arrived at the inner hall's living room. The Sky River Marshal looked at Lin Feng and Xiaodong Wang and asked with a smile, "I wonder when the two young friends' master will be arriving?" Lin Feng coughed dryly and said, "About that. I'm his master." The Sky River Marshal could not help but be stunned. He then smiled and said, "Sorry for the disrespect. Young master is really a young hero." The two sides sat down in their respective seat. The Sky River Marshal took out a Tyrant Stone and placed it on the table. He said with a smile, "The Tyrant Stone is here. Young master, take out the Tyrant Stone and you can take it away." Lin Feng smiled and said, "I'm afraid that one Tyrant Stone is not enough to exchange for my cultivation technique." The Sky River Marshal frowned slightly and asked without batting an eyelid, "I wonder how many Tyrant Stones young master wants to exchange for?" As expected, the Sky River Marshal had more than one Tyrant Stone. Everyone was smart. Therefore, the Sky River Marshal did not hide anything. He made everything clear. This saved Lin Feng a lot of trouble. Lin Feng said, 10 tyrant stones. The Sky River Marshal snorted coldly. He said in a deep voice, although the tyrant stone's cultivation technique is precious, it's definitely not worth 10 tyrant stones. You're asking for too much. You're not sincere at all. Lin Feng smiled and said, Marshal, please don't be angry. You should know that there are many different types of tyrant stones cultivation technique. From low to high, tyrant stones are divided into 9 types. Transparent tyrant stones, white tyrant stones, red tyrant stones, orange tyrant stones, yellow tyrant stones, green tyrant stones, cyan tyrant stones, blue tyrant stones, and purple tyrant stones. In fact, above the purple tyrant stones, there are even more terrifying and powerful tyrant stones. Of course, the value of each tyrant stone is different. Ordinary tyrant stones are naturally not worth 10 tyrant stones. However, the tyrant stone that I want to take out is not an ordinary tyrant stone. It's the 7th grade of the White Tiger Tyrant Stone. When he heard the words White Tiger Tyrant Stone, Xianyuan Zhentian could not help but feel excited. However, he did not show it. He said, the 7th grade of Tyrant Stone is indeed precious. However, the rarer something is, the more valuable it is. To some cultivators who need it, tyrant stones are simply priceless treasures. To cultivators who don't need it, it's just an ordinary stone. Therefore, even with the White Tiger Tyrant Stone, it's very difficult to exchange for so many tyrant stones. Of course, there's another important thing. I can't take out so many tyrant stones. Lin Feng said, how many tyrant stones can the marshal take out? 3. Xianyuan Zhentian said. Lin Feng could not help but sneer. I came with sincerity, but it seems that the marshal does not have any sincerity. If that's the case, then there's nothing for us to talk about. Lin Feng stood up and was about to leave. Xianyuan Zhentian frowned slightly and said, how about this? How about 5 tyrant stones in exchange for your White Tiger Tyrant Stone? Lin Feng said, 7. Less than 7. I won't consider a deal. Xianyuan Zhentian's expression became uncertain. He actually only had 10 tyrant stones. If he gave Lin Feng 7 tyrant stones, then he would only have 3 tyrant stones left. After obtaining the White Tiger Tyrant Stone, cultivating the White Tiger Tyrant Stone would consume 1 tyrant stone, so he would only have 2 tyrant stones left. Xianyuan Zhentian wanted to give his son 1 tyrant stone so that he could cultivate the White Tiger Tyrant Stone and increase his strength. Then, he would only have 1 tyrant stone left. If his brothers knew about this, they would probably come looking for him. At that time, there would not be a single tyrant stone left. If he obtained other tyrant stones in the future, wouldn't he have to worry about not having enough tyrant stones? However, thinking about it carefully, how difficult would it be to obtain other tyrant stones? Moreover, if he really obtained them, perhaps he could even go to the dangerous place at the bottom of the heavenly river to search. Who knew? He might be able to obtain 1 or 2 tyrant stones. At this thought, Xianyuan Zhentian said, all right, we'll do as you say. As he spoke, Xianyuan Zhentian took out 7 tyrant stones. These 7 tyrant stones were placed on the table one by one. In fact, at the very beginning, Lin Feng never thought that he could use the White Tiger Tyrant Stone to exchange for so many tyrant stones. At the beginning, he felt that it was a loss to use the White Tiger Tyrant Stone to exchange for 1 tyrant stone. Therefore, he wanted to privately discuss the exchange of tyrant stones with Xianyuan Zhentian. What was the first principle of negotiation? Of course, the first principle wasn't fairness. The first principle of negotiation was to demand an exorbitant price. Then, he would leave some leeway for himself. Therefore, Lin Feng demanded an exorbitant price. Then, he bluffed as if there was nothing to discuss if Xianyuan Zhentian didn't agree to his conditions. Who would have thought Xianyuan Zhentian would actually agree to Lin Feng's conditions? Actually, it was mainly because Xianyuan Batian wasn't good at negotiation. If there was anything that needed to be negotiated with others, Xianyuan Zhentian would basically not appear. His subordinates would negotiate with the other party. However, today was different. On that day, the negotiation between him and Lin Feng was a private one. Therefore, Xianyuan Zhentian didn't bring those eloquent subordinates. He personally went up to negotiate with Lin Feng, so he was naturally passive. However, if he really wanted to talk about it, he didn't lose out either. After all, the value of the White Tiger Tyrant Stone was there for all to see. The White Tiger Tyrant Stone might not be considered a powerful Tyrant Stone to Lin Feng. However, 999,999% of the cultivators, it was a different story. The White Tiger Tyrant Stone was definitely a Tyrant Stone that was enough to make them go crazy. After both parties completed the transaction, everyone was happy. Haha, we must drink a few more cups later, Xianyuan Zhentian said with a smile. Don't think that Xianyuan Zhentian was that easy to talk to. Actually, it wasn't like that. Xianyuan Zhentian showed an amiable and approachable appearance in front of Lin Feng because Xianyuan Zhentian felt that Lin Feng wasn't a simple person. Even if he didn't know Lin Feng, he could still see how extraordinary Lin Feng was from many aspects. This was also the main reason why he negotiated with Lin Feng calmly. If it was someone else, he wouldn't have such a good attitude. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Most of the cultivators who came to participate in the trade fair were Xianyuan Zhentian's friends. Although the others weren't Xianyuan Zhentian's friends, they were probably more or less related to the Heavenly River Marshal's clan. Even if these cultivators didn't obtain the Tyrant Stone, they wouldn't leave in a huff. Being able to deepen their relationship with Xianyuan Zhentian, or being able to use this opportunity to explain Xianyuan Zhentian, was naturally something that many people were happy to see. The banquet was very lively. When everyone saw Xianyuan Zhentian and Lin Feng talking and laughing, they couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. What qualifications did such a young cultivator have to be on equal footing with Xianyuan Zhentian? Could it be that the item that his master took out was too precious, so Xianyuan Zhentian was being so polite to him because of his master? After the banquet ended, Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang returned to their residence. Lin Feng imprinted the cultivation method of the hegemonic qi of the heavens in a jade tube. Then, he took out a Tyrant Stone and handed it to Xia Dongwang. He said, "Cultivate well." Xia Dongwang received these items with great excitement. He knew what the hegemonic qi of the heavens meant. He knelt on the ground and said, "Thank you, Master. Dongwang will cultivate diligently and live up to Master's expectations." Lin Feng said, "That's great." Xia Dongwang took the items and went to cultivate. Lin Feng also returned to his room. He entered the time-space. Lin Feng planned to let Bibi cultivate the hegemonic qi of the heavens. Bibi was Lin Feng's pet. However, Lin Feng had always treated Bibi like family. Imparting the hegemonic qi of the heavens to Bibi was equivalent to imparting it to his family. It wouldn't affect Lin Feng in any way. As for Xiaolong, Xiaohe, Emperor Archaic, Devil King Insect, and Primordial Ancestor Insect, Lin Feng wouldn't impart the hegemonic qi of the heavens to them for the time being. Lin Feng didn't have enough Tyrant Stones. Of the 7 Tyrant Stones, he would use one later. Xia Dongwang would get one and Bibi would get one. In this way, he would use up 3 Tyrant Stones. There were still 4 Tyrant Stones left. If Lin Feng counted the hegemonic qi of the heavens, he had already obtained 6 types of hegemonic qi. Lin Feng was thinking about obtaining 10 types of hegemonic qi in the future. After obtaining 9 types of hegemonic qi, he could use hegemonic qi to form a terrifying killing formation. However, Lin Feng felt that the number 9 was too unlucky, so Lin Feng's goal was 10 types of hegemonic qi. If he obtained other hegemonic qi one after another, he would need 4 more hegemonic qi to gather 10 types of hegemonic qi. Hegemonic qi was too rare. Lin Feng really didn't dare to guarantee that he would be able to obtain hegemonic qi in the future. Right now, Lin Feng could give hegemonic qi to Xiaohe and the others to cultivate. But what if Lin Feng obtained a new hegemonic qi in the future and couldn't find hegemonic qi? Therefore, he had to think about the future. If he could obtain a new hegemonic qi in the future, he could consider giving it to Xiaohe, Xiaolong, and the others to cultivate hegemonic qi. Forget it for now. Yaya, Bibi cried out in joy. Humans. There were close relatives and distant relatives. Lin Feng and Bibi were the closest. Naturally, he would consider Bibi first. Lin Feng immediately found a place to cultivate. In the following period of time, Lin Feng began to cultivate the hegemonic qi of the heavens. The hegemonic qi of the heavens was much harder to cultivate than he had imagined. After all, this was a terrifying hegemonic qi that surpassed the purple hegemonic qi. But fortunately, Lin Feng had the experience of cultivating hegemonic qi. In addition, Lin Feng also had the treasure hegemonic qi of the heavens to help him cultivate hegemonic qi. Lin Feng spent 10 days in the time and space to successfully cultivate the hegemonic qi of the heavens. Then, Lin Feng spent another period of time to completely familiarize himself with the hegemonic qi of the heavens. When Lin Feng came out of seclusion, Xia Donghuang was still in seclusion. Late at night, Lin Feng opened his eyes as if he had sensed something. He couldn't help but frown slightly. The reason for that was because he discovered that there were actually people who had silently infiltrated the courtyard that he lived in. Late at night, sneakily sneaking over. Obviously, the intruder didn't have good intentions. Chapter 63-63. The person who had arrived was none other than the Blood Desire Old Demon. Previously, he had wanted to exchange the Bloodspring Stone for the Tyrant Stone. However, he had not succeeded. Now that he was here, it was obvious that he was here for the Tyrant Stone. In the courtyard, Old Demon Blood Desire looked at the two-story house with a sinister gaze. His movements were extremely subtle so as to avoid being discovered by Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang. Old Demon Blood Desire was an expert of the demonic path. Naturally, he had no scruples when doing things. Killing and stealing treasures was a piece of cake for him. He knew that Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang had exchanged for the Tyrant Stone, but he did not know that Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang were master and disciple. He thought that they were fellow disciples. Since they had exchanged for the Tyrant Stone for their masters, it meant that their masters would be here as well. Perhaps they had already arrived, but had not shown themselves. Therefore, Old Demon Blood Desire did not make a move because he was worried that Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang's masters would be here. If he acted rashly and did not know the strength of Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang's masters, it would be very dangerous. Therefore, he hid in the dark and observed the situation in Lin Feng's residence. After a few days of investigation, he found that there were only Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang in the residence. Moreover, the two of them seemed to be in seclusion, and no one else came. Therefore, Old Demon Blood Desire decided to make a move. He would kill Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang. The Tyrant Stone would be his. As a giant of the demonic path, Old Demon Blood Desire did not have any psychological burden when doing such a thing. Old Demon Blood Desire carefully entered the living room and walked toward the stairs. The stairs to the second floor were on the left side of the living room. However, at this moment, Old Demon Blood Desire's expression changed slightly. He discovered that there was actually a person sitting in the living room. Old Demon Blood Desire naturally recognized Lin Feng. He was one of his targets today. Old Demon Blood Desire, right? Lin Feng looked at Old Demon Blood Desire and revealed a radiant smile. Old Demon Blood Desire was also a person who had seen great storms and waves. In the Heaven Realm's demonic path, his demonic might was awe-inspiring. Wherever he went, who wouldn't give him face? What was a mere 300-years-old young man to him? Normally, old demon blood desire would be able to squash such a young cultivator to death with just a flick of his finger. However, there was something amiss with the situation today. All of a sudden, old demon blood lust felt a stifling sensation. That oppressive chi was coming from Lin Feng's body. This was something that old demon blood desire could not believe. To think that a young cultivator who was only 300 years old could give him such a strong sense of oppression. How was this possible? But old demon blood desire had always been extremely confident in his own senses. This young man was not simple. However, when he thought about how he had been in the heaven realm for so many years and had experienced many things, he did not know how many dangerous situations he had experienced. Therefore, there was no need to panic. Old demon blood lust quickly adjusted his emotions. Old demon blood desire looked at Lin Feng and laughed strangely. "I never thought that you would have such powerful senses." Lin Feng laughed. "If I didn't even have this much senses, I would have died many times over." Lin Feng then smiled and asked, "Did you come here secretly to kill us and take the tyrant stone?" Old demon blood desire said, "Since you know my goal, then hand over the tyrant stone to me obediently. That way I can still spare your life." Old demon blood desire was bluffing. He was not sure of Lin Feng's strength, so he wanted to scare Lin Feng. If Lin Feng was truly a coward, then he might just hand over the tyrant stone and leave immediately. If Lin Feng did not cooperate, then he would have to take action. Old demon blood desire felt that his chances of winning were not small. After all, Lin Feng was too young. Even if his battle prowess was on par with old demon blood desire's or even slightly higher, his battle experience was far from being comparable. Battle experience was often very useful in a battle between cultivators, so old demon blood desire was rather confident in himself. Of course, he also had to consider the consequences of failure. If he failed, then he would immediately flee. Old demon blood desire was fully prepared. Lin Feng sneered. "Old demon blood desire, you're about to die, yet you're still boasting shamelessly. What a joke! You're courting death, blood demon claw," shouted Shui Yu furiously. He then immediately threw himself at Lin Feng. His fingernails started growing at an incredible speed. Before long, they had grown to about 1/2 meter long and were incomparably sharp. Furthermore, his fingernails were pitch black. Evidently, they contained a deadly poison. Old demon blood desire's methods were rather sinister. If one's skin was scratched by his fingernails, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing that Lin Feng was not moving at all, old demon blood desire could not help but feel pleased. He thought to himself, "This guy looks like a pretty boy. Looks like he's really useless. Although his strength is not bad, he doesn't have any battle experience. He's probably scared out of his wit." With that thought, old demon blood desire was even more confident in taking down Lin Feng. Just as his sharp claws were about to scratch Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng coldly shouted, "Kneel!" Lin Feng's shout contained the power of the heavens chi. After mastering this hockey technique, Lin Feng wanted to see how powerful this chi was. After hearing Lin Feng's shout, old demon blood desire suddenly felt as if he had become an ant. As for Lin Feng, he was like a god. Faced with Lin Feng's cold shout, old demon blood desire could not resist at all. His body was trembling in fear. With a thump, old demon blood desire, he directly knelt on the ground. His head was being suppressed by an invisible pressure, and it was pressed tightly against the ground. His buttocks were raised high. He was like a duck lying on the ground. Old demon blood desire. All of his trump cards had been destroyed by the absolute difference in strength between the two sides. All of them had been reduced to nothing. Fear, trembling, despair, shock, all sorts of emotions were mixed together. Old demon blood desire had never felt that he was so weak before. He made a gurgling sound in his throat. He wanted to say something, but he did not know what to say. Only now did old Demon Blood Desire understand why Xianyuan Jintian, who was in charge of the 8 million Heavenly River Navy, was so polite to Lin Feng. It wasn't because of Lin Feng's teacher, who he didn't know was real. Instead, it was because Lin Feng was simply too powerful. In fact, old Demon Blood Desire was also a quasi-supreme level cultivator. However, ever since Lin Feng had refined the 2 yellow sky laws, even quasi-supreme level cultivators would find it difficult to detect the depth of Lin Feng's strength. Xianyuan Jintian had refined a few transcendent level laws, but he was different from old Demon Blood Desire. Old Demon Blood Desire could not detect anything special about Lin Feng. However, because Xianyuan Jintian had mastered transcendent level laws, he could vaguely sense a dangerous aura from Lin Feng. However, old Demon Blood Desire had always felt that he could defeat Lin Feng. It was precisely because of his lack of ability that old Demon Blood Desire made the wrong judgment. Lin Feng looked at the kneeling old Demon Blood Desire and asked, "Old Demon Blood Desire, do you want to live or die?" Of course, old Demon Blood Desire wanted to live, especially since he had taken advantage of the great changes at the end of the era to grab hold of several great opportunities. Now, his cultivation had already reached the quasi-supreme level realm, and he might even break through to the transcendent level in the future. In the past, he would not have dared to imagine such a thing. If he were to die just like that, he would be extremely unwilling. However, he knew the answer. Whether he lived or died, the decision was not in his hands, but in Lin Feng's. Now that Lin Feng had said those words, it was clear that there was still hope for him to live. Old Demon Blood Desire did not have any other thoughts. As long as Lin Feng spared his life, no matter what Lin Feng asked him to do, he would do it willingly. Old Demon Blood Desire quickly said, "I want to live, young master. I am willing to be your dog. I will bite whoever you ask me to." Lin Feng was slightly stunned. He was speechless. He had not even mentioned recruiting old Demon Blood Desire, but this fellow had already taken the initiative to acknowledge him as his master. Lin Feng looked at old Demon Blood Desire with a playful expression and said, "Are you speaking the truth? You must know that I hate it when people use flowery words to deceive me. If I were to find out that someone had used flowery words to deceive me, I would definitely make that person suffer a fate worse than death." Blood Desire Old Demon shuddered before he hurriedly said, "I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. I really want to acknowledge young master as my master. I really want to be young master's dog." Of course, old Demon Blood Desire was not sincere at first, but after seeing how ruthless Lin Feng was, he was truly afraid. Furthermore, old Demon Blood Desire felt that Lin Feng was so strong at such a young age. Who knew what kind of terrifying existence he would become in the future? Thus, acknowledging Lin Feng as his master did not seem like a bad choice. Lin Feng said, "Open up your soul. I want to place a few restrictions on your soul." Yes. Old Demon Blood Desire did not dare to disobey Lin Feng's orders, and he hurriedly replied. He then completely removed the defenses on his soul. Lin Feng easily placed a few restrictions on his soul. If this person wanted to betray him, or if he was suppressed by someone, or if someone tried to forcefully search for information about him, the restrictions on his soul would automatically activate and destroy his soul. After doing all this, Lin Feng dispersed his powerful pressure. "Stand up and speak," Lin Feng said. "Yes, master." Old Demon Blood Desire crawled up from the ground, a flattering smile on his face. He knew that he was now Lin Feng's slave. He naturally had to be loyal to his master, Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "With your cultivation, you should be a tyrant in the Heaven Realm's demonic path, right?" Old Demon Blood Desire said, replying to Master's words, "This lowly one does indeed have some status in the Heaven Realm's demonic path. There are quite a few experts in the Heaven Realm's demonic path, and this lowly one has some relations with them. Lin Feng asked, "What's the current situation in the Heaven Realm's demonic path? What kind of powerful experts or factions are there?" Old Demon Blood Desire said, "There are quite a few demonic experts in the Heaven Realm. For example, there are the 10 great wandering cultivators in the overseas world and the 36 ancient devils in the inland world. This lowly one is one of the 36 ancient devils in the inland world. However, regardless of whether it's the 10 great wandering cultivators in the overseas world or the 36 ancient devils in the inland world, they are all wandering cultivators who do not belong to any faction. The truly powerful ones are the ancient sects and clans of the demonic path. There are quite a few ancient sects and clans of various sizes, but the 3 great ancient sects, 5 great clans, and 8 great demonic sects are the main ones. These 16 factions are the strongest. These factions all have top experts overseeing them." Lin Feng asked, "Are there any experts who surpass their cultivation level?" Old Demon Blood Desire said, "I haven't heard of them, but there are some who have refined laws that surpass their cultivation level. Of course, these ancient clans are usually very powerful, and a few of them are demonic factions that have transcended epoch. It wouldn't be strange for them to have experts who surpass their cultivation level." Lin Feng frowned slightly and said, "Does that mean that some of these factions are remnant races of the previous epochs? Do these remnant races have a good relationship with the Heavenly Court and the Mastermind's world?" Old Demon Blood Desire said, "Master can rest assured about this. The remnant races of the previous epochs have a very bad relationship with the Mastermind's world and the Heavenly Court. It's said that the remnant races of the previous epochs have fought against the Mastermind's world several times. It's not easy for them to have survived until now. Not all of the remnant races of the previous epochs were allies of the Mastermind's world." Lin Feng was very clear about this, and it seemed that he could rope in these remnant races of the previous epochs. Lin Feng asked, "Do you have any connections with these remnant races of the demonic path?" Old Demon Blood Desire said, "I know some of their experts. However, my relationship with them isn't that good." Lin Feng said, "It's good that you know them. How about this? Help me do 2 things. The first is to form an alliance to gather the loose cultivators of the demonic path and the evil path. The second is to help me rope in these peak powers of the demonic path. In the future, when we go to war with the 33 heavens, these powers will be of great use." When Old Demon Blood Desire heard that Lin Feng wanted to go to war with the Heavenly Court, he jumped in shock. However, he naturally did not dare to disobey Lin Feng's orders. He quickly replied, "Yes." Lin Feng said, "You might not know my identity. I am Lin Feng, the person wanted by the Heavenly Court." "Master, so you are that person?" Old Demon Blood Desire was shocked. After knowing Lin Feng's identity, Old Demon Blood Desire became even more confused. There were some things that were easier to explain. For example, when Lin Feng said that he wanted to go to war with the 33 Heavens Masters, they were enemies. If a large-scale war really broke out, it wouldn't be too surprising. Moreover, if a war really broke out, Lin Feng's side would still be able to fight. That was because the power behind Lin Feng was extremely terrifying. Not to mention other things. Just the presence of a sovereign monarch clan was enough to rally countless people to his side. Moreover, the heaven-devouring devil emperor of the sovereign emperor clan had appeared. Moreover, he had broken through to the transcendence realm. The sinner's bloodline and the various races of the great wilderness. Their enmity with the heavenly court ran deep. Lin Feng and the heaven-devouring devil emperor clearly represented the cultivators on this side. It was only a matter of time before they went to war with the heavenly court. The high-handed policies of the 33 Heavens Masters. Their actions of siding with the imperial family behind the scenes. Their actions had deeply hurt countless cultivators. After all, many people were clear that the 33 Heavens Masters had sided with the imperial family behind the scenes. When the apocalyptic war broke out, they and their families might be able to survive. However, what about the rest? Only death awaited them. Naturally, everyone wanted to overthrow the rule of the 33 Heavens Masters. However, the 33 Heavens Masters were too powerful. Although there were many forces in the Heaven Realm that wanted to overthrow the 33 Heavens Masters, there were no Transcendence Realm experts. In addition, there was no one who could unite these forces. They wanted to overthrow the 33 Heavens Masters. Easier said than done. But in Blood Desire Old Demon's opinion, Lin Feng and the Sky-Devouring Demon Emperor were powerful enough, and they could definitely unite many influential groups. They might really be able to overthrow the 33 Heavens Masters. If the 33 Heavens Masters were overthrown, at that time, wouldn't he be ranked at the top? Then wouldn't he be rich? He heard that the 33 Heavens Masters had the Transcendence Pill. At that time, if he obtained the Transcendence Pill, he might be able to break through to the Transcendence Realm. As he thought of this, Old Demon Blood Desire couldn't help but become extremely excited. Chapter 63-64. Lin Feng looked at Blood Desire Old Demon and said, "Now that you know who I am, you can use my name to carry out these tasks." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Blood Desire Old Demon could not help but rejoice. Although his cultivation was not bad and he had a certain amount of connections, he still had a lot of people. However, if he used his name to carry out Lin Feng's orders, he was afraid that the results would be barely satisfactory. However, if he used the Sovereign Emperor clan's name, Lin Feng's name, or even the Heaven-Devouring Demon Emperor's name, the results would be different. Blood Desire Old Demon's confidence in carrying out Lin Feng's orders increased greatly. This lowly one will definitely not disappoint Master's expectations. Blood Desire Old Demon quickly said. Lin Feng nodded and said, "You have something like a blood spring stone here, right?" "Yes." Blood Desire Old Demon quickly nodded and took out a blood spring stone. This blood spring stone was half a meter tall and had an irregular oval shape. It had a diameter of about 20 centimeters. It was blood-red in color and had many blood-red runes on it. Blood spring stones were materials that could be used to forge ancient weapons. They were extremely rare and precious. Lin Feng planned to use the blood spring stone to forge a natal magic treasure. Lin Feng said, "I'll be taking the blood spring stone. Of course, I won't treat you unfairly. Didn't you exchange for the Tyrant Stone because you wanted to fuse it with your body and temper it? The Tyrant Stone's power is too domineering. If you really fuse its power into your body, even you won't be able to handle it. I have 10 purple thunder fruits here. These things can improve a cultivator's physical body on a deeper level. They will definitely be of great benefit to you, much better than the Tyrant Stone." After saying that, Lin Feng took out 10 purple thunder fruits and handed them to Blood Desire Old Demon. Lin Feng had obtained these purple thunder fruits from a storage ring. As Lin Feng had encountered many opportunities and obtained many storage rings, he did not pay attention to who the storage ring belonged to. And something like the purple thunder fruit could indeed play a huge role in tempering the fleshly body. It was said that if a cultivator used the purple thunder fruit to temper their fleshly body would even form the power of purple thunder. This kind of purple lightning power was very special. Not only did it have a powerful attack power, but it also had a very strong attack power. Furthermore, it had a powerful self-healing ability. It could allow a cultivator's body to quickly recover in a short period of time. Blood Desire Old Demon had also heard of the purple thunder fruit, but he had never seen it before. He hurriedly took the purple thunder fruit from Lin Feng and thanked Lin Feng profusely. Lin Feng said, "All right, you can leave now. Then I'll take my leave." Bloodlust Old Demon said as he left hurriedly. Everything returned to normal. It was as if nothing had happened here. After returning to his room, Lin Feng entered the time and space, intending to refine his sixth life source magical weapon. However, what kind of life source magic treasure should be forged into was something that Lin Feng needed to think deeply about. Lin Feng had the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp that could attack and defend. He also had the heavily suppressed Primal Chaos Stone. He also had the 36 bamboo swords that could restrain evil spirit. He also had the soul-suppressing bell, an ancient weapon-level life source magic treasure. Of course, he also had the soft armor, which was a purely defensive life source magic treasure. Sometimes, when forging a natal magic treasure, one couldn't just forge a natal magic treasure into whatever shape they wanted. This was because there were many times when one had to consider the characteristics of the material. For example, the blood spring stone that Lin Feng had obtained was slightly more special. Why was the blood spring stone special? This was because the blood spring stone had a huge suppressive effect on a cultivator's bloodline. The power of the blood spring stone could even harm a cultivator's bloodline. If one was suppressed by the power of the blood spring stone for a long period of time, then the cultivator's bloodline could quickly collapse. For example, a certain type of god blood that was extremely powerful. However, because it was suppressed by the power of the blood spring stone, this type of god blood could very well lose its divinity and eventually become mortal blood. This was the terrifying part of the blood spring stone. Once the blood spring stone was forged into a powerful magic treasure, then the power it could unleash would be even greater. Perhaps I can forge a magic treasure that specializes in suppressing a cultivator's bloodline. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Why did Lin Feng want to forge such a magic treasure? This was because Lin Feng was very clear that in a battle between cultivators, it wasn't just a battle of divine abilities, cultivation methods, and magic treasures. Many times, one would rely on one's own bloodline. Lin Feng himself was the same in many battles. He was extremely reliant on his own bloodline. Just think about it. If one's bloodline was suppressed or destroyed, then many abilities couldn't be used. What would happen then? Just thinking about it made one's hair stand on end and shudder. Just as Lin Feng planned to forge this life source magic treasure, Lin Feng discovered that the Wu sisters, who had been in seclusion for a long time, had actually come out. Lin Feng wanted to go and see the Wu sisters first. Then he would go and make his sixth weapon. Lin Feng arrived at the cave abode where the Wu sisters were in seclusion. When they saw Lin Feng, the Wu sisters were extremely happy. They stood up and looked at Lin Feng affectionately. "You've been in seclusion for so long. How's your progress?" Lin Feng asked with a smile. Wu Hanjiao said, "Our strength is improving very quickly, and as we grow stronger, we discovered that many memories have recovered in our minds. There are memories of divine abilities and some strange scenes. I wonder if those are the memories left behind by the Empyrean Fairy?" Wu Hanming said, "Young master, if those memories are really the memories left behind by our previous incarnation, we won't completely lose ourselves, right?" Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He thought about it and comforted them. "Don't worry, it should be just some memories. The Empyrean Fairy didn't leave a soul seed in your minds. As long as there is no soul seed, so what if you are reincarnated? The Empyrean Fairy won't be able to do anything to you." Hearing Lin Feng's words, the Wu sisters' expressions turned slightly better. In the following days, Lin Feng and the Wu sisters didn't cultivate. The Wu sisters finally came out of seclusion. Lin Feng naturally had to accompany them. A land of warmth, a hero's grave. A monarch would not have morning court for 3 months. It was indeed a pleasure to forget home. Fortunately, Lin Feng wasn't the kind of person who couldn't control himself. Lin Feng's principle was, enjoy when you should. Work hard when you should. After spending a few days with Lin Feng, the Wu sisters quickly went back to meditating in seclusion. After the two sisters entered seclusion, Lin Feng planned to forge his sixth life source magic treasure. Lin Feng planned to forge his sixth life source magic treasure into a mirror-type life source magic treasure. It would be called the Blood Magic Mirror. It would use blood spring stones as the main material and heavenly demonic crystals as the mirror surface. Lin Feng attached great importance to this treasure. Time passed slowly. Lin Feng spent 10 days. He finally succeeded in forging the Blood Magic Mirror. The initial level of the Blood Magic Mirror was the Saint Realm. It was roughly equivalent to a Saint Realm magic treasure of the Saint Realm. Lin Feng also knew that even if blood spring stones could be used to forge an ancient weapon-level magic treasure in theory, that was only the level that could be reached in theory. In reality, to directly forge a life source magic treasure of this level, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Not to mention directly forging an ancient weapon-level life source magic treasure, even directly forging a life source magic treasure that transcended the realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Of course, there was no lack of heaven-defying people in the world who might be able to do it, but Lin Feng obviously couldn't do it at the moment. It was already not easy to forge the Blood Magic Mirror into a Saint Realm sacred weapon. Moreover, this was only the initial level. In the future, it could continue to evolve and increase its level. In theory, there was still a chance to reach the ancient weapon level in the future. Of course, to reach the ancient weapon level might require some opportunities. This was actually the same as a cultivator breaking through to the Transcendence realm. However, it was not difficult to make Lin Feng's Blood Magic Mirror quickly break through to the Transcendence realm. Because Lin Feng still had a few pieces of deep-sea dragon stones. Lin Feng's other life source magic treasures had reached the Transcendence realm because they had absorbed the power of the deep-sea dragon stones and completed the transformation. When the Blood Magic Mirror reached the peak of the Saint Realm, it could then absorb the power of the deep-sea dragon stones and break through to the Transcendence realm. The next day after Lin Feng came out of seclusion, Xia Donghuang came out of seclusion. Looking at Xia Donghuang's happy face, it was clear that he had successfully cultivated the hegemonic aura of the heavens. Mastering this kind of hegemonic aura of the heavens was of great help to oneself. It was also unimaginable for one's combat strength to increase. For example, Xia Donghuang, after cultivating the hegemonic aura of the heavens, his realm did not increase, but his combat strength was likely to increase by several levels. This was the terrifying part of the hegemonic aura of the heavens. After Xia Donghuang came out of seclusion, Lin Feng and the others stayed for another day and then left the Heavenly River City. Lin Feng studied the marked location that he had obtained from the Heavenly River Trading Company. He planned to go to the first location with Xia Donghuang. This place was called the Stone Forest. It was quite famous in the 8th level of the Heaven Realm. The Stone Forest had been around for a long time. It was said that it was very likely an ancient ruin that had existed since the primordial era. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang arrived at the Stone Forest a month later. Looking from afar, they saw huge stone peaks in the distance. Those stone peaks were of different heights. The taller ones were more than 1,000 meters, while the shorter ones were 200 to 300 meters. Each stone peak was bare, without a single blade of grass. From afar, they looked like huge ancient trees. It was said that the stone forest covered an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. It was extremely large. Many cultivators shuttled through the stone forest. It was said that the stone forest recorded unparalleled immortal technique. It was said that there were also a few ancient weapon-level treasures buried here. Therefore, the stone forest had always attracted countless cultivators to search for these things. However, a long time had passed. No one had obtained the rumored unparalleled immortal technique. No one was able to find the ancient weapons either. Chapter 63-65. The records of the Wei River were limited to some ancient books and Taoist scriptures. but because these ancient books and Taoist scriptures were written by later generations, so it was hard to tell if the contents of these ancient books and Taoist scriptures were correct. For example, the classic of mountains and seas was more widely circulated now. Did the divine beasts and strange beasts recorded in it really exist? That was not necessarily true. Many of them were fabricated. So it was hard to say if this place was the origin of the Wei River. The Wei River originated from the stone forest. Because of this sentence, when the Tianhe Trading Company summarized the clues of the Wei River, they also included the stone forest. Lin Feng took out a stone cauldron, which was obtained by Lin Feng a few years ago. It was engraved with Shennong patterns. Although it was not the legendary Shennong cauldron, but it was very likely to have been forged by Shennong. In fact, before Shennong forged the Shennong cauldron, he had forged many stone cauldrons. The Shennong cauldron was a masterpiece of many stone cauldrons. As for the stone cauldron that Lin Feng had, the craftsmanship was actually extremely perfect. But there was some problem with some link, so it was not completed. But even so, it was definitely a top stone cauldron. Lin Feng felt that it was not easy to find the missing Wei River. Some tokens were needed. Only then could they find it. And obviously, some things related to Shennong were the best tokens. In fact, even with tokens they might not be able to find it. But without tokens it was very likely that they would not be able to find it. Lin Feng held the stone cauldron and walked through the stone forest with Xia Donghuang. They went to many places, but there was no movement from the stone cauldron. About 5 days later, they saw a small town appear in the distance. Above the town, people came and went. It was very lively. Many people came to the stone forest to look for opportunities and then settled down in the town. Lin Feng felt that maybe he could go to the town to inquire about the Wei River. Maybe he could find some useful information. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang came to the town together. The town was called Stone Forest Town, which complemented the stone forest. Although the town was not big, there were many kinds of shops. There were even many gambling houses, stone workshops, brothels, and other places. Such places were often the most lively places. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang found an inn to stay in. The innkeeper was a middle-aged cultivator who looked very shrewd. This kind of person was born and raised in this place, and had heard many things. Lin Feng felt that he could ask him, so Lin Feng looked for an opportunity to chat with the innkeeper. Hearing that Lin Feng was looking for the Wei River, the shop owner said, "There are indeed rumors that Stone Forest is related to the Wei River, but I don't know the specifics. Perhaps you can ask Old Man Shui. He used to study the quintessence, and he has a large collection of books at home. He might know a little about Stone Forest." "I'll have to trouble you to introduce me," Lin Feng said. "A piece of cake," the boss said with a smile. With Lin Feng in tow, Xia Donghuang went to visit the Old Man Shui. Old Man Shui's name was Shui Shantang. He lived in a courtyard on the east side of the town. Old Man Shui's cultivation was not particularly high, not even in the saint realm. He was very old and looked like a piece of rotten wood. He did not have much lifespan left. Shui Shantang said politely. Lin Feng went straight to the point. He asked, "Has Old Man Shui heard that the Wei River originates from Stone Forest?" Shui Shantang said, "No, but the Wei River does seem to flow through Stone Forest. It's a tributary of the main river. It's said that a branch of the Shennong clan lives nearby." "A branch of the Shennong clan lives there?" Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Shui Shantang nodded and said, "The Wei River is not simple. The Shennong clan originates from the source of the Wei River. Back in the day, the Wei River was a famous river in the celestial realm. It even passed through space-time and flowed into other worlds. It's said that some parts of the Wei River are connected to some unknown and terrifying world. These unknown and terrifying worlds are suspected to be foreign worlds. Occasionally, terrifying creatures would come to this world. In order to suppress these creatures, The Shenong clan's branches appeared in many important places to guard them. So that's how it is, Lin Feng nodded. Many of the Shenong clan's actions were indeed meritorious. After all, that was the era when the high heavens established their Tao. Everyone knew about the era when the high heavens established their Tao. The experts born in this epoch had yet to truly mature. If the foreign creatures really came, it would be a disaster for the countless creatures born in this epoch. Old man Shui, do you know where the source of the Wei River is? Lin Feng asked. The source of the Wei River. It was where the main branch of the Wei River was located, and it was the target of Lin Feng's search. Shui Shantang shook his head and said, I don't know. Lin Feng continued asking, Do you know how to find the branches of the Wei River? Shui Shantang replied, I'm not sure either. Lin Feng sighed softly. It seemed that the clues had come to a dead end. Shui Shantang continued, however, I saw a piece of information in an ancient book. It said that before the Wei River disappeared, the branches of the Shenong clan that were stationed everywhere left. Some people speculated that they returned to the clan, and the Wei River disappeared after that. According to some ancient records, the disappearance of the Wei River might be due to the fact that it's hidden somewhere in spacetime. It's to avoid a possible calamity. Lin Feng agreed with Shui Shantang's words. As far as he was concerned, the Wei River hadn't truly disappeared. It was just located in an unknown parallel spacetime. Thus, he couldn't find it. However, if he could find the right method, then he should be able to find some clues that would lead him to the Wei River. Presumably, the Shenong clan's people were still living in that other world. All these years, the Shenong clan had been hiding from the world. He had even managed to avoid the most tragic battle between Xiantian lifeforms. He wondered how strong the Shenong clan was. After leaving Shui Shantang's place, Lin Feng planned to rest for a day before continuing to search for clues about the Wei River. If he really couldn't find it, then Lin Feng would have to go somewhere else. However, there was something that Lin Feng hadn't expected. That night, the stone forest began to shake violently. The stone peaks became sparkling and translucent. Countless runes appeared on each of the stone peaks. Those runes were mysterious, ancient, and powerful. No one knew what those runes meant. Those runes vibrated with terrifying fluctuations. Then beams of light shot up into the sky, illuminating the boundless starry sky. What was going on? Countless people looked at the stone forest in shock. The sudden change in the stone forest was indeed very shocking. The beams of light shot out from the stone peaks of the stone forest intertwined in the void, and then a Milky Way world slowly emerged. That Milky Way world was very mysterious and exuded an extremely ancient aura, as if it had existed since ancient times. Everyone looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, looking at that Milky Way world. The sudden change had indeed surprised many people. Now they didn't even know what was so special about that Milky Way world. What's that? At this time, a cultivator exclaimed. Everyone looked at the Milky Way world, and then they saw an ancient starry sky ship appear in the depths of that Milky Way world. That Milky Way world was obviously not a real world, and the ancient starry sky ship that appeared in the Milky Way world shouldn't be a real ancient starry sky ship, right? Could it be a space-time imprint? Many people couldn't help but mutter. This possibility was quite high, but soon everyone found that they had guessed wrong, because that ancient starry sky ship had flown out of the Milky Way world. F***CK, what's going on? What the hell? Countless people exclaimed. The situation in front of them was indeed shocking. After all, the Milky Way world was illusory and not a real world. However, in such an illusory world, a real ancient starry sky ship flew out. Anyone who encountered such a thing would be greatly shocked. There were many things. There was something fishy about all of them. What a huge ancient starry sky ship! Then, someone exclaimed. Many people came back to their senses and carefully observed the starry sky, ancient starry sky ship. That starry sky, ancient starry sky ship was indeed very big. How big was it? Lin Feng visually estimated that the starry sky, ancient starry sky ship was about 30 to 40,000 meters long. One must know that 1,000 meters was 1 kilometer, so 30 to 40,000 meters meant that the starry sky, ancient starry sky ship was 30 to 40 kilometers long. F***ck. If one walked, it would take a long time to walk from one end to the other. Not only was this ancient ship long, but it was also very tall. It was about 17,000 to 18,000 meters tall. If converted to kilometers, it would be about 17 to 18 kilometers long. Lin Feng could be considered a knowledgeable person. However, Lin Feng had never seen such a huge starry sky, ancient starry sky ship before. F***ck. How was this starry sky, ancient starry sky ship made? There was probably no such craftsmanship in this world, right? Anyone who drove such a starry sky, ancient starry sky ship would be crushed to pieces. It was simply a weapon of war. In the middle of a large-scale battle, driving such a huge starry sky, ancient starry sky ship, it directly scattered the enemy's cultivator army and crushed them into meat paste. F***ck, let alone seeing it, I've never even heard of such a starry sky, ancient starry sky ship before. Is this a starry sky, ancient starry sky ship from our universe? I don't think so. I'm afraid our universe doesn't have such a powerful shipbuilding technology, right? Could it be a starry sky, ancient starry sky ship controlled by the Mastermind's World Imperial Clan? Ah? The Mastermind's World Imperial Clan? If it's a starry sky, ancient starry sky ship controlled by them, what are they trying to do by driving it here? Could it be that they want to destroy all the worlds in advance? A feeling of panic began to spread among the crowd. It was no wonder that they were panicking. After all, this was a matter of life and death. It would be strange if they didn't panic. At this moment, the illusory Milky Way world began to fade, and it didn't take long for it to completely disappear. As for the starry sky, ancient starry sky ship that was suspended in midair, it seemed to have lost all its ability to float in the air. Then, it began to fall rapidly. What's going on? Countless people were dumbfounded. Not long ago, they were still discussing whether or not this starry sky, ancient starry sky ship was controlled by the Mastermind's world. In the next moment, the starry sky, ancient starry sky ship began to fall rapidly. Was it going to crash? However, this starry sky, ancient starry sky ship was too extraordinary, and the materials used to forge it were also incomparably precious and powerful. Therefore, even if it fell rapidly from a high altitude, it shouldn't crash, right? The rebounding force, it should be very easy to deal with. Boom! Or when such a behemoth fell, it naturally caused a huge commotion. The moment the starry sky, ancient starry sky ship fell, an earth-shattering sound resounded throughout the world. The earth shook violently. Dense cracks even appeared on it, as if an earthquake had occurred. However, this situation didn't last for too long. Soon, peace was restored. Let's go and see what's going on with that starry sky, ancient starry sky ship. Countless cultivators shouted excitedly. Then, they quickly flew toward the place where the starry sky, ancient starry sky ship had fallen. It was no wonder that everyone was so excited. Such a starry sky, ancient starry sky ship had fallen. It was very likely that there was a problem with this starry sky, ancient starry sky ship. Moreover, this starry sky, ancient starry sky ship shouldn't belong to the Mastermind's world. Therefore, countless cultivators, it was as if they saw treasures, wealth, divine abilities, immortal scriptures, and other things waving at them. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang also quickly flew toward the starry sky, ancient starry sky ship that had fallen. In the face of such a mysterious starry sky, ancient ship of mysterious origin, no one could remain calm in front of it. Anyone who saw this ancient starry sky ship would be very excited, wanting to find something amazing from it. 2 hours later, Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang arrived at the place where the ancient starry sky ship had fallen. A large number of stone peaks had been completely crushed. Countless cultivators spread out from all directions, surrounding the ancient starry sky ship, observing it. Some cultivators tried to board the ship. However, when they reached 100 meters away from the ancient starry sky ship, they suddenly became crazy, roaring, and then taking out their magic treasures, killing their companions. The companions of those cultivators were also in an extremely bad situation. They also went crazy, fighting with their companions, and in the end, both of them died. Many such things happened one after another. Therefore, many cultivators who were originally eager to board the ship and check it out were shocked. The ancient starry sky ship couldn't be approached? Otherwise, how could such a strange and terrifying thing happen? Everyone didn't know what was going on. They all stood in the distance and watched the ancient starry sky ship. It's a magnetic field, an old cultivator said. The magnetic field interfered with the souls of those people, causing them to completely lose themselves and become tools that only know how to kill. In the end, they died together with their companions. It's just an ancient starry sky ship. Can it produce such a powerful magnetic field? Many people were puzzled. The old cultivator said, maybe it's not the magnetic field produced by the ancient starry sky ship. It's not produced by the ancient starry sky ship? Could it be produced by the corpses of some experts? Many people's eyes suddenly lit up. If that was the case, one could imagine how powerful those corpses were when they were alive. Such experts would definitely have unimaginable treasures in their storage rings. Treasures were indeed tempting. Wasn't there a saying that birds die in pursuit of food and men die in pursuit of wealth? Therefore, when faced with a huge amount of wealth, many people were even willing to gamble their lives for it. If the magnetic field is still there, it will be very difficult for us to board the ancient starry sky ship. A cultivator said with a frown. Yeah, is there any way to dissolve the magnetic field? Or weaken the magnetic field's power? Someone asked. The old cultivator said, everyone, don't worry. If this old man's guess is correct, the magnetic field on the ancient starry sky ship will quickly dissipate when it sees the light of day again. After hearing the old cultivator's words, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Feng carefully sensed the magnetic field and found that it was indeed rapidly dissipating. He estimated that it wouldn't be long before the magnetic field of the ancient starry sky ship could no longer affect the souls of cultivators. Lin Feng observed the ancient starry sky ship. He had taken a fancy to this ancient starry sky ship. This was a weapon of war. It would be great if he could control this ancient starry sky ship. Later, he would give it a try and see if he could control this ancient starry sky ship. 2 hours later, someone controlled a demonic beast and let it try to approach the ancient starry sky ship. They wanted to see if the demonic beast would be affected by the ancient starry sky ship. When the demonic beast was about 30 meters away from the ancient starry sky ship, it began to go crazy. Obviously, the magnetic field's power had not completely dissipated. Therefore, everyone waited for another 2 hours. Someone continued to use demonic beasts to test the magnetic field of the ancient starry sky ship. This time, the demonic beast successfully arrived beside the ancient starry sky ship. The magnetic field disappeared. Countless cultivators' eyes suddenly lit up. Then, these cultivators flew towards the ancient starry sky ship. However, when they arrived beside the ancient starry sky ship, they discovered something terrifying. Because everyone found that their magic power had been sealed. This ancient starry sky ship has been fused with a forbidden magic stone. Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't understand. Why would the other party fuse a forbidden magic stone on the ancient starry sky ship? Lin Feng thought about it. He could roughly guess the reason. Forging such an ancient starry sky ship must have cost a lot of magic power. The owner of the ancient starry sky ship was probably worried that a top expert would take away this ancient starry sky ship. Therefore, he had fused the forbidden magic stone. No matter how strong you were, once you boarded this ancient starry sky ship, your magic power would be sealed, and you wouldn't be able to display your true combat strength. You could only use your physical body to fight. However, it was hard to say what would happen if you used your physical body to fight. Therefore, even if you were an expert who had surpassed your realm, if you wanted to board the ancient starry sky ship and seize the ownership of this ancient starry sky ship, you might be killed by the other party on this ancient starry sky ship because your magic power was sealed. Moreover, there was one more point. Lin Feng felt that the owner of this ancient starry sky ship must have a backup plan. The magic power of others might be sealed, but the owner of this ancient starry sky ship might not be sealed. If the cultivators who came to seize the ancient starry sky ship were too strong and the subordinates of the owner of the ancient starry sky ship couldn't resist them, then the owner of the ancient starry sky ship would definitely be able to kill those who wanted to seize the ancient starry sky ship. After all, he could use his magic power on this ancient starry sky ship, but those who wanted to seize the ancient starry sky ship could only rely on their physical body. What was the difference between using one's physical body to resist someone's magic power or magic treasure? In this way, the owner of this ancient starry sky ship could perfectly control this ancient starry sky ship. No one could take it away from him. Chapter 63-66. Since there was no way to fly onto this ancient starry sky ship, everyone had to use their own means to board. Some people used some tools to board the ship, some people used flying pets to board the ship, and some people had tyrannical bodies. With a sudden leap, they could jump thousands of meters into the air. Boarding the ship was naturally not a difficult task. Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang boarded the ship in this way. They directly jumped onto the deck. Many people had already flocked to the cabin on the first floor. The cabin was very large. On the first floor, not only was there a huge central hall, there were also many resting rooms. In addition, there were canteens, taverns, brothels, gambling houses, pawn shops, and other places. After seeing these places, Lin Feng showed a surprised expression. It seemed that this ancient starry sky ship was not used in the war. It was most likely used as a transport ship. For example, when Lin Feng crossed the vast sea from the Tianwu continent to the core continent of the 9 continents Great World, he took a merchant ship. Of course, the route taken by such a powerful ancient starry sky ship was definitely not simple. Could it be a cross-universe voyage? Lin Feng thought of a possibility. When he thought of this possibility, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Thinking about it, it seemed to be possible. After all, every year there were so many people who had to leave their universe to live in other universes for various reasons. And among these people, if they relied on their own ability to cross the universe crack, then 95% of them would die in the process. The mortality rate was really too high, it was simply despairing. But if they boarded the ancient starry sky ship in front of them, it was obviously much safer. Such a huge ancient starry sky ship was likely to be able to withstand the raging spacetime force in the universe crack. Of course, crossing the universe not only faced the terrifying spacetime force of the universe crack, but also the powerful creatures living in the universe crack. An ordinary ancient starry sky ship would definitely not be able to deal with such powerful creatures. But the ancient starry sky ship in front of them was different. This ancient starry sky ship was an ancient starry sky ship that imprisoned magic power. If they really wanted to fight against those powerful creatures, they would directly crash into them. When the time comes, those powerful creatures would find that their magic power was sealed. At that time, they would most likely die under the attack of such a warship. If it was really a ship that came from another universe, then which universe did it come from? Kunlun universe? Universe of time? Or the Nirvana universe? Wow, so many immortal stones! Exclamations of cultivators rang out from the gambling house in the distance. Someone discovered a large number of high-grade immortal stones in the gambling house, and many cultivators rushed in to fight for them. However, Lin Feng didn't participate. He went to the rooms where the cultivators lived and found that every room was empty. Why was there no one? Could it be that all the passengers had disembarked? The new passengers hadn't even boarded the ship yet, and the ship was already having problems? Was there such a possibility? I wonder where the crew is? In the control room? Rest room? Usually, such a huge ancient ship would have a control room for the crew to rest on every floor. The rest room was usually at the bow of the ship so that it would be easier to observe the situation in front and behind as well as on both sides. Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang walked towards the bow of the ship. When the two of them arrived, no one had come yet. The control room and the rest room were next to each other. Xia Dongwang opened the door to the rest room. Lin Feng looked inside and found that it was empty. Then, Xia Dongwang opened the door to the control room. It was empty inside too. If the cultivators here had really been attacked, where were the corpses? Why were there no corpses? Had the corpses been eaten? Or had they been thrown out? However, Lin Feng didn't find any signs of fighting. Logically speaking, there should be signs of fighting, right? However, there weren't any signs of fighting here. This was a little strange. This place was indeed full of strange things. Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang went to the second floor of the ship and went straight to the rest room. The situation in the control room was the same as before. There was no one in the rest room and the control room. There were no signs of fighting either. As for the other places, there was no one. However, there were a lot of good things in this ancient starry sky ship. There were many gambling houses and other places that stored a large number of immortal stones. However, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that there was a huge warehouse built on each floor. There were all kinds of rare treasures piled up in the warehouse. One had to know. The space of a storage ring was limited and couldn't store too many things. There was one more thing. During a battle, the storage ring would be damaged easily due to the impact of energy. Therefore, many people wouldn't even carry some precious things with them. Instead, they would put them in the family treasury. Of course, this ancient ship was an ancient ship that crossed the universe. It transported all kinds of rare treasures. They probably wanted to sell them in different places in exchange for a large amount of rewards. Therefore, the other party put these treasures in the treasury. It was safer this way. Go and see if there are any good treasures in the treasury that are worth collecting. Lin Feng looked at Xia Dongwang and said. He couldn't split himself and couldn't go over. Xia Dongwang didn't need to follow him. Lin Feng's treasures worth collecting mainly referred to some top-grade magic treasures that could be used to equip the cultivator army. The strength of the magic treasures of the cultivator army would play a huge role in the battle. In addition to magic treasures, there were also some top-grade refining materials that were worth collecting. Of course, some high-level pills were also worth collecting. Sometimes, a high-level pill could save a life at a critical moment. Yes. Xia Dongwang responded and quickly rushed in the direction of the treasury. Lin Feng continued to rush up. He wanted to find some corpses of the crew to prove whether some of his speculations were true or not. However, it seemed to be very difficult to find the corpses of the crew. Lin Feng went all the way to the 20th floor of the cabin but didn't find any corpses of the crew. There were several suspicious places in this ancient ship. The first place, the ancient ship didn't suffer any damage. The second place, the control room, the lounge was empty. The third place, the treasures in the treasury were not taken away. Even the gambling money in the gambling house was not taken away. Some people even found the immortal stones that the brothel women had saved up. What did this mean? This meant that when the accident happened, no one left the ancient ship. Why was this so? Because some people absolutely valued money more than their own lives. If they had the chance to leave, no matter how dangerous it was, they would definitely find a way to take away a large amount of wealth. Yet, these riches were placed here in perfect condition. The fourth place. Everything was placed too neatly. But if there was really an accident, how could it be so neat? For example, the benches and tables. When everyone panicked and wanted to escape from here, they definitely couldn't avoid being touched by the cultivators. There should be a deviation in their position. But this situation didn't happen. Lin Feng had a few doubts, so he carefully analyzed the situation. In other words, if there was really some kind of accident back then, when such an accident happened, he should have been killed without being able to react at all. But the entire ancient ship was so huge. To kill everyone at the same time. How did the other party do it? This point really made Lin Feng feel puzzled. Lin Feng planned to go to the main control room to take a look. Maybe he could find some more important clues there. He could even control the entire ancient ship in the main control room. Lin Feng was very envious of this ancient ship. Naturally, he had to do everything possible. He had obtained this ancient starry sky ship. Lin Feng guessed that the main control room should be on the top floor, because this ancient ship was 17 or 18,000 meters high. These cabins were about 30 meters apart from each other. From the ground to the first floor of the hull, it was about 2,000 meters. Calculating like this, the entire ancient ship had about 500 floors. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. The scale of this ancient starship was truly shocking. Lin Feng thought about it again. To forge this ancient ship, let's not talk about the technical difficulties. Let's talk about the amount of money spent. It was definitely an astronomical figure. So the owner of the ancient ship was definitely an unimaginably powerful existence. Even a quasi-powerhouse might not have such power. Could it be a powerhouse beyond the realm? If the other party was really a powerhouse beyond the realm, then would he die in the accident? If he also died in the accident, that would be terrible. Some of the hidden things may not be something that a cultivator of Lin Feng's level could explore. But after all, it was a matter from countless years ago. If there was really a terrifying existence that descended on this ancient ship, it was already a thing of the past. The other party had left long ago? Lin Feng tried to comfort himself, and then quickly walked up the mountain. 100 floors, 200 floors, 300 floors, 400 floors. When passing through the lower cabins, Lin Feng didn't feel anything special. But when he came to the 300th floor, Lin Feng felt a sense of oppression. As he continued to go up, this sense of oppression was getting more and more serious. Now that Lin Feng came to the 400th floor, he even felt that it was a little difficult to breathe. Lin Feng didn't know where this sense of oppression came from. But the source of this sense of oppression made Lin Feng's mind become dignified. Perhaps this ancient ship, even after countless years, still had some evil things. He had to be careful. But thinking that his physical body was incomparably terrifying, if he really encountered danger, perhaps he could jump off the ship and leave. Although it was a bit high. But it shouldn't be enough to kill him. Lin Feng continued to walk towards the upper cabins. Although the sense of oppression was constantly increasing, in fact, this sense of oppression couldn't stop Lin Feng's footstep. Finally, Lin Feng came to the 500th floor. The 500th floor was different from other places. There weren't many rooms here. Lin Feng probably only saw a dozen rooms, which should be the captain's resting place. There were also some rooms that were estimated to be alchemy rooms, refining rooms, and the like. Lin Feng walked towards the main operation room. When he arrived outside the main operation room, Lin Feng took a deep breath and pushed the door of the main operation room open. The main operation room was very large, but The main control room was also empty. There was nothing there. It was no different from the other control rooms. Lin Feng looked at the situation of the main operation room. Facing the door of the main operation room, there was a huge crystal screen. These crystal screens should be treasures forged by alchemists. Through some special array patterns, the outside scene would appear on these crystal screens. As for the operation table, there were many array patterns drawn on it. Different array patterns had different functions. For example, some array patterns may be used to monitor the situation outside. These array patterns were connected to the screen of the main operation room and could even freely switch the scene in all directions. Some array patterns. It could control the attack restrictions, defense restrictions, and so on of this ancient starship. Some array patterns. It could control the ancient starship's spirit stone cannon. Lin Feng wanted to try to control these array patterns, but there was a strange force that prevented Lin Feng from controlling these array patterns. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. I just saw a staircase. There should be another floor above. It should be the rooftop. Let's go to the rooftop and have a look. At this time, the voice of the demon lord resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng nodded. He left the main operation room and walked in the direction of the stairs. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at the rooftop of the ancient starship. When he arrived here, Lin Feng found that there was a stone coffin on the rooftop of the ancient starship. It was a green sarcophagus. 18 chains bound the sarcophagus. This is... Lin Feng's eyelids twitched violently. Although he didn't know who this stone coffin was related to, Lin Feng felt that this stone coffin was extremely unusual. That oppressive feeling should be coming from this stone coffin, right? Was it also because of this stone coffin that the people on the ancient Starry Sky ship had disappeared without a trace? Could it be that a mysterious expert was buried in this stone coffin? Clatter, clatter, clatter. Suddenly, the 18 chains that locked the stone coffin violently collided with each other. Every time they collided, there would be a violent collision sound. In addition to the collision of the chains, the stone coffin also shook violently. F***ck, it can't be that strange, right? I just want to control this huge, ancient starship. I don't want to get involved in other things. Lin Feng couldn't help but cry out gloomily. If this stone coffin was really the culprit behind the deaths of those cultivators, one could imagine how terrifying the existence buried in this stone coffin was. Lin Feng definitely didn't want to provoke the existence inside this stone coffin. Lin Feng planned to leave. But suddenly, he found that the world had changed. He disappeared from the stone forest. This ancient starship had arrived in the outer starry sky world and was quickly passing through the space storm that was raging in outer starry sky. The stone coffin disappeared without a trace. It's not real. It should be a mark from the past. At this time, there were no stone coffins on this ancient starship. Lin Feng muttered to himself as he looked at the situation in front of him. He looked ahead and saw that there was a huge black hole in front of him. A universe black hole. A black hole that could bury experts beyond their realm. The universe black hole shrouded the ancient starship. This time, the ancient starship couldn't avoid it. Alarms began to ring throughout the ancient starship. A universe black hole has appeared in front of us. Everyone, return to your rooms. Don't come out and walk around. At this time, a low voice came from the main control room. Then, a cultivator came out from the main control room and came to the deck. This cultivator was a tall and burly middle-aged cultivator. This middle-aged cultivator should be the captain of this ancient starship. Activate the formation pattern to level 10. The middle-aged cultivator shouted. Yes. The cultivator in the main control room worked together with the cultivators in the other control rooms to activate the formation pattern to the maximum level, which was the level 10 formation pattern that the captain had mentioned. The entire ancient starry sky ship was protected by powerful defensive runes. The next moment, This huge, ancient starship rushed into the universe black hole in front of them. Chapter 63-67. Darkness swallowed the light. The surrounding atmosphere was very oppressive. Even though he had only seen the universe black hole in the imprinted world, Lin Feng still felt a sense of despair in his heart. This was the terror of a universe black hole. No matter who it was, in the face of a universe black hole, they would not be able to remain calm, even if this universe black hole was not real. At this time, a sparkling light appeared on the ancient starry sky ship. The illumination rune was activated. This was a very special rune with a wide range of applications. Once lit, it could illuminate the road ahead in the darkness. The most terrifying thing in the universe black hole was the power to distort everything. It was said that it could destroy anything. That kind of destructive power shrouded the ancient starry sky ship, wanting to completely destroy it. But it had to be said. This ancient starry sky ship was indeed extraordinary. It could actually resist the terrifying power inside the universe black hole. Even Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship was far from being able to do this. If one day Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship was swallowed by the universe black hole, Lin Feng estimated, it would not be able to hold on for long before the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship was completely destroyed by the power of the universe black hole. And now there was no need to worry about these things. Speed up and rush out of the universe black hole. The middle-aged cultivator continued to shout in a deep voice. Although this ancient starry sky ship was indeed extraordinary and could even resist the power of the universe black hole, there was a saying that dripping water could penetrate a stone. No matter how powerful this ancient starry sky ship was, if it stayed inside the universe black hole for too long, it would eventually be destroyed. The middle-aged cultivator, of course, was very clear about this point. The ancient starry sky ship's speed was constantly increasing. This ancient starry sky ship wanted to rush out of the universe black hole's shackles. An even more violent space-time storm surged in the universe black hole. In the space-time storm, there was even some dark power. Not good, it's a universe sunspot. After seeing the dark power, the middle-aged cultivator's expression changed greatly. Passing through a universe black hole was a very dangerous thing in itself, especially when encountering a universe sunspot. A universe sunspot was an extremely violent power in a universe black hole. This kind of power could cause a huge amount of destruction to anything. This was not the first time this ancient starry sky ship was swallowed by a universe black hole. As long as it did not encounter a universe sunspot, passing through a universe black hole was not too difficult. However, if he were to encounter a universe sunspot, that would be troublesome. It was very likely that the ship would be destroyed and people would perish. Bang, 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 the universe sunspots mixed in the space-time storm quickly swept over. He destroyed everything in his way. The ancient starry sky ship's powerful defensive restrictions, after withstanding the attacks of the universe sunspots, started to crack. This was the terrifying aspect of the universe's sunspots. The only fortunate thing was that there weren't too many universe sunspots this time. If the sunspots in the universe were very dense, that was definitely something that made people despair. Now, although the situation was dangerous, because the universe's sunspots were not dense, and because they had been in the universe's black hole for some time, they had already traveled more than half of the journey. Therefore, it should still be possible to charge out of the universe's black hole. The ancient starry sky ship rushed out at full speed. Under the attacks of the universe sunspots, a large area of the defensive spells began to shatter. But these defensive spells were also extraordinary. They had the ability to repair themselves. After many places were damaged, they were quickly repaired with the help of the repair function. That was why the defensive restriction had lasted until now. What's that? The middle-aged cultivator looked in a certain direction and his eyes narrowed. Lin Feng also looked in that direction. The ancient starry sky ship was quickly approaching that place. Soon, Lin Feng saw clearly what it was. In the universe's black hole, there was a cyan sarcophagus floating. It was the cyan sarcophagus that Lin Feng saw before. It turned out that this cyan sarcophagus was obtained from the universe's black hole. Generally speaking, only things that couldn't be solved or extremely dangerous would be banished into the universe's black hole. Then, with the help of the universe's black hole's terrifying power, these things would be completely destroyed. The cultivator who banished the cyan sarcophagus back then. He probably wanted to use this method to completely destroy this cyan sarcophagus. However, this cyan sarcophagus was too extraordinary and wasn't destroyed by the universe's black hole. Who was buried in this cyan sarcophagus? It was actually banished into the universe's black hole. The middle-aged cultivator couldn't help but mutter to himself. He was an experienced and knowledgeable person, and he was abnormally powerful. He knew some secrets that many people didn't know, and also some taboos that many people didn't know. Of course, he knew that this cyan sarcophagus might be very dangerous, but even so, he still intended to bring this cyan sarcophagus out of the universe's black hole. Because in his opinion, the cyan sarcophagus had been banished for who knows how many years, and the danger should have been greatly reduced to the lowest point. In addition, he was strong enough and had seen many storms and waves. How could he be afraid of a cyan sarcophagus? His absolute confidence in his own strength made him feel that he could completely deal with any situation. Thus, before leaving the universe's black hole, he collected the cyan sarcophagus. Finally, this ancient starry sky ship passed through the universe's black hole without any danger. The scene ended here. As for what happened after, Lin Feng didn't know. Lin Feng was still standing on the roof of this ancient starry sky ship. Not far away was the cyan sarcophagus that was constantly shaking. Looking at this cyan sarcophagus, Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Something strange was obviously going to happen to the cyan sarcophagus. Could it be that the existence inside was about to come out? This wasn't a good sign at all. Lin Feng's expression was extremely gloomy. The current situation obviously didn't allow him to continue staying here. But he still hadn't taken control of this ancient starry sky ship. But now it seemed that there was no chance to take control of this ancient starry sky ship. It was better to leave this place quickly. Otherwise, who knew what terrible things would happen later? Just as Lin Feng was about to leave, a terrible thing happened. Bang 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 bang. The chains that were wrapped around the coffin directly broke. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng cursed inwardly. The next moment, the lid of the cyan sarcophagus was blown away by a powerful force. Lin Feng saw that inside the cyan sarcophagus, there was a corpse, but that corpse was facing down. The corpse slowly floated up into the air. Lin Feng clearly saw the corpse's appearance. It turned out to be that middle-aged cultivator, the captain of this ancient starry sky ship. He actually died inside this cyan sarcophagus. It seemed that this ancient starry sky ship's mutation, it really had something to do with this cyan sarcophagus. The middle-aged cultivator opened his eyes, which were shining with a green light. This guy had turned into a Een corpse. Lin Feng looked at the coffin again. A green demonic sword flew out. The hilt of the green demonic sword had a ghost head drawn on it. It was a ghost sword. What was buried inside the cyan sarcophagus wasn't a person, but a sword. When the truth was revealed, Lin Feng's face was full of shock. Lin Feng had speculated before. The captain of this ancient starry sky ship was very likely a powerhouse that surpassed his realm. Even he had died at the hands of the ghost sword. Was this ghost sword really that powerful? I've finally seen the light of day again. After sleeping for so long, I've almost fully recovered. At this time, a hoarse voice came from the ghost sword. After hearing this voice, Lin Feng's heart trembled slightly. The ghost sword had a spirit. but it was obvious that it wasn't a good person. You killed everyone on this ancient starry skyship? Lin Feng asked after taking a deep breath. That's right, I did it. A guy who doesn't know what's good for him wants to control the supreme ghost sword. What a joke. The ghost sword sneered. The person he was mocking was naturally the captain of the ancient starry sky ship. Lin Feng noticed that the ghost sword was still able to circulate its magic power because it was too powerful. The power of the magic sealing stone. It wasn't able to completely seal its magic power. One had to know that Lin Feng's magic power was sealed. Even the stone clone that had broken through to a higher realm had its magic power sealed. But the ghost sword wasn't sealed. It was hard to imagine what level the ghost sword was at now. Where are the corpses of those who died? Lin Feng asked. Hee. They instantly turned into a bloody mist and were devoured by this heat. The ghost sword said eerily. Lin Feng's heart trembled slightly when he heard that. Lin Feng continued asking, Were you sealed here after that? He thought of the 18 chains that had locked the green sarcophagus. Who can seal me? All of the methods were set up by me. The 18 chains locked the sarcophagus in order to prevent the energy from leaking out. And all these years, I have been in a deep slumber in order to quickly recover. Although I'm still a distance away from the peak, my current strength is enough for me to move unhindered. The ghost sword said eerily. Lin Feng laughed dryly and said, Senior Ghost Sword, you're obviously someone who can shake the universe. Senior Ghost Sword, you're awesome. Senior Ghost Sword, you're undying. However, I just remembered that I have some important matters to attend to, so I won't be able to chat with you any longer. Senior Ghost Sword, I'll be leaving first. Let's talk later. Lin Feng turned around, wanting to leave as soon as possible. However, the middle-aged cultivator's corpse blocked Lin Feng's path. Clearly, the ghost sword didn't want to let him go. Lin Feng had thought that he could deal with any situation, but now he couldn't help but smile bitterly. The cultivators he'd met were too terrifying. The corpse was still manageable. The ghost sword was giving him too much pressure. However, Lin Feng quickly calmed down. So what if the ghost sword was strong? He wasn't weak either. There was no need to be so afraid of the ghost sword. Kid, do you know who sealed me in the coffin and threw me into a cosmic black hole? Did you want to use the black hole to grind me to death? The ghost sword's eerie voice sounded. Lin Feng had a bad feeling when he heard that. Who? Lin Feng asked. The ghost sword said through gritted teeth. The sovereign progenitor. When Lin Feng heard those words, he wanted to cry but had no tears. Damn, this is too much. Chapter 63-68. Lin Feng asked, Why did my ancestor suppress you? Ghost Sword sneered and said, Do you have the right to know? Lin Feng was speechless. This guy was quite arrogant. However, Ghost Sword was indeed powerful. It was normal for him to act high and mighty. Although he didn't say it, Lin Feng could roughly guess that Ghost Sword wasn't a good person. He must have caused a storm of blood. In the end, he was suppressed. He only had himself to blame. Don't worry about whether I have the right to know or not. Weren't you once a prisoner? Looking at your pitiful appearance, were you scared out of your wits back then? Did you kneel and beg for mercy? Lin Feng said sarcastically. In any case, there was no turning back. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't mind provoking Ghost Sword a little. Ghost Sword's body trembled even more violently. No matter how strong he was and how much he could control his emotions, he still felt like he was going crazy when he thought of the grievances he had suffered back then. Now that Lin Feng brought up the past, Ghost Sword was naturally infuriated. He wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Feng into pieces. Catch him, Ghost Sword coldly ordered. After receiving Ghost Sword's order, the Een corpse charged at Lin Feng like lightning. Its sharp claws grabbed at Lin Feng. Creatures like Een corpses were naturally best at physical attack. However, the Een corpse was facing Lin Feng. Lin Feng's strength was even more terrifying. Facing the Yin corpse's sharp claws, Lin Feng leaned to the side and dodged the Yin corpse's attack. 7 times the strength of the Dracophant arm was gathered. He punched at the Yin corpse. Bang! Lin Feng's punch was extremely heavy and powerful. It crashed onto the Yin corpse's chest. The Yin corpse couldn't withstand Lin Feng's punch. It was directly sent flying by Lin Feng. Although the Yin corpse's body was strong, many of its bones were broken by Lin Feng's punch. Roar! The Yin corpse angrily roared. It began to prepare its divine ability. The Yin corpse opened its mouth and spat out balls of poisonous gas, which shot towards Lin Feng. Whoosh! 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 Lin Feng moved quickly. Although Lin Feng couldn't use his spiritual power, the speed of Lin Feng's body was as fast as teleportation. He dodged the poison gas balls that the Yin corpse spat out. He was quickly approaching the Yin corpse. Death energy wave. Seeing Lin Feng quickly approaching him, the Yin corpse unleashed an even more terrifying attack. Ripples of death energy gushed out from each of his hands. That kind of ripple, with a light tremble, collapsed the void. Its power was truly terrifying to the extreme. The Yin corpse knew that Lin Feng's physical body was tyrannical, so it did not plan to compete with Lin Feng in terms of physical strength. He directly competed with Lin Feng in terms of divine abilities. Most importantly, Lin Feng was unable to use his dermic powers and could only use his physical body to resist his divine ability. Theoretically speaking, Lin Feng was at a disadvantage. But this was only in theory. There was a phrase called, "One force breaks 10,000 techniques." This phrase had been circulating in the world of cultivators for so long, naturally it had its reasons. If one's strength was strong enough, it could break all Daos and all technique. Even if it was a divine ability, it could break it. It was rumored that the ancient dragon elephant, with a punch, the fist intent that was released could shatter an alien planet. It could be seen. If one's physical strength was strong enough, it could cause a terrifying lethality. Break! Lin Feng sneered, and 7 times the strength of the dragon elephant erupted. A punch came out. There was even the sound of thunder exploding. This was because Lin Feng's strength was too strong. Friction with the air. It produced the sound of thunder exploding. A powerful fist intent. It burst out. The death energy wave released by the Yin corpse was instantly dispersed by Lin Feng's fist intent. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Feng moved quickly approaching the Yin corpse. Quick, quick, quick. Lin Feng's speed was too fast. Very quickly he arrived in front of the Yin corpse. 7 times the strength of the dragon elephant's arm. Dragon elephant critical strike. Double damage. Lin Feng immediately revealed a happy expression. At the crucial moment the dragon elephant critical strike was activated, increasing the damage by 2 times. Lin Feng's attack was off the charts. After the Yin corpse felt Lin Feng's fist, his face was filled with shock. He knew that he could not block Lin Feng's fist, so he quickly used the chain blockade. He used his arms to block in front of his body. Pung! Lin Feng's fist bombarded the Yin corpse's arm. It was filled with an incredible amount of strength. Kacha kacha! The Yin corpse's arm was directly broken by the powerful force. Then, the Yin corpse's body flew out. In the air, he actually spat out a mouthful of black blood. For a short period of time, he did not have the strength to fight. Go! Lin Feng did not even think as he turned around, wanting to leave this place as soon as possible. Worthy of being the successor of the sovereign emperor race, your skills are not bad. At this time, the ghost sword suddenly spoke. Shwa! A light flashed. The ghost sword disappeared on the spot, and when he moved again, he was already blocking Lin Feng's path. The ghost sword gently swept through the void. A ray of sword chi vibrated out. This was a green sword chi. Although it did not tear through the void, Lin Feng felt an unprecedented sense of danger. His blood even began to flow quickly. The sudden inspiration ability. Active activation. This sword could endanger his life. 7 times the strength of the dragon elephant's arm. Dragon elephant critical strike. Double damage. Pung. Lin Feng's fist intent collided with the opponent's sword chi, and Lin Feng's fist intent was instantly shattered. Then the sword chi continued to slash towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng wanted to dodge, but he could not and was sent flying by the sword chi. A bone-deep wound appeared on his body. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. Just now it was just a casual attack from the ghost sword, but it actually caused such a terrifying lethality. It was hard to imagine how strong the ghost sword was. The ghost sword quickly flew towards Lin Feng, and once again slashed towards Lin Feng. Danger! 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 Lin Feng felt the aura of death enveloping his entire body. This feeling was really terrible. He wanted to dodge, but he was shocked to find that he was completely locked on. There was no way to dodge. Lin Feng's heart. It instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. At this extremely dangerous moment, a figure suddenly appeared silently. This figure blocked between Lin Feng and the ghost sword. This figure, with a sweep of his right hand, a cold light flew out. It shattered the sword chi. The mummified old man. Lin Feng's pupils shrank. Then, joy appeared on his face. He really did not expect that the mummified old man would actually appear in this place. Lin Feng had not seen him for many years. He was still old, but in that dried-up body, contained within, an unimaginably terrifying power. Step back, the mummified old man said. So. Lin Feng quickly retreated. He retreated a few hundred meters. He was injured by the ghost sword's sword chi, so it was difficult for him to use his battle strength. And the ghost sword's sword chi was not simple. Lin Feng felt a terrifying power invading his body, destroying it. Lin Feng knew that it was the power of the ghost sword's sword chi. Right now, Lin Feng was trying his best to suppress that terrifying power. Who are you? The ghost sword asked coldly. The ghost sword should be from the Kunlun ghost realm, right? The mummified old man said. You know quite a lot. The ghost sword sneered. Now, scram as far as you can. Otherwise, I'll kill you too. This guy was extremely arrogant. Clearly, he did not even put the mummified old man in his eyes. I was just about to test your methods, the mummified old man said coldly. Very good. Since you want to die, then I'll grant you death. The ghost sword's cold voice swept towards the mummified old man. Shwa. With a flash of light, the mummified old man took out a powerful stone weapon. It was a stone battle blade with astonishing power. He held the stone battle blade in his hand and swept it towards the ghost sword. Clang! The stone battle blade and the ghost sword collided. At this moment, something terrifying happened. The powerful stone battle blade was instantly cut in half by the ghost sword. Lin Feng's eyelids twitched violently. The ghost sword's attack power was very strong, even if it was an ancient weapon. It was impossible for it to cut the stone battle blade in half with one strike. But the ghost sword did it, and it seemed to be quite easy. The ghost sword quickly arrived in front of the mummified old man. In the void, he lightly swept his hand. He wanted to cut off the mummified old man's head. The mummified old man quickly retreated. Although he dodged the fatal blow, the burst of sword light still tore open the mummified old man's neck. Fresh blood. Instantly it flowed out. The mummified old man. He was injured. Lin Feng had known the mummified old man for many years. This was the first time he saw him injured. Keek, not bad. There aren't many people who can block my sword. The ghost sword laughed strangely. This guy's arrogant attitude made people want to slap him a few times. But this guy was indeed strong. He had the right to say that. Sword sweep all directions. In the next moment, the ghost sword attacked the mummified old man again. The sword slashed towards the mummified old man. The mummified old man stopped the bleeding on his neck. Then, he used his theurgy to create a defensive light barrier in front of him. Clang! The ghost sword slashed the mummified old man's defensive light barrier. However, when the sword collided with the mummified old man's defensive light barrier, the latter's defensive light barrier shattered. The ghost sword continued to slash towards the mummified old man. At the same time, 8 rays of sword chi shot out, all aimed at Lin Feng. Damn, what's going on? Lin Feng was startled when he saw the 8 sword chi coming towards him. The special thing about the sword sweep all directions was that other than the main attack released by the ghost sword, it could also release 8 rays of sword chi to attack other cultivators. Because the opponent might not have thought of this, they would often be caught off guard. Plus, how powerful was the sword chi released by the ghost sword? It was too difficult to block it, not to mention that there were 8 rays of sword chi coming at the same time. To cultivators, the threat it posed was simply too great. Many people would be caught off guard. Before they could react, they would probably be killed. Fortunately, Lin Feng was a bit far away. If he was closer, he would definitely be killed by the ghost sword's sword sweep all directions. Lin Feng quickly ran to the side of the rooftop and jumped down. The 8 rays of sword chi almost brushed past Lin Feng's body. However, they didn't hit Lin Feng. In the end, they dissipated in midair. Lin Feng let out a long breath and wiped his sweat. With a sudden leap, he landed on the rooftop. At this moment, the mummified old man's second clash with the ghost sword ended. Although the mummified old man wasn't injured, he was forced into a difficult situation by the ghost sword. The ghost sword followed him like a shadow. Once again, he slashed at the mummified old man. This time, the mummified old man didn't have time to use his theurgy to block. With a thought, a powerful defensive magic artifact flew out and blocked in front of him. However, that quasi-ancient grade defensive magic artifact was like paper. It was instantly torn apart. Then, the ghost sword left a very deep wound on the mummified old man's abdomen. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. The ghost sword was too strong. Lin Feng had never seen such a strong being. What kind of battle power did this bastard have? Moreover, the ghost sword had just escaped. His control of his own power was clearly far from his peak. A portion of his battle power was already so heaven-defying. He really didn't know how strong the ghost sword was at his peak. You're indeed powerful to not die after taking a few of my attacks. Moreover, you're a creature born in this era. You're much stronger than the cultivators who've crossed many eras. Your strength can even be considered a giant in the Kunlun universe. I've always been a person who cherishes talent. It's a pity to kill you. If you kneel down and swear to be my slave, I can spare your life. If you're stubborn, then after I kill you, I'll refine you into a corpse. The ghost sword said sinisterly. The mummified old man's expression was gloomy. He ignored the ghost sword and quickly retreated to Lin Feng's side. When the mummified old man's aura enveloped Lin Feng, in an instant, Lin Feng sensed that his body was rapidly recovering. This feeling was too comfortable. Stubborn, die. The ghost sword's voice was cold as he quickly attacked. This time, a large amount of green energy surged out of the ghost sword. The ghost chi was enveloped by the green energy. The aura was many times more terrifying than before. Lin Feng really wanted to say, F***ck, but he really couldn't say that now. Lin Feng finally understood why his ancestor had only managed to oppress Gui Jian back in the days, but hadn't managed to kill him. Gui Jian was too strong. Suppressing it would be a very difficult task. Killing it would be impossible. It was difficult. Give me the mysterious metal box, the mummified old man said in a low voice. Lin Feng didn't dare hesitate. He quickly took out the box and handed it to the mummified old man. The magic power in the mummified old man's body continued to flow into the mysterious metal box. At this moment, The runes on the box's surface, which had been extremely dim, suddenly shone brightly. The mummified old man swept the box at the ghost sword. Clang! This was accompanied by an earth-shattering sound. The mysterious metal box and the ghost sword collided. The ghost sword was sent flying. However, the mummified old man didn't have it easy either. He was also sent flying. Fortunately, he wasn't injured. "This is..." the ghost sword said in shock. Ghost sword's shocked voice suddenly sounded. Clearly, it was observing the mysterious metal box and even recognized where it came from. "I didn't expect the box to still be intact," the ghost sword said after taking a deep breath. The mummified old man said coldly, "How about we end today's matter here? In your dreams." The ghost sword snorted. The ghost sword snorted. However, it was still afraid of the mysterious metal box. "Even if I don't kill you, you won't have a good ending," the ghost sword sneered. "Anyone who has anything to do with this crappy box and the corpse inside it will not have a good ending. Who are you trying to scare?" Lin Feng curled his lips. "Ha ha ha, don't doubt me. I know this very well. Maybe the person beside you knows it too, but you don't. It's best not to tell you some things, or you'll be scared to death." The ghost sword seemed to be very pleased with himself. Lin Feng frowned, but he wasn't worried because of the ghost sword's words. After all, Lin Feng had always been an optimist. Moreover, Lin Feng had always known how terrifying the mysterious metal box was. He even knew that it might bring about some calamity in the future. He would just have to take it one step at a time. Who could say for sure what would happen in the future? Lin Feng looked at the ghost sword and said, "I want to refine this ancient ship. Hurry up and leave with the Een corpse. Don't disturb me while I'm refining this ancient ship." "What did you say?" The ghost sword's voice became filled with killing intent when he heard Lin Feng chase him away. "I'm just negotiating with you. In any case, you don't need this ancient ship, right?" Lin Feng said. The ghost sword sneered and said, "You really have the nerve to make such excessive demands of others. You didn't learn much from your ancestor, the sovereign primogenitor, but you're just as shameless as him." Was the sovereign primogenitor that shameless? Was he also a shameless person? Lin Feng couldn't help muttering inwardly. Lin Feng was very magnanimous. He wouldn't be angered by the ghost sword's words. He wanted the ghost sword to leave as soon as possible. After all, many people were fighting over the treasures in the ancient ship's treasury. The longer he took to refine the ancient ship, the more treasures would be taken away by others. Although Xia Donghuang had gone to fight for the treasures Lin Feng wanted, his strength alone was limited. He could only try his best to recover some of his losses. Thus, the most important thing right now was to refine the ancient ship and not continue being enemies with the ghost sword. However, the ghost sword was here. Lin Feng had no hope of refining the ancient ship. "I admit that I'm shameless. Can you leave now?" Lin Feng asked the ghost sword. The ghost sword sneered and said, "Kid, pray that you don't see me again. The next time I see you, I won't kill you. Instead, I'll humiliate you. Hee, when I see the sovereign primogenitor in the future, I'll tell him how I humiliated his descendant. I'm looking forward to seeing the sovereign primogenitor go crazy." As soon as he finished speaking, the ghost sword soared into the sky and flew away. The Een corpse followed closely behind, flying into the distance. In the blink of an eye, the ghost sword and the Een corpse disappeared without a trace. The mummified elder returned the mysterious box to Lin Feng. Lin Feng put the box away. Then, he used his heaven fire to refine the ghost sword's remnant energy. Then, he returned to the main control room and tried to control the various runes there. Before, the ghost sword had been here, and Lin Feng had been blocked by a strange energy, so he couldn't control the runes. But now the ghost sword had left. Lin Feng realized there was no longer any power to stop Lin Feng from controlling the runes. Lin Feng easily controlled the runes in the main control room. Lin Feng immediately felt a special connection with the ancient ship. It was as if he was refining a treasure. This was a huge, ancient starry sky ship. It finally belonged to Lin Feng. Chapter 63-69. Cultivators who are snatching all kinds of treasures in the ancient starry sky ship, listen up. Now that the ancient starry sky ship has a master, stop your actions immediately and leave this ancient starry sky ship. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite to everyone. Suddenly, a voice resounded. When they heard this voice, countless cultivators were stunned. The ancient starry sky ship actually had a master? Is this a joke? However, judging from the tone of the person who spoke, it didn't seem like he was lying. Many people's faces suddenly became gloomy. It's Master's voice. Master has taken control of the ancient starry sky ship. After hearing this voice, Xia Donghuang couldn't help but reveal a happy expression. He was alone. He naturally didn't have the upper hand in snatching all kinds of treasures from so many cultivators. It was because he saw how many treasures there were in this ancient starry sky ship. Only then did Xia Donghuang know what this ancient starry sky ship could bring to them. And now, these cultivators hadn't explored many floors. Letting them leave at this time was a good timing. If they were a little later, they would have obtained a lot of treasures. But now, these people had obtained at most 1/10 of the treasures. They couldn't let these people return empty-handed, right? This was very unrealistic. After all, there were so many cultivators from so many forces. If they were to return empty-handed, these people would definitely not give up. But now it was different. If they were smart, after obtaining a lot of good things, they should leave. A man whose heart was never content was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Of course, there was absolutely no lack of extremely greedy people in this world. They wouldn't be satisfied with just this. Therefore, after hearing Lin Feng's voice, some people felt that this ancient starry sky ship was controlled by Lin Feng. If they continued to stay here, they were afraid that they would encounter some danger. Anyway, they had obtained a lot of treasures. It was better to leave as soon as possible. Some people wanted to wait and see. Some of them started to laugh coldly. They naturally snorted at Lin Feng's words. Since this kid can refine this ancient starry sky ship, we can naturally do it too. Let's go up and kill this kid. This ancient starry sky ship will be ours. Haha, if we get this ancient starry sky ship, the treasures inside will also belong to us. That's right, I can't wait to kill that brat. It did not take long before some of the cultivators from the great forces decided to take action to kill off Lin Feng. More than one of the great forces came up with the idea. Hence, these cultivators all headed towards the top floor of the ship. Humph. At this time, everyone heard Lin Feng's cold snort. Now, Lin Feng had completely taken control of the ancient starship. These people were discussing how to deal with him on the ancient starship. How could Lin Feng not understand their intentions? After Lin Feng's cold snort, many offensive array patterns were directly activated. Those runes. Immediately, they began to attack the cultivators who were plotting against them. All sorts of powerful attacks blasted towards the cultivators. The cultivators all reacted to block the attacks of the formation runes. But the formation runes and restrictions on this ancient ship were simply too powerful. Those cultivators simply couldn't resist such a powerful formation runes and restrictions. Bang bang bang, many cultivators' bodies directly exploded, dying on the spot. After seeing this scene, many people couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. Wasn't this too terrifying? At this time, those cultivators who didn't take action immediately rejoiced. Fortunately, they chose to wait and see instead of taking action directly. Otherwise, they might be the ones to die. Spare our lives, we will leave now. Many people began to beg. Although their cultivation base was not bad, they were still terrified at this moment. They could only choose to surrender to Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng had no intention of letting them go. Kindness also depended on the target. To these people, there was no need for mercy at all, because they didn't deserve it. Screams came out one after another as cultivators were constantly killed. Since they couldn't escape and begging for mercy was useless, many people began to threaten Lin Feng with the forces behind them. For example, some people said that they were from a reclusive family and that the forces behind them were very powerful. If Lin Feng dared to kill them, then the forces behind them would never let Lin Feng go. However, these threats were useless against Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't care about these people begging for mercy at all. Not long later, those cultivators who wanted to kill Lin Feng were all killed by Lin Feng. Many cultivators who didn't have time to leave the ancient ship couldn't help but become extremely nervous. They were very worried. They would also become Lin Feng's next target. However, Lin Feng didn't kill them. Lin Feng understood a principle, that was to attack a small group of people and win over the majority. This was the principle of life and doing things. For example, if Lin Feng's forces were to fight against the 33 Heavens Lords in the future, many forces could be roped in. The forces behind many cultivators on the ancient ship could also be roped in. If those people could be roped in, it would definitely be a huge help. Therefore, Lin Feng only killed the cultivators who wanted to kill him and let the other cultivators go. The main reason was to sell a favor to the forces behind them. When those cultivators heard Lin Feng's words, they immediately felt as if they had been pardoned. They didn't dare to stay. He hurriedly slipped away. Lin Feng used heavenly fire to burn the bodies of the dead cultivators, leaving only their storage rings. Then, the ancient ship jumped into the void and disappeared. At the peak of a mountain, cold wind blew. Snow fluttered. There were 3 people standing here. The mummified old man, Lin Feng, and Xia Donghuang. Xia Donghuang didn't know the identity of the mummified old man, but he knew that the mummified old man should be extremely terrifying and was most likely an elder of Lin Feng's master. Therefore, Xia Donghuang sensibly stood far away, leaving Lin Feng and the mummified old man alone. The mummified old man glanced at Xia Donghuang and said, "Donghuang Tai's reincarnation?" Lin Feng was surprised. The mummified old man had good eyesight. He could actually tell Xia Donghuang's identity. Lin Feng nodded. Then, he asked, "Senior, why are you here?" "I came here to find something," the mummified old man said. "Did you find it?" Lin Feng asked. The mummified old man nodded. Lin Feng asked, "Isn't the ghost sword too strong? What realm is this guy at?" The mummified old man thought for a moment and said, "If I'm not wrong, the ghost sword should be infinitely close to the creation realm." Hiss, Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. After all, the master of the mastermind's world still had a long way to go before he could reach the creator realm. Moreover, most of the time, many cultivators thought that the creation realm was just a legend. But in reality, only the top experts knew that the creation realm was not just a legend. Because there was no end to cultivation, perhaps at the very beginning, the creation realm was indeed a legend. But in this world, there were always some people who constantly broke through the shackles. They became stronger and stronger. And then, these people, it was very likely that they would create a new realm. For example, when the strongest cultivator was still in the sage realm, surpassing the realm was a fleeting legend. But later, someone really broke through this realm. Thus, the legend became reality. It was probably the same for the creation realm. At the very beginning, it was a fleeting legend. When the legend became reality, many people would discover, this realm really did exist. No wonder the ghost sword was so powerful. What a perverted guy. Moreover, the ghost sword had just escaped, and his battle strength was clearly far from the peak. What realm was his ancestor at? What an awesome feeling! Could it be in existence in the creation realm? Lin Feng continued to ask, then how is the transcendence realm divided? The mummified old man said, "The transcendence realm is divided into 5 great realms. The first great realm is called the Sun God realm. After attaining the Yang spirit, all 6 senses were opened: heavenly eye connection, heavenly ear connection, otherworldly connection, divine celerity connection, predestination connection, and leakage connection. Among them, leakage connection was the most important supernatural power. It was beyond the 3 realms and 6 paths, and was not part of the 5 elements. Moreover, never reincarnate. Never reincarnate? What does that mean? Lin Feng was puzzled. When a reincarnator enters hell, they will experience a lot of suffering. If they are lucky, they might be enslaved by some terrifying creatures in hell. If they are unlucky, they will be eaten. If they are unlucky, they will suffer endless torture in hell. This is the reincarnation from life to death. It is also the so-called suffering of reincarnation. Lin Feng asked, "What about the reincarnation from death to life?" The mummified old man said, "There is no such reincarnation. You should know that the so-called reincarnation is basically a corpse dissection technique that preserves the soul seed and then searches for a host body. If the soul seed is unable to awaken after the host dies, it can still find a new host body. This method is too extraordinary. Ordinary people can't use it, and they might not even have a method to use it. In addition, there are some corpse dissection techniques that only pass down divine abilities or some memories, but do not preserve the soul seed. The cultivator who uses these corpse dissection techniques probably doesn't want to reincarnate. As for the traditional reincarnation, it is more like a myth. Of course, it might really exist, but I have never come across it." Lin Feng remembered some information about the Lord of Mount Tai. Thus, Lin Feng asked, "So after a transcendence realm expert dies, if their soul is not destroyed, they will report to the Lord of Mount Tai?" The mummified old man nodded. "That's right. If you go to the Lord of Mount Tai, you won't suffer the pain of reincarnation. Instead, you will come in contact with more profound cultivation technique. You might even be able to reincarnate. Of course, whether you can reincarnate depends on whether you can win the Lord of Mount Tai's favor." Lin Feng said, "If that's the case, if you really want to kill a transcendence realm expert, you have to destroy their soul. Otherwise, they might reincarnate in the future, which will be very troublesome." The mummified old man nodded and said, "That's right. If you don't destroy their soul, it will indeed be troublesome. Transcendence realm experts are extraordinary. As long as their soul isn't destroyed, they might be able to reincarnate in the future. It's very difficult for cultivators of other realms to do that. Also, when cultivators of other realms return from reincarnation, their soul's memories will often be damaged. They might lose some important inheritance or memory. Transcendence realm cultivators are different. They cultivate in the Lord of Mount Tai's palace. If they reincarnate, they will be even stronger. No wonder everyone wants to break through to the transcendence realm." Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. The mummified old man continued, "The second realm of the transcendence realm is called the Path Integration Realm." The Path Integration Realm? How do you understand that? Lin Feng was puzzled. The mummified old man said, "Every cultivator has their own Tao. After breaking through to the transcendence realm, a cultivator's Tao will undergo a fundamental transformation. The power of the Tao laws will increase greatly. After reaching the Path Integration Realm, a cultivator will have to fuse with their Tao. When they become one with their Tao, they will form the great Tao origin body. From then on, they will be Tao. Once they succeed in the Path Integration Realm, their combat strength will increase exponentially. That's why a Path Integration Realm cultivator might have no problem defeating 100 Sun Soul Realm cultivators. This is because once a Sun Soul Realm cultivator succeeds in the Path Integration Realm, their combat strength will increase exponentially. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. What a terrifying path, integration realm cultivator. The mummified old man continued, as for the third realm, it's called the chaotic prime realm. When one's body turns into chaos, that's called the chaotic prime realm. After breaking through to this realm, a cultivator will condense a chaotic star chart. Don't many cultivators cultivate star charts? In fact, the reason star charts are so terrifying is because they were created by some top experts based on the chaotic prime realm cultivator's chaotic star chart. The greatest use of the chaotic star chart is its explosive offensive power. When a cultivator condenses a chaotic star chart, they can instantly unleash an attack that's several times or even 10 times stronger. Although it's not as violent as the 8-9 arcane art, it's still terrifying enough if it can unleash an attack that's several times stronger. When he heard the mummified old man's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel slightly moved. With his savings, it wouldn't be difficult for his chaotic star chart to unleash an attack that's more than 10 times stronger. Including the attack from the dragon and elephant critical strike, it would be more than 30 times stronger. In fact, this was already the lowest calculation because Lin Feng's dragon and elephant critical strike could unleash at least twice the damage. According to this calculation, Lin Feng could unleash more than 30 times the combat strength. If it was calculated according to more times, it would be more than 30 times the combat strength. Therefore, this place only wrote more than 30 times the combat strength, which was indeed the lowest calculation. It was hard to say how many times the combat strength could be unleashed. Moreover, if he solved the side effects of the 8-9 arcane art and used it again, damn it, when the time came, wouldn't it be easy to unleash thousands or even thousands of times the combat strength? Chapter 6370. Of course, at the current stage, Lin Feng was still in the stage of his own imagination. How could it be easy to unleash such a terrifying battle prowess? Moreover, he should first break through the transcendence realm before considering this matter. Since ancient times, cultivators were like carps crossing the river, endless. But cultivators who broke through the transcendence realm, however, they were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Lin Feng was so strong that breaking through to the next cultivation level would be extremely difficult. But he had to take one step at a time. He couldn't be sure until he reached the end of his cultivation level. Sun God, Tao Integration, Primordial Chaos. The first 3 realms of the Transcendence realm each had their own mysteries. Lin Feng couldn't help but look forward to the next 2 realms. He didn't know the next 2 realms. What was going on? At this time, the mummified old man continued, the 4th realm is called the heaven-defying realm. Not even the heavens can take in cultivators of this realm. Who can fight against the heavens? The battle prowess of a cultivator of this realm is already difficult to describe with words. The 5th realm is even more terrifying. This realm is called the undead realm. Cultivators of this realm can even regenerate from a drop of blood, regenerate from a severed hair, and so on. It is almost impossible to kill them. Damn, that's so awesome. Isn't that similar to the Phoenix Nirvana technique and the Immortal Rebirth technique? Lin Feng said in shock. The old man said, it's not the same. The Phoenix Nirvana technique and the Immortal Rebirth technique mean that after you are killed, there is a certain chance of you being resurrected. As for the undead realm, it is very difficult to kill them. For example, if they still have a drop of blood left, they can be reborn. If they still have a drop of blood left, they can also be reborn. In fact, when they still have a drop of blood and a drop of hair, they are still not truly dead. That's why they can be reborn. Of course, using the word rebirth in this place might not be accurate. It can be roughly understood that they can transform back into their original body, and after transforming back into their original body, they will not be harmed in any way. Lin Feng was amazed by how terrifying the undying realm was. He asked, Although it is very difficult to kill a cultivator of this realm, it shouldn't be impossible to kill them, right? The old man nodded and said, "Indeed, there are some ways to kill a cultivator at this level, such as completely destroying his body and leaving nothing behind. However, this is only a theoretical possibility, and it's quite difficult to actually do it. There shouldn't be many cultivators at this level, right?" Lin Feng said. The old man who looked like a mummy said, "Even in all the worlds and even the 4 universes, cultivators at this level are extremely rare." Lin Feng asked, "What about the mastermind, the world ruler? Is he at this realm?" The mummified old man nodded and said, "Yes, he is in this realm. However, the true terror of the mastermind behind the scenes, the world dominator, is not his nearly unkillable ability, but his ability to resurrect after death. For example, divine abilities such as the Phoenix's Nirvana technique or the Immortal Rebirth technique have a certain chance of resurrection after death. There's also a very high chance of not being resurrected. Therefore, if one is really killed, even if one cultivates the Phoenix's Nirvana technique or the Immortal Rebirth technique, it's hard to say if one can be resurrected. It's a bit like leaving one's fate to fate. However, the mastermind behind the scenes is different. If he is killed, the success rate of his resurrection is almost 100%. Therefore, he's almost an unkillable existence. This is also why so many experts have tried to kill him, but in the end they were all killed by him." Lin Feng asked with a serious expression, "Why is the mastermind behind the scenes unkillable? Could it be that he's cultivated some divine ability? Is there such a heaven-defying divine ability?" The mummified old man said, "It's hard to say whether or not he's cultivated some powerful divine ability. Perhaps he has, but it could also be related to his bloodline. In any case, no matter what the reason is, this person's unkillable ability is truly despairing." Lin Feng nodded. He could almost imagine the feelings of those experts who had tried to kill the mastermind behind the scenes. After killing him, they saw the mastermind being resurrected. He had killed the mastermind behind the scenes once. He had been resurrected. He had killed the mastermind behind the scenes twice. He had been resurrected. He had killed the mastermind behind the scenes 3 times. He had been resurrected. Such a scene would indeed cause one to feel despair. His ancestor, Jizishu, had he also experienced something so despairing? The mummified old man said, "Let's end our discussion here today. I still have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving the celestial realm for a while." Lin Feng still wanted to discuss with the mummified old man about how to deal with the 33 Heavens Masters together. However, after thinking about it, Lin Feng decided not to tell the old man about this matter. After all, dealing with the 33 Heavens Masters had nothing to do with the mummified old man. It was something that Lin Feng, the heaven-devouring demon master, and the others had to do. Although Lin Feng and the mummified old man had some relationship, there was also the matter of favors. However, one shouldn't forget, there was such a thing as favors. Every time it was used, it would be used up. If he could avoid asking the mummified old man for help, he would try his best not to ask him for help. If he begged him, next time, there might not be such a special relationship between the two of them anymore. At that time, they might be strangers. This kind of thing was too common, whether it was in the secular world or the world of cultivators. If he didn't ask the mummified old man for help, the two of them would continue to maintain this relationship. If he encountered trouble and the mummified old man knew about it, he might even take the initiative to help him out. For example, wasn't this the case when he dealt with the ghost sword this time? If it wasn't for the mummified old man's help, he would have been doomed this time. Lin Feng looked at the mummified old man and said, "I look forward to the next time we meet, Senior." The mummified old man nodded and walked into the distance, quickly disappearing from sight. After the mummified old man left, Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang returned to Stone Forest Town. Lin Feng still hadn't carefully checked the things in the ancient starship's treasury. After Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang settled down, they could carefully check the various treasures in the ancient starship. Xia Dongwang had snatched a lot of magic treasures before, as well as a portion of the top forging materials, and had given them all to Lin Feng. Lin Feng brought Xia Dongwang into the temporal space, and then they arrived at the ancient starship. Lin Feng valued Xia Dongwang very much, and Lin Feng let Xia Dongwang pick as many things as he liked or useful to him as possible. The wealth in the ancient starship was indeed shocking. Lin Feng moved all kinds of treasures into his temporal space, and all kinds of rare treasures were piled up like a mountain. Just the various magic treasures of the immortal level added up to more than 1,000,000. There were more than 20,000 magic treasures of the sacred level. Didn't it sound incredible? It was indeed incredible. However, all of this was real. These treasures weren't easy to obtain in the 9 continents universe, mainly because the materials were hard to find. If one couldn't even find the materials, it would be impossible to forge these powerful magic treasures. The Kunlun universe was a high-level universe. Many things that were difficult to obtain in the 9 continents universe could be easily obtained in the Kunlun universe. For example, the materials for forging these magic treasures were relatively easy to obtain in the Kunlun universe. Therefore, immortal and sacred weapons weren't particularly rare in the Kunlun universe. The truly rare ones were the ancient weapon-level treasures. Even in the Kunlun universe, ancient weapon-level treasures were extremely rare. As for other kinds of treasures, such as high-grade immortal stones, they were even more plentiful. They were simply innumerable. Xia Dongwang also picked some treasures that he needed. Then, Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang flew out of the temporal space. In the next few days, Lin Feng continued to search for clues about the Wei River. However, he didn't find anything, which disappointed Lin Feng. After returning to Stone Forest Town, Lin Feng planned to rest for a day, and then set off to the next location to see if he could find anything. He hoped that he could find the Wei River soon. Late at night, Lin Feng entered a state of deep sleep. However, the mysterious iron box in the temporal space had some changes. Before the mummified old man activated the runes on the mysterious iron box, no one could activate the runes on the mysterious iron box. After the mummified old man activated the runes on the mysterious iron box, the runes on the mysterious iron box quickly fell silent. However, they were now actively awakening. After the runes awakened, many of them actually rearranged themselves. This was extremely strange. However, Lin Feng was now in a deep sleep and didn't know about the changes on the mysterious iron box. In fact, even if Lin Feng was awake, he might not know about the changes on the mysterious iron box. After all, the mysterious box was really too strange. When it changed, it wouldn't be difficult to hide it from Lin Feng. After the runes rearranged themselves, the mysterious iron box returned to normal. Lin Feng had a dream. He saw a lake in the distance. Next to the lake was a secluded place. Lin Feng entered the secluded place and saw a young man. When Lin Feng saw that young man, he suddenly had the impression that he was related to him by blood. Lin Feng was surprised. Who was that young man? Why did he make him feel this way? Who are you? Suddenly, the young man looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was shocked. This young man could see him? Lin Feng quickly calmed down and replied, "My name is Lin Feng." "What's your name?" Lin Feng asked. "My name is Ji Luochuan," the young man said. "I've never heard of it." Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter inwardly. At this time, the young man continued, "But I prefer another name. My other name is Ji Bufan. You can think of it as my nickname. It was given to me by my mother. Zhuo Bufan is probably my mother's pure expectation of me." Ji Luochuan? Ji Bufan? Lin Feng's eyes widened. Because he remembered a person. Previously, Lin Feng had heard his mother mention some important figures in the sovereign imperial clan. One of them was called Ji Bufan. It should be the person in front of him. This person had an extremely important position in the history of the sovereign imperial clan. It was said that he had done something world-shaking in the past. However, as for what exactly he had done, the records of the sovereign imperial clan had been lost. Even his mother didn't know what had happened. Apart from that earth-shattering event, there was nothing else. This person had an extremely shocking identity. Because he was the father of Ji Zishu, the number one genius of the sovereign imperial clan in this era. Chapter 63-71. He really didn't expect to dream of Ji Zishu's father. Extraordinary. Extraordinary. Ji Bufan's life was really as his mother had expected. His life was extremely extraordinary. However, Lin Feng had always been very curious. What exactly was the great thing that Ji Bufan had done back then? There were no records of the sovereign emperor clan. Then, could he know about this matter? Why are you here? Ji Bufan looked at Lin Feng curiously and asked. That's right. Why am I here? Lin Feng was actually a little confused. Generally speaking, even if it was a dream, there was a reason. The first reason. What you think about in the day you dream about at night. This was the most common situation. But obviously, Lin Feng didn't think about Ji Bufan's matter. Since he didn't think about Ji Bufan, he shouldn't dream of Ji Bufan because of this reason. The second reason. Because something had caused a special reaction, it was also possible for him to enter a dream. However, in Lin Feng's opinion, since it wasn't the first reason, then it was the second reason. What could have caused such a special reaction? Lin Feng was also extremely puzzled. Because I'm also a member of the Sovereign Emperor clan. Perhaps I've sensed something. Lin Feng said. When he heard Lin Feng talk about his social status, Ji Bufan was very happy. There were very few members of the Sovereign Emperor clan. Therefore, meeting a member of the Sovereign Emperor clan was naturally a happy thing. Ji Bufan asked, I know about the ancestors of the Sovereign Emperor clan, but I don't know about your existence. In that case, you came from the future? That's right. Lin Feng nodded. Hearing that Lin Feng came from the future, Ji Bufan was even happier. However, he didn't ask Lin Feng about the future. Even in the dream, he shouldn't ask about these things. The reason for that was because the contents involved too many mysteries of the heavens, leaking heavenly secret. It didn't benefit Lin Feng. He heard something he shouldn't have. It also didn't benefit Ji Bufan. Lin Feng and Ji Bufan chatted for a long time. When they talked about the Sovereign Imperial clan, Lin Feng learned many secrets about the Sovereign Imperial clan from Ji Bufan. In addition, Ji Bufan told Lin Feng that he had seen an extremely heaven-defying item in an ancient book. That item had been suppressed in a mysterious place. Now, he was looking through the information to find the specific location. If he could find that item, it would definitely be an earth-shattering event. Lin Feng couldn't help but be curious. He didn't know what Ji Bufan was talking about, so Lin Feng asked Ji Bufan what he was looking for. Ji Bufan said, It's an extremely mysterious iron box. It's said that the mysterious iron box contains the dismembered corpse of an expert. Lin Feng's mind shook when he heard Ji Bufan's words. He really hadn't expected that the thing Ji Bufan was looking for was actually the mysterious iron box. This matter was indeed too unexpected. In that case, was the appearance of the mysterious iron box actually related to Ji Bufan? Did he really manage to find the mysterious iron box? Was the great thing Ji Bufan had done to find the mysterious iron box? Clearly, Ji Bufan knew much more about the mysterious iron box than he did. Lin Feng felt that perhaps he could ask Ji Bufan about it. He wanted to ask Ji Bufan about who the dismembered corpse in the mysterious iron box belonged to. Just as Lin Feng was about to ask this question, suddenly, he woke up from his dream. Lin Feng opened his eyes and discovered that he was still lying on the bed in his room. His surroundings were pitch black. It was still night. Lin Feng got up and thought about the things he had experienced in his dream. It was simply too realistic, as if it had just happened in the real world. Lin Feng even felt that he and Ji Bufan were really good friends who could talk about anything. However, it was all a dream. As the saying goes, reality is also false, and falsehood is also true. Many times, it was difficult to distinguish between reality and falsehood. The reason why I was able to dream and understand so many things from the dream should be because Ji Bufan left a trace of his imprint on the mysterious iron box, right? Lin Feng couldn't help but think. Then, Lin Feng sighed slightly. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to ask about the identity of the dismembered corpse in the mysterious iron box. He had been trying to find out the identity of the dismembered corpse in the mysterious iron box. However, he couldn't get the answer he wanted. Many people were unwilling to talk about the dismembered corpse. However, Lin Feng felt that if he had asked Ji Bufan would have told him. However, he had missed the opportunity. Lin Feng immediately took out the mysterious iron box. Then, Lin Feng carefully observed the mysterious iron box. Soon Lin Feng revealed a surprised expression. Because Lin Feng actually discovered that the runes on the mysterious iron box had changed. Although the runes on the mysterious iron box were already very blurry, when the mummified old man activated them, the runes became bright and resplendent. As for Lin Feng, he memorized some of the runes. However, it was obvious that these runes were different from before. Was it a new rune that had evolved, or had the original rune been recombined? But no matter what the reason was, the mysterious iron box seemed to be different from before. Lin Feng tried to use his divine sense to touch the mysterious iron box. Lin Feng's godly awareness couldn't penetrate the box. The box was releasing a strange and mysterious strength which prevented Lin Feng's godly awareness from touching it. Therefore Lin Feng couldn't form a special connection with the mysterious iron box. As for opening the mysterious iron box, this thought flashed through his mind. It was too dangerous to open the mysterious iron box. As his cultivation increased, Lin Feng became more and more afraid of the mysterious iron box. Because as he became stronger, Lin Feng knew that the mysterious iron box hid many terrifying secrets. Lin Feng didn't know the various terrifying abilities of the mysterious iron box itself and the dismembered corpse inside the mysterious iron box. Lin Feng put away the mysterious iron box. After that, he couldn't sleep anymore. He kept thinking about something. He rested for 2 days. Lin Feng recovered to his peak state and then left with Xia Dongwang for the next destination. The next destination was called the Autumn Wind Plain. It was a vast plain that stretched as far as the eye could see. The Autumn Wind Plains was an extremely dangerous place because there were many terrifying creatures that lived in groups, such as bloodthirsty wolves, god-devouring bats, and so on and so forth. Once one encountered these creatures, it would be extremely dangerous. After arriving here, Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang visited many places, but they couldn't find the Wei River. In the following period of time, Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang went to 4 or 5 places, but they didn't find anything. At this moment, they entered a mountain range to search for information about the Wei River. This place was also one of the many marked points. It was surrounded by mountains and covered in green trees. The environment here was excellent. Lin Feng even found several dragon veins in this mountain forest. Dragon mounts were steaming, and auspicious clouds were spewing out. At a glance, one could tell that this was a holy land for cultivation. "Master, I found a stone tablet. Come and take a look." Xia Dongwang's voice came from afar. Lin Feng quickly rushed in Xia Dongwang's direction. The stone tablet was embedded in a rock wall. Originally, there was a huge rock in front of the wall, so it was difficult for others to find the stone tablet. However, due to the passage of time, the rocks had been greatly eroded by the power of time. As a result, the rocks crumbled. When Xia Dongwang passed by, he saw a corner of the stele. Thus, he pushed the rest of the rocks away and the stele's full appearance was revealed. Lin Feng looked at it and found that the stone tablet was densely covered in words. There were probably hundreds of words written in an ancient language. The production of lees and the planting of grains laid the foundation for agriculture and industry. The use of lees and the planting of grains solved the matter of food being the most important thing for the people. It promoted the development of agricultural production and created the conditions for the transformation of human from a primitive nomadic life to an agricultural civilization. The establishment of a city, the first market. According to the Book of Changes, Shennong set up a market in Japan to attract the people of the world. He gathered the goods of the world and retreated after trading. Each had his own place. Shennong's invention of using Japan as a market and the barter market was the currency of China. It was the origin and cornerstone of the development of commerce. Hemp was used as cloth and the people wore clothes. Primitive people had no clothes and only used leaves and animal skins to cover their bodies. Only after Shennong taught the people to use hemp as cloth did people have clothes. This was a major step forward for the people from an obscure society to a civilized society. He made the 5-stringed zither to entertain the people. According to the second chapter of the World Book, Shennong invented musical instruments. He cut trees into zither and tied silk into strings. This zither was later called the Shennong zither. The Shennong zither was 3 feet 6 inches and 6 feet long. There were 5 strings: Yu, Gong, Shang, Jiao, Zheng, and Yu. The sound produced by this zither could speak of the virtues of heaven and earth. It could express the harmony of Shennong and entertain the people. He cut wood into bows and used it to awe the world. Shennong invented bows and arrows and effectively prevented the attacks of wild beasts. He strongly attacked the invasion of foreign tribes and protected the safety of the people's lives and the fruits of their labor. He made pottery and improved people's lives. Before the invention of pottery, people could only use fire to process food. With pottery, people could cook and process food. They could also store items, brew wine, and disinfect. The use of pottery improved the living conditions of the people. It had a profound impact on the development of human diet, hygiene, and medicine. Lin Feng looked at the contents of the stone tablet and revealed a shocked expression. It was actually related to Shennong. The human race of this era was still living a very primitive life. At the beginning of this era, the human race had indeed lived a very primitive life. For a very long time, they had even lived a life of eating raw meat and drinking blood. However, under the lead of these ancient sage emperors, the human race was the first to enter a civilized society. Without these ancient saint kings, one could imagine that the human race would still be like the other races, living a primitive life for an even longer period of time. Thus, these ancient sage emperors were very important to the human race. There were many rumors about Shennong. Aside from the things recorded on the stone tablet, Lin Feng knew many other things that were related to Shennong. For example, Shennong tasted hundreds of herbs and sacrificed himself to save the people. However, regardless of what the legends about Shennong were, one thing was certain: Shennong's contributions to the human race were enormous. It was a contribution that no one could erase. The development of the human race in this era was largely due to these ancient sages. Xia Dongwang said, "Master, this content praises Shennong. Could the place we're looking for be in this region?" Lin Feng said, "It is indeed possible." Lin Feng then took out the stone cauldron forged by Shennong to see if the stone cauldron could sense anything in this region. As the mountain forest covered a large area, Lin Feng spent the next 3 days searching for clues about the Wei River. However, he still found nothing. This made Lin Feng somewhat depressed. The Wei River. Wasn't it too difficult to find? It was truly depressing. Unknowingly, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang returned to the stone tablet. They decided to rest here for the night and continue searching the next day. Lin Feng had a strong intuition. A clue about the Wei River. It was here. They hadn't found it because they hadn't used the correct method. Late at night, the stone cauldron beside Lin Feng began to devour moonlight energy. More and more moonlight energy was devoured by the cauldron. The ancient cauldron began to emit a faint ripple. At the same time, the stone tablet praising Shenlong's virtues began to emit ripples as well. The changes to the stone cauldron and tablet naturally didn't escape Lin Feng's notice. Lin Feng revealed an extremely shocked expression. It seemed that something was about to happen. Could it be that they were about to discover the Wei River? When he thought of this possibility, Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but light up. The stone cauldron and tablet seemed to have formed a special connection. Xia Donghuang said, "Master, it's foggy." Lin Feng glanced over and saw that the entire mountain range they were in had indeed begun to move. It was shrouded in fog. The faint sound of flowing water could be heard from the depths of the mountain range. Lin Feng put away the stone cauldron and walked toward the depths of the mountain range with Xia Donghuang. After passing through the central region of the mountain range shrouded in white fog, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang saw a huge river appear at the foot of the mountain ahead. The river was about 200 meters wide. It flowed very fast with huge waves rolling. The Wei River. Lin Feng was surprised. Then he revealed a joyful expression. They had finally found the Wei River. He and Xia Donghuang followed the river upstream. After walking for about an hour, flying swords flew out of the forest at high speed. Those flying swords didn't attack Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang, but they surrounded Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang. Then a large group of cultivators, about 100 people, rushed out of the forest quickly. These people were probably the patrolling Divine Farmer clan members. The leader was a young woman. She was tall and had exquisite facial features. There was an overbearing aura between her eyebrows. The woman asked coldly, "Who are the two of you? How did you break into the Wei River?" The Wei River was a name given by the Divine Farmer clan after the disappearance of the Wei River. This place had become a world of its own. That was why the cultivators of the Divine Farmer clan called it the Wei River. Lin Feng said, "We came here with the stone cauldron token. This time we came to the Wei River with news of Yao Shui, the daughter of the Divine Farmer clan. Now I want to see the person in charge of the Divine Farmer clan." "What? You brought news of Yao Shui's ancestor? Is it true? What evidence do you have to prove this?" the leader asked. Lin Feng said, "I don't have any evidence to prove it." The leader sneered, "Without evidence to prove what you said, who knows if you are telling the truth? Maybe you are a spy. This time you sneaked into our clan to find out the truth of our clan." Lin Feng was speechless. This woman was too imaginative. Would a spy dare to come to the Divine Farmer clan? Wouldn't that be seeking his own death? "Big sister, can't you grow a brain?" Lin Feng looked at the leader and said, "What did you say?" Hearing Lin Feng's sarcastic words, the leader glared at Lin Feng coldly. Probably no one dared to talk to her like that, so now she looked angry. She took out a sword and seemed to want to attack Lin Feng. "It seems that the Divine Farmer clan doesn't welcome us. In that case we can only leave," Lin Feng said coldly. He was not in the mood to talk nonsense with this woman. At this time, an old man flew in from afar and landed. He said apologetically, "Young friend, you misunderstood. Please forgive me." "Ancestor." Many cultivators of the Divine Farmer clan bowed to the old man. Xia Donghuang said, "Old mister, you're too arrogant. Not to mention old mister, even if the gods and Buddhas, Immortals and demons see my master, they wouldn't dare to call him little friend. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big? The leader snorted coldly. Xia Dongwang said, even a transcendent expert like the Bai Xia Celestial Venerable has to call my master fellow Taoist. Even if the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were alive, they could only talk to my master as equals. When have I ever been arrogant? Xia Donghuang's words were not wrong. Lin Feng's current battle prowess had surpassed his realm. In addition, he had a stone clone that surpassed his realm. In terms of strength, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors might not be Lin Feng's match. Of course, the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors was different from Lin Feng's era. They were in the early days of the epoch, the era of the firmament. At that time, the golden age of cultivation had not yet arrived. It was already extremely difficult for them to cultivate to the peak of the sage realm. Moreover, to be honest, the battle prowess of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors might not necessarily be inferior to Lin Feng. After all, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors could mobilize the power of faith of the human race to fight against their enemies. This was something that Lin Feng could not compare to. The other party's ability could probably offset the increase in battle prowess brought to Lin Feng by the stone clone. But no matter what, Xia Dongwang was not wrong when he said that Lin Feng was on the same level as the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. After all, the friendship between cultivators depended on the cultivator's own ability. The woman still wanted to refute. At this time, the old man said, "Fellow Taoist, I'm really sorry. I was rude just now." Everyone was stunned. They really did not expect the old ancestor to really address Lin Feng as a fellow Taoist. Wasn't the old ancestor giving him too much face? They knew how terrifying the old ancestor was. 50 years ago, after the great changes in the world, the old ancestor had already broken through to the transcendence realm. Lin Feng was a young cultivator who had lived for 300 years. Was he qualified to be addressed as a fellow Taoist by their old ancestor? I didn't take this matter to heart. Fellow Taoist, you don't have to take it to heart, Lin Feng said. In Lin Feng's eyes, these words were quite ordinary, but in the eyes of the divine farmer clanspeople, Lin Feng was just putting on an act. How could he be so arrogant in front of their old ancestor? This made the group of people extremely angry. They thought to themselves, do you deserve it? Why are you pretending to be a big shot here? Of course, Lin Feng did not know what the cultivators of the Divine Farmer clan were thinking, and he did not try to guess what they were thinking. For Lin Feng, they were just a group of very ordinary cultivators. With his identity, he naturally would not guess what they were thinking. Moreover, to be honest, this old man's cultivation was at the Sun God stage, which was similar to that of the Stone Man clone. If he really fought with Lin Feng, he would definitely be no match for Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng's attitude was not too arrogant. They were just a group of ignorant people who were trying to figure out the truth. It was really ridiculous. Fellow Taoist, please come in, the old man said with a smile. Lin Feng nodded and flew into the depths of the cave with the old man. Xia Dongwang followed closely behind. As for the rest of the people, they stood still. However, these cultivators looked at Lin Feng's back and gnashed their teeth in anger. They could not wait to trample Lin Feng under their feet and teach him a lesson. Chapter 63-72. Under the guidance of the old man, Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang arrived at Shenong's ancestral land. Shenong's ancestral land didn't have a city, but rather a large number of residential areas in the form of tribes. The Shenong clan was now divided into 81 small tribes. All the small tribes were under the management of the high priest. The high priest was the ancestor-level expert in front of him. His cultivation was at the 3rd layer of the Sun Spirit realm. The two of them arrived at the old man's residence. Under the old man's guidance, they entered the living room. Along the way, countless people from tribes of all sizes were extremely shocked, because for countless years, no one had ever come to the Divine Farmer tribe. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang were the first group of cultivators to come here after the Divine Farmer tribe went into seclusion. But even if they were the first batch of cultivators to arrive here, were two such young cultivators qualified to be personally led by the old ancestor? Many people did not understand the great ancestor's actions. Both parties took their seats, and a beautiful maid served them tea. The old man clasped his fist and introduced himself. I am Yan Ji, the youngest grandson of Emperor Shennong. How should I address you, fellow Taoist? Lin Feng was astonished. This person was actually Shennong's grandson. Lin Feng only knew that Shennong had 4 daughters, but he did not know that Shennong had a son. That was something from countless years ago, after all. It was very likely that Shennong had a son. However, there were no records of this in the ancient books. Perhaps there were records of Shennong having a son, but those records were lost in the end. As Shennong's grandson, Yan Ji seemed to be the person with the highest status in Shennong. It seemed like Yan Ji's father was already dead. Lin Feng clasped his fist and said, I am Lin Feng, a descendant of the sovereign emperor clan. Note: when Lin Feng introduced himself, he always introduced himself as a member of the sovereign emperor clan, not the Undying clan. First, because Lin Feng's bloodline had broken off relations with the Undying clan's main bloodline, so Lin Feng would not introduce himself as a member of the Undying clan. Second, although the Undying clan was very powerful, it was still inferior to the sovereign emperor clan. Cultivators in the world of cultivators valued one's background very much. If you had a good background, others would respect you. Some people with good backgrounds, even if they didn't have much strength, there would still be countless experts who would come to join them. This was because the world of cultivators valued status. When he heard that Lin Feng was a descendant of the sovereign emperor clan, Yan Ji was shocked. However, Yan Ji was not an ordinary person and quickly recovered. He said, My apologies, I didn't expect Lin Gongzi to be a member of the sovereign emperor clan. To be honest, my grandfather, Shennong Sovereign, once asked the sovereign progenitor about the Tao, and the sovereign progenitor gave my grandfather some pointers. Our two clans have a very deep relationship. Yan Ji's words had the intention of making friends with Lin Feng. However, this kind of thing was very common in the world of cultivators. Many clans would always want to establish a relationship with a stronger faction. With Yan Ji's cultivation and the Shennong clan's foundation, there were not many clans that could make Yan Ji lower himself to establish a relationship with. However, the Sovereign Emperor clan was definitely the strongest clan among the few clans. Many cultivators did not know much about the Sovereign Emperor clan. Only a few ancient figures, such as Yan Ji, knew what the Sovereign Emperor clan meant. Lin Feng said, Yes, our two clans have a very deep relationship. We haven't been in contact for many years. It's really gratifying to be able to contact each other again. After a while, when the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor arrives, I'll tell him about the Shennong clan. He'll be very happy. Lin Feng planned to let the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor personally talk to Yan Ji about the alliance. If the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor took action, it would not be a problem for them to form an alliance. In fact, although the Shennong clan was in seclusion, it did not mean that they did not pay attention to many things in the outside world. In fact, the Shennong clan had always been quietly paying attention to some of the major events in the outside world. For example, the seal on the Great Desolation, which had been sealed for countless years, had been released. For example, the Great Desolation's sinner's blood had been born. For example, the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor of the Sovereign Emperor clan had broken through to the Transcendence realm. Some time ago, these things had caused a stir in the entire heaven realm. The Shennong clan was naturally aware of this. If the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor comes, my clan will definitely welcome you," Yenji said with a smile. Following which, his tone turned serious, and a hint of seriousness appeared on his face. He said, "Not long ago, I heard young master mention my Aunt Yaoshua to a group of juniors in the clan. I wonder if young master Lin could elaborate on this matter in detail." Lin Feng nodded and said, "I'm here for this matter." He took out a jade tube and handed it to Yenji. "This is?" Yenji looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Lin Feng said, "This contains the Emperor's scripture, an ultimate technique of the human race. Back then, I met Taoist Yao Shui, but my abilities were limited and I could not save her. She passed the scripture to me, hoping that I would pass it on to the Shinong clan." At the same time, Taoist Yao Shui warned the Shinong clan to be careful of the Empyrean lady because she had plotted against Taoist Yao Shui and trapped her in a dangerous place in the Undying Realm. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Yenji was both angry and excited. He was angry because the Empyrean lady had plotted against his great-aunt, and his great-aunt's life had been ruined. He was excited because his great-aunt was still alive. Yenji had lived for so long, and he did not have many close relatives left. Hearing that his great-aunt was still alive, he was overjoyed. Yenji said, "Lin Gongzi, may I know where great-aunt Yao Shui is now?" Lin Feng took out the second jade tube and said, "The ancient route to the Undying Realm, as well as the route to the mysterious ancient mountain where Taoist Yao Shui was suppressed, are all recorded here." Yenji used his divine will to sense it, then looked at Lin Feng and said, "Lin Gongzi, thank you for telling my clan such important information. I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you any longer. My clan has a broken world that my grandfather, the Shinong clan, obtained back then. It's a broken world from many eras ago, and it's very beneficial to cultivation. Tomorrow I'll get Yen Rui to bring Lin Gongzi over. Today I'll be heading to the Undying Realm." Lin Feng said, "Please don't say that. Saving people is more important." Yenji said, "Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for your understanding." Yenji then arranged accommodations for Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang. He then left to organize the group and prepare to head to the Undying Realm. Yenji was an expert who had surpassed his realm. He would personally lead the team there. Yao Shui's rescue should be a relatively high-probability event. Yenji gathered a portion of the clan's experts and quickly left the Wei River realm with them. Many people had probably heard that Yenji and the others were going to rescue Yao Shui, and this matter naturally caused quite a stir. Many people did not expect that Yao Shui, who had disappeared for a long time, was still alive. Some of the older generation cultivators seemed to still remember Yao Shui's glory. Time is long and life is short. Old friends are about to meet again, and I'm filled with emotions. A few very old cultivators sighed. They were figures from Yao Shui's era and were of the same generation as her. Yenji had to call them uncles. Initially, they also wanted to go there together, but now that Yenji was personally leading the group, he needed a peak-level expert to oversee the situation. Hence, these old experts didn't follow him. Although they haven't broken through to the Transcendence realm, they have all refined Transcendence laws before. In addition to their experience over countless years, these old experts were all unfathomably strong. They couldn't help but to reminisce about the past. When they were young, they had all admired Yao Shui, but no one had been able to win her over. Later on, Yao Shui's disappearance had been a huge blow to them. Fortunately, Yao Shui was not dead. It was just that they were no longer young. Thinking about the past, their emotions were extremely complicated. If they could return to the time when they were young, they would definitely confess to Yao Shui without hesitation. So what if they were rejected? At the very least, they would not have any regret. But now, everything could not return to the past. Lin Feng naturally did not know that there were a few old antique experts sitting together to drown their sorrows. Many things had happened recently and Lin Feng also wanted to have a good rest. Therefore, after arriving at his residence, he did not go out. He had been flipping through some books that recorded myths and legends. The contents recorded in the books were naturally true and false. It was difficult to distinguish between them. However, Lin Feng took it as a chance to relax. Therefore, he did not care whether the stories were true or not. He seemed to be enjoying it and reminiscing about it. It was just that not long later, a group of people came to Lin Feng's residence. Then, they clamored for Lin Feng to go out. They did not come with good intentions. Lin Feng ignored those people. This matter would be settled by Xia Donghuang. This was the benefit of having a disciple by his side. There were many things that he could let his disciple handle. This saved Lin Feng a lot of trouble. Most of the cultivators who came to Lin Feng's residence were young cultivators. Of course, they were relatively young. In fact, many of them had already cultivated for millions of years or even longer. However, these people were not weak. Many of them had a lifespan of tens of millions of years or even hundreds of millions of years. Compared to their long lives, millions of years were naturally extremely short. However, Xia Donghuang was even younger. His lifespan was less than 70 years. Many people did not take Xia Donghuang seriously at all. For a cultivator at this age, no matter how strong his cultivation was, how strong could he be? He could deal with Xia Donghuang with one hand. Among these cultivators, the leader was a young man in blue clothes. His name was Yen Mo. He had cultivated for 35,000 years. Although he had not cultivated for a long time, because of his outstanding talent, he had already broken through to the Saint realm. His strength was very tyrannical. Among the young cultivators under 1,000,000 years old in Shinong, he could definitely be ranked in the top 5. Where is your master? Yenemo looked at Xia Donghuang coldly. Further away, there were many clansmen who were watching the show, including the tall and beautiful woman that Lin Feng had seen before. That woman was actually Yen Rui, who was mentioned by Yen Ji. Yen Rui was the eldest daughter of the main branch. She was exceptionally talented. She had countless pursuers. Yen Mo was one of Yen Rui's pursuers. He had heard that Lin Feng and Yen Rui had some disagreements because of words, which angered Yen Rui. Therefore, after Yen Ji and the others left, he led people to come and teach Lin Feng a lesson. As for what Xia Donghuang had said, when a cultivator beyond his level sees his master, he has to call him fellow cultivator. Even if the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were alive, they could only talk to his master as equals. Yenemo did not believe a single punctuation mark. A cultivator who was 300 years old. How could he have such strength? Was he bragging too much? If you have anything to say, you can say it to me, Xia Donghuang said. Boy, are you worthy? Hurry up and ask your master to come out. Today I will expose him. Calling a cultivator beyond his level a fellow cultivator, and talking to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors as equals? What a joke! Yen Mo said sarcastically. Ha 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 ha, that's right. This bragging is too much. It will be a slap in the face later. Many people roared with laughter. In the distance, many people were watching the show. Many people did not have a good impression of Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang. They brought the news of Yao Shui, so they were naturally very grateful to them. However, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang were too good at bragging. Many people thought that it was good for them to learn from their mistakes. It might be good for their lives. However, in many people's eyes, Xia Donghuang was just a nobody. They had no interest in Yen Mo teaching Xia Donghuang a lesson. Now, a group of people was waiting for Lin Feng to come out and watch Yen Mo teach Lin Feng a lesson. Especially Yen Rui. Thinking that Lin Feng had said that she was brainless, Yen Rui was so angry that her whole body trembled. She could not wait to see Lin Feng be taught a lesson. Xia Donghuang's tone was still very calm. He said, Everyone, my master and I are not here to start a fight with you. So, please go back. Do not disturb my master's rest. Yenmo's face couldn't help but sink slightly. He coldly said, I told you to call your master out. You should have just carried out my orders. Now you dare to refute me? Are you trying to be shameless? Don't think that this young master is easy to talk to. I will give you one more chance. Go and ask your master to come out. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite later. Chapter 63-73. In fact, Xia Dongwang was not a bad-tempered person. On the contrary, his temper was very good. However, even a clay figurine would have some temper, not to mention that Yan Mo was disrespectful to Lin Feng. This was something that Xia Dongwang could not accept. Although Xia Dongwang had only been Lin Feng's disciple for 2 or 3 years, Xia Dongwang respected Lin Feng from the bottom of his heart. It wasn't only because Lin Feng thought highly of him, but also because Lin Feng had raised him. It was also because Xia Dongwang felt from Lin Feng the meaning of the phrase, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Many people would say this sentence, but how many people would do the corresponding thing? His master had never said this before, but he had always been doing some things in silence. For example, he wanted to lead the cultivators of all realms in the Doomsday Battle and defeat the imperial family behind the scenes, so that countless creatures could live. Many top experts were not willing to participate in the Doomsday Battle at all. Although they were strong, they had no sense of responsibility. This might be the biggest difference between them and his master. Xia Dongwang looked coldly at Yan Mo and said, Interesting, I want to see what you can do to me. After hearing Xia Dongwang's words, many people could not help but be slightly stunned. They probably did not expect that Xia Dongwang would choose to provoke Yan Mo. Did he really think that Yan Mo was a good-tempered person? Yan Mo was also stunned, and then his face showed a cold expression. Xia Dongwang dared to refute him like this, which made Yan Mo feel very angry. If he did not teach Xia Dongwang a lesson, how could he establish himself in Shinnong in the future? Of course, Yan Mo also had a sense of propriety. He knew that Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang were guests of Shinnong. Although there was a conflict between the two sides, this kind of conflict must be controlled within a certain range. If it went beyond this range, some old guys might take action. Yan Mo was well aware of this, so he knew to what extent he should control the situation. The corner of Yan Mo's mouth curved into a cold arc. He walked towards Xia Dongwang step by step, releasing a powerful pressure from his body. The pressure emitted from his body directly shrouded Xia Dongwang. Yan Mo's method was simple and violent. He wanted to use his powerful aura to suppress Xia Dongwang so that Xia Dongwang would not even have a chance to make a move. He wanted Xia Dongwang to kneel on the ground in front of everyone. Seeing that Xia Dongwang did not move, Yan Mo thought that Xia Dongwang had been intimidated by his aura. But why did he not kneel? Was to mention, he was to endure it? It was useless. An ant was an ant's an ant. No matter how he to struggle to change the result Yan Mo was getting closer and closer to Xia Dongwang. The pressure he was exerting was getting stronger and stronger, but Xia Dongwang still hadn't knelt down. This made Yan Mo very puzzled. It was reasonable to say that Xia Dongwang wouldn't be able to resist his pressure, but the actual situation wasn't like this. Yan Mo's originally complacent face suddenly became somewhat gloomy and unsightly. Yan extends a slap him slap to mention of the Mo. Yan. Of the of course. Someone muttered, thinking that Xia Dongwang might not be so easy to bully. Many people had similar thoughts. Of course, they needed to observe the situation. After all, there were many ways to resolve the aura suppression. One of them was to be strong. However, if they had some special treasures on them, they would be able to do the same with the help of these special treasures. Soon, Yen Mo was only a few steps away from Xia Dongwang. However, his aura did not have any effect on Xia Dongwang. Yen Mo's expression was extremely gloomy. He felt that perhaps it was time for him to display his secret technique. Originally, he had planned to display this technique during the competition of the clan. But now, he had no choice but to display it in advance. Thinking that Xia Dongwang was the culprit who forced him to use this technique in advance, Yen Mo's heart was filled with hatred. Yen Mo took another step forward. An indescribable aura filled the air. It was as if it was about to condense into a terrifying magnetic field. It was still aura suppression, but it was many times stronger than the usual aura. Domineering. Domineering. Yen Mo has cultivated domineering aura. Many people could not help but exclaim. Everyone's face was filled with extreme shock. Even among the cultivators of the 80 tribes of Shinong, the number of cultivators who had cultivated domineering aura could be counted on one hand. Among the young cultivators under 1,000,000 years old, none of them had cultivated domineering aura. Now, Yen Mo had quietly cultivated domineering aura. It was indeed shocking. Although Yen Mo had only cultivated the first level of transparent domineering aura, but domineering aura was domineering aura. Even if it was only transparent, it was still domineering. Its power could not be underestimated. I have mastered domineering aura. You are too weak in front of me. Do you still want to resist me? Why don't you kneel down? Yen Mo continued to walk towards Xia Dongwang. The domineering aura released from his body was getting stronger. When he reached Xia Dongwang, the domineering aura he released reached the highest level. In Yen Mo's opinion, when the domineering aura was fully released, Xia Dongwang would definitely be defeated. At that time, Xia Dongwang would kneel in front of him like a stray dog. But Yen Mo's prediction was still wrong. His domineering aura was released to the strongest level, but it still did not have any effect on Xia Dongwang. Xia Dongwang had cultivated the heavenly domineering aura. Yen Mo's domineering aura was simply insignificant in front of Xia Dongwang's heavenly domineering aura. Yen Mo's expression was somewhat stunned. He felt that there seemed to be a mistake. Everyone's expression was similar to Yen Mo's. Bang! The next moment, Xia Dongwang kicked Yen Mo's abdomen. After receiving Xia Dongwang's powerful kick, Yen Mo was directly kicked out. Wow! In midair, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew out a distance of more than 10 meters. Then, with a plop, he fell to the ground. Yen Mo struggled to get up, but was unable to do so. He directly fainted. Trash! Xia Dongwang said coldly. Around, there was a sound of cold air being sucked in. Until now, everyone knew how powerful Xia Dongwang was. Previously, Yen Mo's domineering aura was not able to have any effect on Xia Dongwang. It could be seen how deep Xia Dongwang's skill was. The funny thing was that many people thought that Xia Dongwang was young and was definitely a soft persimmon that could be pinched at will. But now they knew how stupid their previous thoughts were. His disciple was already so powerful. Then what about his master? Everyone thought of their master Lin Feng, who was also very young. They did not know Lin Feng's identity, but it did not prevent them from speculating about Lin Feng's battle strength. Previously, Xia Dongwang said, when a powerhouse beyond the realm sees his master, they have to call him fellow Taoist. Even if the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were alive, they could only talk to his master as equals. Everyone thought that Xia Dongwang's words were too arrogant. But now, after seeing Xia Dongwang's battle strength, many people were really a little doubtful. Could it be this guy's master? Was he really so powerful? That guy was only 300 years old. Xia Dongwang returned to his courtyard and closed the door with a bang. He had knocked out one of the top 5 experts of the younger generation of the Shinnon clan with a single kick and then called him a piece of trash. Wasn't that the same as cursing the other experts of the younger generation of the Shinnon clan? This posturing wasn't bad. The other young experts of the Shinnon clan were all stunned. And it wasn't just the young experts. Even the experts of the older generation were stunned by Xia Donghuang's battle strength. Although many people were unhappy when they thought of Xia Donghuang's terrifying battle strength, they could only endure it for now. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Why aren't you leaving? An old man walked over. This old man was one of the few old-timers who had stayed in the Shinnon clan. Seeing this old-timer-level old man, many people couldn't help but shrink their neck. How could they dare to stay any longer? They hurriedly left the place. Some people carried the unconscious Yen Mo away. After everybody left, the old man looked at Lin Feng's courtyard in a deep and meaningful way, then turned around and left. What happened outside was like an interlude. Lin Feng didn't pay attention to those things. Lin Feng was still immersed in the world of myths and legends. Cultivators had to read more books, or they would be illiterate. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang had a sumptuous dinner at their residence. The next day Yen Rui came to Lin Feng's residence. After seeing Lin Feng, Yen Rui had a complicated look in her eyes. After seeing how terrifying Xia Donghuang was yesterday, Yen Rui felt that since Lin Feng could be Xia Donghuang's master, he must be much stronger than Xia Donghuang. Therefore, when she saw Lin Feng again, she had a complicated feeling. I believe Taoist Yen Ji has already told you about bringing us to that broken world, right? Lin Feng looked at Yen Rui and said, as if he had completely forgotten about the unpleasantness between him and Yen Rui. In fact, Lin Feng really didn't take this matter to heart. He didn't even care much about Yen Rui. In Lin Feng's opinion, she probably only had a good figure and a pretty face. Apart from that, there was nothing else. There were many beautiful women in this world. There weren't many people who could leave a deep impression on Lin Feng, no matter if they were beautiful or powerful cultivators. Hearing Lin Feng's indifferent voice, Yen Rui couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Previously, she even wanted to teach Lin Feng a lesson to vent her anger. However, after seeing Xia Donghuang's battle prowess, this thought was completely extinguished. Now, looking at Lin Feng's attitude, she knew that perhaps she didn't leave any impression in his heart at all. Not even a bad impression. In his eyes, she might be an insignificant person who didn't have the qualifications to be remembered. Thinking of this, Yen Rui's mood couldn't help but become extremely complicated. She looked at Lin Feng with a trace of sadness. Chapter 63-74. Lin Feng naturally didn't know what Yen Rui was thinking. His mind was filled with thoughts of that broken world. That broken world was a world from many eras ago. It wasn't simple for it to be preserved until now. He just didn't know what was so special about that world. Yen Rui said, "Yes, the ancestor has told me to bring the two of you to that broken world. Please follow me." Okay. Lin Feng nodded. Yen Rui led the way. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang followed closely behind, flying into the depths of the broken world. Xia Donghuang asked, "What's so special about this broken world?" Yen Rui said, "Of course it's special. The ancestor was able to break through because he obtained a fortuitous encounter in that broken world. That's why he finally broke through." Hearing this, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang revealed shocked expressions. It seemed that this broken world was indeed special. This made Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang extremely happy. The more special a broken world was, then, to Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang, the more beneficial it was. Now that Lin Feng had cultivated to the 9th layer of the Sage Immortal Realm, he wasn't too far away from breaking through to the Sage Immortal Realm. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to break through to the Sage Immortal Realm as soon as possible. Once he broke through, his combat strength would definitely soar. Moreover, the Sage Immortal Realm was very important to cultivators. Why was that? The Sage Immortal Realm was very special. What did Sage Immortal mean? Thousands of Tao arts, thousands of divine abilities. The Sage Immortal Realm actually meant that one could cultivate many Tao arts and divine abilities. There were many things a cultivator had to do in the Sage Immortal Realm. For example, ask one's heart. Stabilize one's Tao heart. In fact, it was the same for the Sage Immortal Realm and the Sage Immortal Realm. The last three realms of the Sage Immortal Realm were to constantly reflect on one's own Tao. These three realms were extremely important. This was because if one didn't stabilize these three realms well, the chances of breaking through to the Sage Immortal Realm would be zero. As the first of the last three realms of the Sage Immortal Realm, this realm was even more important. Everything was difficult at the beginning. If one didn't do well at the beginning, how could one hope to do well in the future? That was unrealistic. Therefore, after Lin Feng broke through to the 10,000 Saints realm, he would have a few important things to do. First, he would once again alienate himself from all the divine abilities he cultivated. Secondly, he should constantly reflect on himself to see what he had done wrong and what he had done wrong. If he made a mistake, he should correct it in time. Third, strengthen one's Tao heart. If one's Tao heart wasn't stable, one's Tao heart would be reborn. One shouldn't think that the stronger one's Tao heart was, the more stable one's Tao heart would be. In fact, that wasn't the case. As one's Tao heart increased, the power of one's Tao heart would also become stronger. It was easy for problems to arise at this time. Therefore, it was extremely important to further stabilize one's Tao heart. The fourth point was to perfect his Tao. The fourth point was the most important one, because what did it mean to surpass one's realm? What did he surpass? Of course, what it surpassed was the heavenly Tao. Your own Tao is not perfect, so how can you surpass the heavenly Tao? Lin Feng's avatar's Tao was that of a 9-orifice stone being. He was a life form born from the heavens. When he was born, his Tao was already close to perfection. This was something that no Hotian cultivator could compare to. This was the stone race's advantage over the other races. Therefore, this was the reason why the stone race was so much stronger than the other races. 2 hours later, Lin Feng and the other two came to the entrance of this broken small world. The entrance of this broken small world was in the depths of a mountain range. There was a powerful restrictive spell guarding this place. And there were 2 elders, one on the left and one on the right, like 2 motionless stone statues. These 2 elders were the elders of the Shinnon clan who were responsible for guarding this broken small world. Obviously, this broken small world was not a place that could be entered as one wished. In fact, it was not easy for even the clansmen of the Shinnon clan to enter. Either they had made great contributions to the Shinnon clan, or they had achieved excellent results in the competition held regularly by the Shinnon clan. Only then were they qualified to enter. Otherwise, there was absolutely no possibility of entering. Yanrui looked at the 2 elders and said respectfully, "Elders, I have received the order of Ancestor Yanji to bring these 2 distinguished guests here. They are going to enter this broken small world to cultivate for a period of time." The 2 elders opened their eyes and looked at Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang. Deep in their turbid eyes there was shock. Although they were old, they still had all kinds of perception and the ability to predict. The 2 people in front of them, although young, gave them a very special feeling, especially the young man standing in front of them. He gave them a feeling that was as deep as the sea. They had only felt this kind of feeling from Yanji, who had broken through to the Transcendence realm. However, the 2 elders were not ordinary people. Although they were shocked, their faces were as calm as an ancient well. "Did you bring the token?" the elder on the left asked. "Yes, I did," Yanrui said. She took out a token and handed it to the elder. The elder took out another token. These 2 tokens were, in fact, only half of a token. The elder put the 2 tokens together. Many runes on the token were activated. Whoosh! Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the token and flew into the depths of the small world. It disappeared into the depths of the void. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The sound of chains colliding could be heard. In the void, chains of order appeared and sealed the entrance of the broken small world. Now, the chains of order began to move to the sides. The elder on the right looked at Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang and said, "If you want to come out, just come to the entrance and tell us through the restriction. We will hear you and let you out." "Okay," Lin Feng said. "You can go in now," the elder on the left said. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang cupped their fists at the 2 elders and flew into the broken small world. Then, they entered the broken small world. When Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang entered the broken small world, the entrance to the broken small world was once again sealed by the powerful chains of order. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang observed the broken small world. It was indeed very ancient. It also emitted a special energy that did not seem to belong to this era. Xia Donghuang's expression was a little strange. Lin Feng noticed the change in Xia Donghuang's expression and asked, "Did something happen?" Xia Donghuang said, "Master, I vaguely feel that something is calling me." Lin Feng was surprised. Xia Donghuang had just entered the broken small world, and he was already going to find an opportunity? His luck was really heaven-defying. "It seems that you have an opportunity here. Go quickly," Lin Feng said. "Yes," Xia Donghuang replied and did not stop. He quickly followed the feeling and left. As for Lin Feng, he also chose a direction to fly in. He wanted to see if he could find a good opportunity. Lin Feng had just flown for dozens of miles when he suddenly discovered something that surprised him. There was an item on Lin Feng's body that was emitting a slight fluctuation. The stone millstone. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. It was the mysterious stone millstone that he had obtained from the 9th palace of the Chonglu Demon Palace. Lin Feng had studied this treasure many times, but he had not found anything special about it. However, Lin Feng knew that there were 5 stone millstones in the world. Each of them was a heaven-defying treasure. Moreover, they had been passed down for many eras and were indestructible. Among the 5 millstones, the one that Lin Feng wanted to obtain the most was the time millstone. It was rumored that the time millstone could change time and space, allowing one to return to the past. If Lin Feng could obtain the time millstone, then, in theory, Lin Feng could return to the past. For example, he could return to when his 3rd uncle Lin Xiong was killed in order to save him, when Hua Yihan died, when Huang Linger died, and so on. How many regrets could he make up for? However, where was the time millstone? Lin Feng also wanted to know. Of course, Lin Feng also wanted to obtain the other millstones. For example, the yellow mud platform millstone that Lin Feng had seen before. It could suppress eternity and was extremely powerful. It was stained with the blood of countless top experts. Another example was the Destiny Millstone. It was said that it could change the fate of all living beings. However, Lin Feng had never seen the Destiny Millstone before. He had only heard some rumors about it. If he obtained the Destiny Millstone and used it together with the Destiny Bloodline and the Great Destiny Technique Dam, wouldn't that be heaven-defying? Just thinking about it made him excited. Among the 5 millstones, in terms of attack power, the Apocalyptic Demonic Millstone might be the strongest. At the end of every era, it was said that the Apocalyptic Demonic Millstone would appear. Therefore, if one was lucky enough, there was a certain probability of obtaining the Apocalyptic Millstone. There were still 137 years before the end of the era. Lin Feng reckoned that the Apocalyptic Millstone should be appearing soon. As for the 5th millstone, it was more mysterious. It was said that it was a pair of millstones. However, no one knew what the use of the 5th item, the mother-child millstone, was. Lin Feng had inquired about the mother-child millstone before, but he hadn't been able to find anything. Lin Feng took out the stone millstone. At this moment, the stone millstone's fluctuation was even more intense. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Could this stone millstone be related to the 5 millstones? Lin Feng was surprised when he thought about it. If it was really related to the 5 millstones, it would be heaven-defying. Perhaps he could use this stone millstone to find one of the 5 great millstones. The 5 millstones were too mysterious and powerful. Obtaining any one of them was a great opportunity. Swoosh! Suddenly, the stone millstone that was floating in front of Lin Feng moved. The stone millstone turned into a beam of light and flew forward at an extremely fast speed. Lin Feng quickly followed the stone millstone. He wondered what the stone millstone had sensed that caused such a change. Lin Feng couldn't help but look forward to it. After passing through forests, deserts, and lakes, they finally arrived at an abyss. The aura emitted from the abyss was terrifying. Moreover, the abyss was very deep. While diving, Lin Feng felt that something was staring at him. Suddenly, 2 balls of light appeared in the darkness. They were like 2 moons. However, the 2 balls of light were so cold and terrifying. How long has it been since someone came here? The living being suddenly spoke. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Feng heard the sound of chains clanging against each other. The mysterious being in the abyss had probably been locked up. Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't know what the being in the abyss was. Moreover, this dilapidated world had existed since a few eras ago. Didn't that mean the being that had been locked up here for a very long time? Who are you? When did you get locked up here? Lin Feng asked. The being in the abyss sneered. Do you think you have the right to ask me these questions? As soon as he finished speaking, 2 beams of light shot out from the eyes of the unknown being and locked onto Lin Feng. Then, they quickly swept towards Lin Feng. After sensing the terrifying aura of the 2 beams of light, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. He quickly retreated and summoned the glazed sky goblet at the same time. The glazed sky goblet formed a powerful defensive barrier that protected Lin Feng. Bang! Bang! 2 loud sounds of collision were heard. The 2 beams of light ruthlessly bombarded the defensive barrier formed by the glazed sky goblet. Crack! Crack! The defensive barrier formed by the glazed sky goblet instantly shattered. How is this possible? Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. This was because Lin Feng could clearly sense that the trapped being hadn't broken through to the Transcendence realm. The glazed sky goblet could even block an attack from a Transcendence realm expert. However, it couldn't block an attack from this being. Of course, Lin Feng found it unbelievable. However, that was the truth. The being in the abyss said, "What's impossible? I've lived for 4 eras. Even if I haven't broken through to the Transcendence realm, the power I've accumulated for 4 eras is beyond your imagination." Many times, cultivators would talk about their foundations. What was a foundation? This was a foundation. Why was it that people were used to saying that the longer a cultivator lived, the stronger they were? The reason was, the longer one lived, the more powerful the accumulated power would be. For example, if a certain cultivator lived for 3 eras at the Transcendence realm, he would have accumulated a terrifying power for 3 eras. He would accumulate a little power every day. For 3 eras, that would be 30 billion years. How much power would he have to accumulate? Therefore, in the world of cultivators, some cultivators who had lived for a few eras were even more powerful than many Transcendence realm cultivators. This was because the power they had accumulated was too powerful. As the saying went, one force could break all technique. It was powerful enough. It was enough to destroy everything. Of course, it didn't mean that every cultivator could accumulate power indefinitely. There was a limit to the amount of power a cultivator could accumulate. For example, after reaching a certain peak, it would be very difficult to accumulate more power. one had to break through the peak. Only then would one be able to obtain more power. However, how could one break through the peak? For example, one could work on one's physical body and further temper one's physical body so that one could accumulate more power. Of course, there were very few living beings like the one in front of him. After all, it might be relatively easy to cross an era. However, it was too difficult to cross multiple eras consecutively. Furthermore, it was not that easy to break through the limits of one's body and further increase one's power. Such an existence was definitely as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. However, Lin Feng had encountered such an existence today. Lin Feng was somewhat speechless. He was really unlucky. Swoosh! Swoosh! Right then, the living being in the abyss launched another attack on Lin Feng. There were still beams of terrifying light that swept toward Lin Feng. Each beam of light contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. The eyes of this living being were probably more special. That was why it could release such a powerful attack. Lin Feng couldn't help but snort coldly. Faced with the attack of this living being, Lin Feng advanced instead of retreating. He stepped forward in the void. A series of deep voices echoed in the void. The great Tao of destiny, the wheel of destiny that you will condense will destroy all illusory and evil powers. When Lin Feng's voice fell, a huge wheel of destiny appeared above Lin Feng. When Lin Feng's destiny bloodline completed its fifth transformation, Lin Feng had awakened the powerful wheel of destiny. However, the wheel of destiny that Lin Feng was using now was not exactly the same as the wheel of destiny that he had obtained when his bloodline had awakened. This was because the wheel of destiny that Lin Feng was using now had integrated the power of the Great Destiny skill. When the Great Destiny skill and the Wheel of Destiny were combined, the Wheel of Destiny that was formed was even more powerful. The Wheel of Destiny grabbed lightly and instantly broke the beams of light. The living being in the abyss was very surprised. It then sneered. It's rare to see such a powerful ability at such a young age. However, compared to me, you're still lacking. In the darkness, this living being raised a huge claw and slammed it directly. It was as if a mountain was crashing down. It instantly broke Lin Feng's Wheel of Destiny, but Lin Feng retreated in advance and dodged the attack of the huge claw. Lin Feng had a headache. This being's accumulated power was too terrifying, so it was not easy to deal with it. I'm here to look for opportunities. Do you still want to continue fighting? If you continue fighting, it won't do you any good to either of us. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. It was only possible to kill one side if there was a difference in strength between the two sides. However, in Lin Feng's opinion, he and this unknown being were evenly matched. Neither of them could kill the other. The best result would be both sides suffering. Lin Feng was here to look for opportunities. He did not have the energy to fight to the death with this unknown being. Kill it. It would not do Lin Feng any good. The living being snorted coldly but did not continue to attack. It said, "You're here for the mother-child millstone?" Lin Feng was shocked. Obviously, this being had seen the millstone he had taken out, which was why it said that he was here for the mother-child millstone. Could it be that his millstone was one of the mother-child millstones? When he thought of this, Lin Feng felt his heart skip a beat. Chapter 63-75. The mother-child millstone was simply too mysterious. If he could obtain it, it would definitely be of great use to him. Lin Feng looked at the creature in the abyss and asked, "Are you saying that my millstone is actually one of the mother-child millstones?" "That's right. Your millstone is the child millstone of the mother-child millstones," said the creature. "The mother millstone is with you?" Lin Feng asked. "It's not with me. It's in the abyss. I can't control the entire abyss," said the creature. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown when he heard the creature's words. He had a feeling that things were much more complicated than he had imagined. However, Lin Feng felt that he might be able to obtain some information about the mother-child millstones from this creature. Asked Lin Feng. Why are those two millstones called mother-child millstones? Could it be that there is a special connection between the two millstones? The reason they're called mother-child millstones is because they're very special. They're made from mother-child Taihuan stone. Have you heard of mother-child Taihuan stone before? Lin Feng shook his head. Mother-child Taihuan stone is a rather special type of stone. First of all, it takes a long time to be nurtured. It's said that it takes at least 10 epochs to nurture a mother stone. Once the mother stone is nurtured, it will nurture a child stone. The child stone will be nurtured within the mother stone, and the process of nurturing a child stone is even longer. That's why mother-child Taihuan stone is a type of stone with a lot of spirituality. It's very rare, and perhaps only 1 or 2 perfect mother-child Taihuan stones can be seen in a few hundred or even a few thousand epochs. Lin Feng asked, did someone obtain a perfect mother-child Taihuan stone and forge it into a mother-child millstone? The creature said, I'm not too sure about that either. Why do you say that? Lin Feng was puzzled. Because no one knows whether the mother-child millstone evolved by itself or was forged by someone. Of the 5 millstones, the mother-child millstone has always been the most mysterious, and its origins are a mystery. What's so special about the mother-child millstone? Lin Feng continued to ask. This was a topic that he was very concerned about. The mother-child millstone is very mysterious. I don't know much about its specific abilities, but I heard that when the mother-child millstone appears at the same time, there might be some strange occurrences. More supernatural events? It won't attract some terrifying creatures, right? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. In this world, there were too many unknown existences. These existences made people fearful, no matter how strong a cultivator was. He was always in awe of these unknown existences. Indeed, it might attract some unknown and terrifying things, the living being said. However, it is said that the cultivator who controls the millstone can command these unknown and terrifying existences. The creature added. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. If that was really the case, then it was truly too terrifying. All of this is just a rumor. However, as the most mysterious of the 5 millstones, the mother-child millstone is definitely not simple. Moreover, a treasure like this has an offensive power that is much stronger than many ancient weapons. The creature continued to explain. Lin Feng nodded. It was indeed as the creature had said. Although ancient weapons were powerful in this world, there were some treasures that weren't ancient weapons that could release an offensive power that was even more shocking than ancient weapons. Such treasures were naturally extremely rare. In an entire era, such a shocking treasure might not even be born once. However, the 5 millstones were definitely supreme treasures of such a level. Moreover, the mother-child millstone was made up of 2 pieces. Among the 5 millstones, the mother-child millstone's offensive power was the most famous. However, in Lin Feng's opinion, if the mother-child millstone combined into one, its power might be even more shocking than the mother-child millstone. Of course, what Lin Feng cared about was not the mother-child millstone's offensive power, but the secrets hidden behind it. For example, the ability to attract unknown existences. When the time came, what kind of unknown existences would be attracted? If he controlled the mother-child millstone, would he really be able to make those unknown existences obey his orders? Everything was still unknown. What's the situation with the mother-child millstone? Lin Feng asked. The mother-child millstone has also been suppressed here by someone. The creature said. Oh? Is it the same person as the one who suppressed you? Lin Feng asked. The creature nodded. That's right. It's the same person. Lin Feng asked. Who is it? It won't do you any good to know. The living being said with an indifferent expression, "Knowing will do you no good." "So, the reason you haven't left is actually because of this person?" Lin Feng asked. The creature fell silent. After a while it said, "You're not wrong. However, I believe that he will appear here soon. That will be the time for me to escape." "Can you bring me to see the mother-child millstone?" Lin Feng asked. The creature said, You want the mother-child millstone? The human heart is greedy. However, have you considered the fact that the mother-child millstone has been suppressed here by that existence? It already belongs to him. Aren't you afraid that he will come looking for you if you take something that belongs to him? Perhaps you think you are already very strong now, but I can reveal some information to you. The strength of that existence is simply beyond your imagination. The mastermind behind the scenes, the current ruler of the royal family of the world, is not even as old as that existence. Lin Feng was shocked when he heard the creature's words. Was this creature trying to trick him? However, Lin Feng felt that there was no need for it to trick him. In other words, that existence, was it someone from 3,000 eras ago? A creature that had transcended several eras was already an unimaginable existence. It was hard to imagine how strong an existence that had transcended 3,000 eras would be. Could it be a creator? Lin Feng was indeed hesitant. If he took the mother-child millstone and merged it, it would be extremely beneficial. Then, it would definitely be of great benefit to him, but it might also offend that mysterious expert. If he didn't take the mother-child millstone, he would naturally be safe. However, Lin Feng was unwilling to accept this. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then said, "The world is so big, but I've come to this broken minor world. Moreover, not long after I arrived here, the mother-child millstone I obtained sensed the mother-child millstone. What does this mean? This means that I'm fated with the mother millstone. In the world of cultivators, powerful cultivators are usually happy to fulfill the fated chances of others. I believe that the expert you spoke of would be very happy to do the same, since he was able to surpass the long period of 3,000 epochs." The creature snorted disdainfully at Lin Feng's excuse. It originally wanted to refute Lin Feng's words. However, Lin Feng continued, "Moreover, this expert might be acquainted with my ancestor. My ancestor, the sovereign primogenitor, is also an existence that transcended 3,000 eras. Perhaps they can sit down and have a cup of tea or something." "You're from the sovereign clan?" The creature was astonished. Lin Feng wanted to conceal his aura so that it would be difficult for others to detect his presence. Therefore, the creature didn't know that Lin Feng was from the sovereign clan. Therefore, when Lin Feng revealed his identity, the creature was naturally shocked. Lin Feng nodded. "I'm the real deal." The creature sneered and said, "Actually, it's the person behind you who gave you the courage to do so. If you didn't have that expert backing you, then your so-called destiny wouldn't be valid." Lin Feng said, "I won't deny your theory, but I must state my opinion. I believe that even if my ancestor isn't involved, that expert would be happy to see a junior like me obtain a destiny and improve his cultivation. Then, he would remember his kindness. What do you think? Perhaps, if you want to take a look at that place, I can take you there," said the creature. A black shadow appeared in front of Lin Feng. It was the creature's shadow. It was still chained up, so it couldn't take Lin Feng there. Lin Feng and the millstone followed behind the shadow and quickly descended. As they descended, Lin Feng tried to observe the creature in the abyss. Unfortunately, the creature was shrouded in darkness energy, so he couldn't see its appearance. He only knew that its body was huge. When it stood up, it was probably tens of thousands of meters tall. Lin Feng had no idea what kind of creature it was to have such a huge body. After reaching the bottom of the abyss, the creature brought Lin Feng and the millstone deeper into the abyss. However, the millstone sensed it and moved faster than the shadow. It didn't take long for Lin Feng to reach the mother-child millstone and mother-child millstone. The mother-child millstone was purple, while the mother-child millstone was green. Apart from the difference in color, there was nothing special about them. At this moment, the mother-child millstone was bound by chains. When the mother-child millstone appeared, the mother-child millstone clearly sensed it and began to shake violently. Why is that expert suppressing the mother-child millstone? Lin Feng asked curiously. Rumor has it that this existence wanted to subdue the mother-child millstones for his own use, but the millstones were sentient and didn't want to be subdued. The child millstone ran away while the mother millstone was suppressed, said the shadow. Lin Feng smiled and said, "It seems like that expert who has crossed 3,000 epochs isn't omnipotent. The mother-child millstone didn't acknowledge him at first, but the mother-child millstone clearly acknowledged me. Sometimes I can't help but sigh. If a person is too outstanding, they will be acknowledged by countless supreme treasures. I'm already used to it." The shadow couldn't help but roll its eyes. This guy's skin is thicker than the city walls. Chapter 63-76. The vibrations of the mother-child millstone became more and more intense. It was unknown whether the mother-child millstone had an artifact spirit. However, even if it didn't, its spirituality must be extremely shocking. Otherwise, it would have been subdued by that mysterious expert. Lin Feng observed carefully. The chain that locked the mother-child millstone was the famous 9-turn devil locking chain. This kind of chain. It wasn't simple. It was one of the most special chains in the world. Once locked, it was said that even experts who surpassed their level would find it difficult to escape. Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword and wanted to cut off the 9-turn devil locking chain that was binding the mother millstone. However, before he destroyed the 9-turn devil locking chain, there were some things that he had to make clear to the mother millstone. Lin Feng believed that the mother millstone would be able to understand. He said, "Now that the mother-child millstone has been refined by my blood, if I help you escape, I hope that you will let me refine it on my own accord." The mother millstone stopped struggling and seemed to be thinking. In fact, although Lin Feng had refined the mother-child millstone with his blood a long time ago, the mother-child millstone hadn't shown any special characteristic. Therefore, Lin Feng couldn't activate the mother-child millstone. However, after the mother-child millstone was revived, the connection between Lin Feng and the mother-child millstone had become closer. Lin Feng felt that the mother-child millstone wasn't much different from other magic treasures. If he tried to activate the mother-child millstone, he would definitely be able to do so very smoothly. Now that the mother-child millstone had been refined, it was definitely a treasure that belonged to him. The key was the mother millstone's attitude. "All right. I promise you." At this moment, an ethereal voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng's mind was slightly shaken. The voice just now should have been transmitted to him by the mother-child millstone's artifact spirit. After hearing the mother-child millstone's words, Lin Feng was relieved. He wielded the black dragon sword and slashed at the 9-turn devil locking chain. Clang clang clang, a series of clanging sounds could be heard. As the black dragon sword and the 9-turn devil locking chain collided again and again, sparks flew everywhere. Although the 9-revolution devil lock chain's defensive power was shocking, under Lin Feng's constant attacks, cracks began to appear. As time passed, the 9-revolution devil lock chain would definitely break. But at this time, a strange fluctuation was emitted from the 9-turn devil lock chain. In the next moment, a large amount of black gas surged out of the chains, and then a blurry figure appeared within the black gas. "It's him. It's him." Clearly, the blurry figure that appeared in the black chi should be the ancient existence that had transcended 3,000 epochs. No one knew who he was. "Junior, Do you dare to secretly take away the mother millstone? Do you want to die? The blurry figure said coldly. He didn't reveal his true appearance. However, even if he didn't reveal his true appearance, Lin Feng could still feel the other party's cold eyes staring at him, even though it was just a mark. But Lin Feng sensed an incredible amount of pressure. That cultivator had crossed 3,000 eras as expected. He was extremely strong. Lin Feng didn't know how strong that cultivator's real body was. How strong was that cultivator's real body? If they really fought, the result would be hard to say. However, Lin Feng didn't intend to fight to the death with this existence. Lin Feng already had a countermeasure. He directly channeled his sovereign bloodline. After the powerful bloodline was activated, a mysterious and ancient existence appeared behind Lin Feng. This existence was none other than the sovereign primogenitor's projection. Someone from the sovereign clan, the Mark was surprised. It seems that you also know my ancestor, the sovereign primogenitor? Lin Feng asked. Humph. Hearing Lin Feng mention the sovereign primogenitor, the Mark couldn't help but snort coldly. After hearing the cold snort, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Was this fellow at odds with his ancestor, the sovereign primogenitor? Damn, did I use the wrong tiger's skin this time? However, Lin Feng relaxed in the next moment. This was because Lin Feng noticed that the expert's mark was growing fainter and fainter. Clearly, it would dissipate soon. It seemed that this existence didn't intend to make things difficult for him, Lin Feng thought. This fellow probably doesn't have a good relationship with the sovereign primogenitor. If that's the case, he shouldn't have let me go, but he didn't make things difficult for me. It seems that the sovereign primogenitor is a great deterrent to him. In the future, if I encounter such ancient and powerful existences, perhaps I can use the sovereign primogenitor's skin more often. At this thought, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. Lin Feng didn't feel that there was anything shameful about using the sovereign primogenitor's skin. Who asked him to have such an awesome ancestor? These were his own resources. Since he had such a good resource, he naturally had to make good use of it. Soon, the expert's mark completely dissipated. Lin Feng continued to swing his sword at the 9-turn devil lock chain. Clang, 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 hundreds of slashes came down. Crack, crack. Finally, the 9-turn devil lock chain was cut in half by Lin Feng's sword. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. The mother millstone trembled violently. Crash, crash. Crash, crash. Crash, crash. The chain wrapped around the mother millstone slid down. Lin Feng said, "Now fulfill your promise." The mother millstone let go of its defense. Lin Feng easily left his mark on the mother millstone. The mother-child millstone. It had finally become Lin Feng's treasure. Lin Feng was filled with curiosity about the mother-child millstone. He really wanted to explore the wonders of the mother millstone right now. However, this was clearly not a suitable place to explore the wonders of the mother-child millstone. Therefore, he had to leave this place first. The shadow led the way, and Lin Feng returned to the entrance of the abyss. When he arrived, the shadow dispersed on its own. The powerful being said, "Looks like everything went smoothly." Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right, everything went very smoothly. I have to thank you for helping me." The being said, "I did this because I was selfish. If it's possible in the future, I hope you can help me when I'm in danger." Lin Feng was slightly taken aback. He did not expect the being to make such a request. It was not a difficult thing to do. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Sure." Hearing Lin Feng's affirmative answer, the being could not help but smile. Lin Feng did not continue to stay and quickly left the abyss. When he was outside, he flew into the distance. 2 hours later, Lin Feng stopped in the middle of a forest. He summoned the mother-child millstone. Lin Feng could clearly feel an extremely special connection between the two millstones. It was probably this extremely special connection that allowed the mother-child millstones to increase each other's strength in battle. Lin Feng said, "Rumor has it that the mother-child millstone can attract some unknown and terrifying beings. I wonder if this is true?" The voice of the mother-child millstone echoed in Lin Feng's mind. "That's right, the rumor is true. What kind of creatures are those unknown and terrifying existences?" Lin Feng could not help but ask curiously. The mother-child millstone explained, "These beings are very powerful, but due to various reasons, they were abandoned by their original races. This caused them to harbor resentment, and they wish to prove themselves. These beings often live in the shadows, and some have even completely become depraved beings. As the master of the mother-child millstone, I can subdue these creatures. However, as the saying goes, karma is a cycle and retribution is not pleasant. If I subdue these creatures, I will have to wash away the humiliation they suffered in the past in the future. However, most of these abandoned creatures might not be good people. Therefore, I need to know my limits when subduing these abandoned creatures." Lin Feng naturally knew what the mother-child millstone's artifact spirit was implying. These depraved beings who had been abandoned and turned into depraved beings were either good or bad before they were abandoned. Regardless of whether they were good or bad before they became depraved, after subduing them, you had to help them wash away the humiliation they suffered in the past. If the depraved beings were good when they were alive, and you helped them wash away the humiliation, they would not go against their conscience to do something. However, if the depraved beings that were subdued were not good people when they were alive, and you helped them wash away the humiliation, then you would definitely do something against your conscience. However, you had to do these things. Otherwise, the cycle of karma would cause you to suffer a backlash. If you were black-hearted, you would naturally not have any qualms. The key point was that Lin Feng was not a black-hearted person. Lin Feng had originally wanted to gather a group of depraved beings for his own use, but this matter should be delayed. When the time came, he might be able to carefully select a few depraved beings that he could use. "Is there anything special about the mother-child millstone?" Lin Feng continued asking. "The mother-child millstone can enslave depraved beings, but it also hides a huge secret. This secret is, the mother-child millstone is equivalent to a key." "Key? What kind of key?" Lin Feng was flabbergasted. "The mother-child millstone is the key to a secret trove in the depths of a supreme divine ability. Only the mother-child millstone can open it. This secret trove contains the method to eternal life." Hiss! Lin Feng could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. In fact, he had heard many rumors about eternal life over the years. However, rumors were just rumors. Now that he had truly understood the secret to eternal life, his heart naturally could not remain calm. In the beginning, Lin Feng had thought that the powerful being who had transcended 3,000 eras had wanted to use the mother-child millstone to control the depraved beings. It was only now that he knew that the other party was actually after the secret to eternal life in the depths of a supreme divine ability. One had to know, even if that powerful being had transcended 3,000 eras, he was not eternal. He would still die. 3,000 eras, a great reincarnation. After going through a great reincarnation, his life might come to an end. Therefore, he had to find the secret to eternal life. To comprehend the art of eternal life. Lin Feng could not help but frown. If that was the case, he was in trouble. That powerful being would not give up so easily. The reason why he didn't make a move before was probably because his imprint was not as powerful as he had imagined after such a long time. If he had made a move then, he might not have been able to kill Lin Feng. Moreover, a mark would not have lasted for too long. Lin Feng felt that the other party had chosen not to attack him in the end because he wanted to numb him. To make him think that he did not intend to pursue the matter? Of course. These were only Lin Feng's guesses. Perhaps that powerful being had really chosen to endure because of the sovereign ancestor. However, he could not afford to let his guard down. After all, the secret to eternal life had great implications. One had to be wary of others. Otherwise, one might die a horrible death. Chapter 63-77. In the following period of time, Lin Feng wanted to see if he could obtain other opportunities to improve his strength. However, after searching for a long time, Lin Feng could not find any other opportunities. Lin Feng was a little disappointed. However, thinking that he had already obtained the mother millstone of the mother-child millstone, it seemed that he was not too disappointed. Lin Feng decided to leave temporarily. There was no point in continuing to stay here. Hence, Lin Feng went to the exit and transmitted his voice to the two elders. The two elders then opened the restriction. Lin Feng left the broken small world and returned to his residence. As for Xia Donghuang, he was still cultivating inside. After Lin Feng returned, he realized that the wordless book related to the nine-continent lamp had changed again. Previously, a type of ancient Chinese character appeared on the first page. After Lin Feng entered the creator's space, he asked Sauron to help him translate it. Now, some ancient characters appeared on the second page. They were still the same ancient Chinese characters. However, Lin Feng was not sure what they meant. Perhaps he would have to look for Sauron to help him translate the meaning of these ancient Chinese characters. Kunlun Universe. Sauron had been traveling in the universe during this period of time. He planned to go to planet Aqua Blue in the Kunlun universe to look for some special materials. This was a type of strengthening material. He felt that it was necessary to produce mecha. Otherwise, it would be impossible to produce mecha that met the requirement. At this moment, Sauron was resting in his room. He seemed to have sensed something and opened his eyes. Then, he revealed a look of joy. The great creator was summoning him. Universe of Time. Sophia had been very busy recently. She had encountered some problems with her modified Transcendence Elixir. This Transcendence Elixir's effect was much better than the Transcendence Elixir that the Mastermind, the royal family, had. However, there was a certain probability that it would cause the cultivator's body to self-destruct. Although this probability was only about 1%. However, in Sophia's eyes it was not perfect. Sophia was a person who pursued perfection. Hence, Sophia had modified the elixir formula. She felt that she could use other spiritual herbs to replace some of the spiritual herbs used now. Sophia led a group of disciples into the vast, ancient forest to search for the precious elixirs that she needed. This ancient forest was extremely dangerous. Even Sophia had to be careful when searching for elixirs. After a busy day, Sophia was rather tired. She and her disciples found a secluded cave to rest. At this moment, Sophia seemed to have sensed something, and her eyes lit up. Sophia cast a protective restriction on the place where she was resting. She then sat down cross-legged and tried to communicate with the great creator. Nirvana Universe. During this period of time, the Black Devil King was more relaxed. This was because this was the truce period. At this moment, the Black Devil King was reading a book in his room. Don't underestimate the Black Devil King's rough appearance. In fact, the Black Devil King was a cautious and meticulous person. Moreover, he liked to read all kinds of books on military and formations. Therefore, the Black Devil King was very good at leading troops into battle. Suddenly, the Black Devil King's face lit up as he sensed the presence of the Creator. Shwa! 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 Light flickered. Sauron, Sophia, and the Black Devil King all appeared in the creation space. Lin Feng was surrounded by holy light. He sat on a chair and looked at the three people who appeared. Sauron, Sophia, Black Devil King, greetings, my lord. The three of them bowed to Lin Feng. Rise. Lin Feng said. The three of them stood up. Then, they each sat in their own seat. Following that, the three of them exchanged greetings and inquired about the progress of their respective task. For example, Sauron's research on the mecha, Sophia's research on the improved transcendence pill, and whether the Black Devil King had obtained enough sky-gilt gold, a material used to forge ancient weapons. They each explained their own situation. Sauron's research on the mecha had reached a critical point and needed to find new materials. Sophia's research on the improved transcendence pill also needed to be adjusted. As for the Black Devil King's sky-gilt gold, he had obtained some for the time being. However, the Black Devil King had used it himself. The Black Devil King was planning to start another war to obtain more sky-gilt gold. When the time came, he could take it out and trade it with everyone. That was the basic situation. Lin Feng looked at Sophia and said, I have a soul-body pill here. Can you research on the soul-body pill's recipe and refine a batch of soul-body pills for me? Soul-body pill? Rumor has it that it can allow dead cultivators to transform into corpses and reconstruct a new body, allowing them to become normal cultivators? Sophia asked in astonishment. Lin Feng nodded. He took out the porcelain bottle containing the soul-body pill and handed it to Sophia. Sophia opened the bottle and smelled the soul-body pill. Then, she smiled and said, Almighty Creator, I'm happy to serve you. Lin Feng said. All right. When you've developed this pill, refine 1,000 pills for me. At that time, I won't mistreat you. Many thanks, Almighty Creator. Sophia hurriedly replied after receiving Lin Feng's promise. She was extremely excited. She was even thinking about what she should ask the Almighty Creator about when the time came. Or perhaps she could obtain something from the Almighty Creator. At this moment, a piece of paper appeared in front of Sauron. On it were densely written ancient Chinese characters. Lin Feng said, Sauron, help me translate these ancient Chinese characters. Yes, Lord. Sauron replied. Then, he began to translate the ancient Chinese characters. Lin Feng waited patiently at the side. Sophia and the Black Devil King looked curiously at the words Sauron translated. However, the words Sauron translated were a mess of words. Even if they knew the meaning of the words he translated, they couldn't form a coherent sentence. Naturally, they couldn't understand the special meaning of these words. An hour later, Sauron finished translating the words. Lin Feng combined the words Sauron translated in the correct order. A paragraph of words appeared in front of his eyes. My identity in my previous life was from planet Aqua Blue. Planet Aqua Blue, the center of the universe, is filled with endless mysteries. Ancient civilizations spread out from here. This place has experienced all kinds of great eras, from the mythological era to the Qi refining era to the technological era. Then, planet Aqua Blue was destroyed and a new cycle began. Lin Feng frowned slightly. This paragraph of words revealed a lot of things. For example, planet Aqua Blue of the Kunlun universe was also going through cycles. The most ancient civilization spread out from planet Aqua Blue. Also, what did the technological era mentioned in this paragraph mean? Lin Feng was indeed a little confused. He didn't understand this phrase at all. Lin Feng frowned and pondered. He recalled the contents of the first page. My memories are starting to come back. Only now do I know that the chaotic memories that suddenly appeared in my mind are all memories of my previous life. I thought that reincarnation was just a legend. Only now do I know that it's all true. Combined with the contents of the second page, Lin Feng suddenly thought of a possibility. Did this mysterious cultivator, who claimed to have reincarnated, rely on some methods he obtained from planet Aqua Blue to create many unimaginable things? For example, the 9-province lantern. Was it forged using some forging method from planet Aqua Blue? Of course, Lin Feng had countless doubts in his heart, but it seemed like he could only wait patiently for now. When the words appeared on the third page, perhaps he would be able to grasp more secrets. Of course, Lin Feng was most interested in how to control the 9-province lantern. Your Majesty the Great Creator, it's like this. Recently, I've encountered some problems in my cultivation. I hope that Your Majesty can guide me. If it was in the past, Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to guide Sauron. Now, he would definitely be exposed. However, Lin Feng had obtained Heaven's Notes some time ago. It contained various insights and experiences of heaven. Therefore, it shouldn't be a problem for him to guide Sauron. Sure, Lin Feng said. I'm currently trying to merge the second time. I've tried many methods, but I haven't succeeded. Merging the Tao was the second realm beyond the realm. Sauron should be at the peak of the realm. This guy was actually trying to merge the second time. It seemed like he had cultivated some special technique. Lin Feng recalled the contents of Heaven's Note. The second time is indeed more troublesome because your body has become the great Tao origin body. If you want to merge the second time, you don't have the foundation of the first time. However, you might be able to create a second Tao self and merge the second time. Sauron wasn't the only one listening. Even Sophia and the Black Devil King were listening. They hadn't tried merging the second time, but it sounded feasible. If they really succeeded, their battle prowess would increase by many times. Sophia and the Black Devil King had originally thought that Sauron was an alchemist who only wanted to study various alchemy techniques. Now they realized how wrong they had been. To put it bluntly, alchemy was just a hobby. Cultivation was the foundation. Of course, there were also some cultivators in this world who weren't as interested in cultivation as other hobbies. If I create a second Tao self and merge the 2 Tao selves with me, the 2 Tao selves will be different. This will definitely cause a huge conflict. It might not be a good thing for me. At this moment, the Black Devil King said, perhaps you can follow the principles of the yin-yang cycle. When creating the second Tao self, there shouldn't be any conflict. Sauron shook his head. How can the creation of a Tao self be so simple? Even if you follow the principles of the yin-yang cycle, will it be perfect? It's too difficult. If it's perfect, then it'll be fine. If it's not perfect, then there will be a huge problem. The Black Devil King thought about it and felt that this made sense. He couldn't help but nod. Lin Feng asked, do you know the characteristics of a pride? Sauron and the others were slightly stunned. They didn't understand what Lin Feng meant. They subconsciously nodded. A pride will always only have one king, Lin Feng said. Sir, what you mean is, the Tao self-created will not be divided into yin and yang. Instead, the first Tao self will be the main Tao self, and when creating the second Tao self, the second Tao self will be the support? Sauron said. That's right, Lin Feng said. Sauron said, however, even if the second Tao self is the support, it can still attack the first Tao self. At that time, there might be a backlash. Lin Feng said, that's because the primary and secondary Tao self aren't clear. The primary Tao self cannot suppress the secondary Tao self, so this will naturally happen. As long as the second Tao self can complete the Tao self, it'll be perfect. There's no need to pursue a second Tao self that will increase one's strength more than the first Tao self, which is very difficult to achieve. The power contained within the 2 Taos will be maintained at a ratio of 10:1. This will allow you to complete the Tao self and ensure that there won't be any problems with your body. Most importantly, it's hard to fathom the human heart. Sauron pondered for a moment before standing up and bowing to Lin Feng. He said, many thanks, Lord Creator. I will definitely remember Lord Creator's warning. Lin Feng nodded and said, so, tell me about some important things that have happened in your universe recently. Sauron said, I'll go first. A few major events have happened in the Kunlun universe. The first major event is that the primogenitor sovereign has appeared in the Kunlun universe. This existence is very ancient and very terrifying. Back then, he had a grudge with some of the clans in the Kunlun universe. When the primogenitor sovereign appeared, those clans became jittery and started plotting ways to deal with the primogenitor sovereign. The second matter is said to be related to Yu Shang. He was a good friend of the Kunlun master, Yi Xian. Later, he seemed to have died. Someone seems to have discovered his grave. The third matter is related to an ancient ruin. It's said that someone discovered an ancient ruin that represents a special civilization. Even in the Kunlun universe, there are no records of it. Some people suspect that there are other universes outside the four universes. Right now, some top-tier experts are investigating this matter. These are the three matters I want to talk about, the Black Devil King said. Recently, some strange things have happened in the Nirvana universe. It seems like someone is able to freely travel between the past and the present. Some people suspect that the legendary time millstone has appeared in the Nirvana universe. Many people have gone to look for it, but according to the information I received, no one has found it yet. Lin Feng was shocked. The time millstone had appeared in the Nirvana universe? The time millstone was really good at running. It had actually run into the Nirvana universe. It was truly speechless. Lin Feng said. Tell the people below to pay more attention to this matter. Yes, the Black Devil King hurriedly said. At that moment, Sophia said, two important things have happened in the time universe. The first is that the Supreme Divine Court has appeared in the time universe. The second thing is that two of the top 10 aristocratic families in the universe of time have started a war. Many of their vassal forces have been involved in this war. The war is getting more and more intense. Originally, these two forces seemed to have a good relationship with each other, but for some reason, they suddenly became mortal enemies. The information brought by the three experts was quite useful to Lin Feng. For example, he had obtained information about the primogenitor sovereign and the time millstone. Sophia asked. I wonder if the great creator can reveal some important information to us? In truth, Sophia had to muster up a lot of courage to ask this question. This was because she felt that this great creator was a very approachable person. Even if he asked some questions that he shouldn't have, perhaps this great creator wouldn't be angry. Sauron and the Black Devil King also looked at Lin Feng, who was shrouded in holy light. They were also looking forward to it. He wanted to know more about the secrets of a higher level. Lin Feng knocked on his chair. He then said, Recently I've been searching for the method of eternal life. Hiss, hearing Lin Feng's words, Sauron, the Black Devil King, and Sophia couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The secret of eternal life. This was a secret that countless people wanted to know. However, it was very obvious. Almost no one could come into contact with this huge secret. Even though they were experts who had surpassed the peak of their realms and wanted to search for the secret of eternal life, the secret of eternal life was still a mystery to them. And now, this great creator was actually searching for the secret of eternal life. This made them both excited and nervous. They were excited because they had heard about eternal life, and nervous because they didn't know if they would be qualified to share this secret in the future. Lin Feng said, In the future, work hard for me, and I won't mistreat you. Yes, Almighty Creator. Sauron, the Black Devil King, and Sophia were overjoyed. They all knelt on one knee to show their respect for Lin Feng. If the cultivators of their universe knew about this, their jaws would definitely drop. These three experts were existences who stood at the peak of their respective universes. Now, they were all kneeling to someone else at the same time. This was truly inconceivable. Chapter 63-78. After returning to the real world, Lin Feng could not help but ponder. He had obtained a lot of information today. Unfortunately, he was too busy to go to other universes. If he could go to other universes, he could go there to look for opportunities, especially the opportunity of going to the Supreme Divine Court. The Supreme Divine Court had appeared again. Unfortunately, it was not in the Nine Continents universe. If he could enter the Supreme Divine Court, he might be able to obtain the secret of eternal life. The last time he had entered the Supreme Divine Court, his cultivation had not been strong enough. It had been difficult for him to enter the Supreme Divine Court. This time, however, was different. He was no longer the same as before. Lin Feng took out the child mother millstone. He felt that he might be able to use it to summon some fallen creatures. However, Lin Feng gave it some thought and gave up on the idea. After all, this place was Shenlong's territory. It would not be good if he led those fallen creatures to Shenlong's territory. Lin Feng planned to use the child mother millstone to lure some fallen creatures over after leaving Shenlong's territory. The next day, Yen Rui came to Lin Feng's place. When she saw Lin Feng, she asked, "How did you come out of the broken minor world so quickly? It's a pity that you came out so early." Lin Feng said, "I've already obtained all the opportunities one wanted. There's no point in staying in there any longer. That's why I came out." Yen Rui nodded. She did not ask what opportunities Lin Feng had obtained. After all, such matters were taboo in the world of cultivators. Yen Rui might be arrogant, but she was not stupid. She knew what could be said and what could not be said. Lin Feng said, "You should have a temple to worship Shenlong's sovereign, right? I plan to pay my respects to Shenlong's sovereign. Is that okay?" "Of course." Yen Rui said, "However, I need to inform the temple attendants first. They need to make some preparations before the ceremony can begin. If it were someone else, it would not be so troublesome. They would probably only need to kowtow a few times and burn a few incense sticks." However, Lin Feng's identity was different from the others, and his strength was unfathomable. Shenlong would definitely value Lin Feng very much and go pay respects to Shenlong's sovereign. Therefore, they would definitely prepare everything. When the time comes, the worship ceremony would be extremely solemn. Lin Feng felt that it was better to be solemn. After all, they were paying homage to one of the three emperors, the real ancestor of human race. In this epoch, if not for Emperor Shenlong, human race might not have survived in this epoch. Lin Feng said, "Then I'll have to trouble you to tell the temple attendant about this." Yen Rui said, "I'll go and talk about this matter now. I'll come back later." Lin Feng thought to himself, "Don't come over later. I want to read some books, study hard, and be a quiet top student." However, Yen Rui did not give Lin Feng a chance to speak and ran out in a hurry. Lin Feng could not help but bitterly smile and shake his head. In fact, after interacting with her for a while, Lin Feng found Yen Rui to be a rather interesting person. An hour later, Yen Rui returned to Lin Feng's residence. When she saw Lin Feng drinking tea while flipping through ancient books, she said, "I've already informed the temple attendant about you going to the temple. He said that he needs 3 days to prepare." "Many thanks. Come, have some tea to quench your thirst." Lin Feng smiled and poured a cup of tea for Yen Rui. Yen Rui sat beside Lin Feng and smiled at Lin Feng, asking, "What book are you reading?" Lin Feng handed the book over to Yen Rui. "The Analects of Confucius?" Yen Rui muttered. Obviously, she did not know the origin of the Analects of Confucius. When the Confucian sect was developing, Shenlong had been living in seclusion for tens of thousands of years, and the Confucian sect had more influence in the mortal world than in the world of cultivators. In addition, it had already declined many years ago. There were not many people who knew about the classics of the Confucian sect. It was even more so in the heaven realm. Back then, when the Confucian sect was at its peak, it was unable to penetrate into the heaven realm, let alone now. Lin Feng's Analects of Confucius was not the Analects of Confucius, but the version circulated in the secular world. There were many things that were worth pondering over. For example, Xue Er wrote, "The master said, 'What you have learned and what you have practiced, isn't that right? Isn't it a joy to have friends coming from afar? A man who does not know but is not enraged, is he not a gentleman?' The master said, 'His conduct is also filial to his younger brother, but he is fond of offending his superiors, which is rare. He is not fond of offending his superiors, but he is fond of creating chaos, which is rare. A nobleman takes care of the fundamentals, and the fundamentals lead to the birth of Tao. Filial piety is the foundation of benevolence.' Confucius said, 'Clever words and commanding countenance, fresh and benevolent.' Xingzi said, 'I reflect on myself 3 times a day. Is it because of others that I am not loyal? Your friends, but you don't trust them? Is it because you don't practice it?' From this content, one could see the thoughts of the Confucian sage. Even if it was just an ordinary Analects of Confucius, one could also comprehend many principles of life from it. These principles were very beneficial to one's life and cultivation. Yen Rui flipped through the content and said with a smile, "The content of this book is very interesting. If you think about it carefully, it seems to contain many great principles. The person who wrote this Analects of Confucius must be a sage from all eras." Lin Feng said, "Of course." Confucius was an extraordinary existence of the human race. Unfortunately, he was born at the wrong time. He created the Confucian way. His thoughts are indeed extraordinary. If he was born in this era, his accomplishments would be unimaginable. Lin Feng's words were reasonable. After all, in Confucius's era, the world of cultivators had already entered a period of decline. Even so, he still relied on his achievements in creating the Confucian way to successfully break through to the sage realm. One could imagine what realm he would have reached if he had been born in this era of cultivation. Lin Feng felt that it would not be a problem for him to break through to the next realm. But sometimes life was just like that. The world was unfair to begin with. Sometimes fate was determined by the heavens. Some fates could be changed, but some fates could not be changed. Yen Rui said, "Then, can I imprint the contents of this book into a jade tube? I feel that many of the words in this book are very reasonable. I want to study them more." "This book is for you," Lin Feng said with a smile. "Thank you." Yen Rui smiled. She did not stay with Lin Feng for too long. After all, they were alone together. If they stayed together for too long, gossip would inevitably spread. Time passed by quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, many people knew that Lin Feng was going to pay respects to the Shennong Emperor. In fact, they did not know much about Lin Feng. They did not know how strong Lin Feng was. The only thing they knew was that Lin Feng's disciple, Xia Donghuang, was very powerful. In many people's opinion, if the disciple was so powerful, how could the master be weak? The master should be even more powerful. Therefore, although Lin Feng was very young, everyone was still in awe of Lin Feng. On the day of the ceremony, many cultivators rushed towards the temple. Most of them were there to watch the show. After all, the Shennong Emperor had always been in seclusion. Normally, nothing would happen in the clan. Now that someone was paying respects to the Shennong Emperor, and it was the grandest ceremony, it naturally attracted many people to watch the show. Lin Feng took a bath and changed his clothes early. He also ate vegetarian for 3 days. On the day of paying respects to the Shennong Emperor, Yen Rui came to pick up Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Yen Rui came to the temple in a beast carriage. When they arrived, Lin Feng saw a lot of people. Lin Feng was a little confused. It was just a ceremony. How could it attract so many people? The main reason was that Lin Feng did not know how bored these secluded people of the Shennong clan were. If he knew how bored they were, he would understand why so many people came to watch the show. The temple was divided into 3 courtyards. There was an outer courtyard, an inner courtyard, and an inner courtyard. There were dozens of palaces built in the outer courtyard. Those palaces were dedicated to the ancestors of the Shennong clan. As for the temple in the inner courtyard, it was dedicated to the Shennong emperor. Entering the 3rd courtyard, Zhang Xian saw a massive cauldron placed on the altar. An old man in a priest's robe was holding an ancient scroll. That old man should be the temple attendant. Lin Feng of the Emperor clan. I'm here to pay respects to the Shennong emperor of the human clan. Lin Feng said loudly. Then he walked toward the altar. Lin Feng stepped onto the altar. He took 10 steps forward. Then he stopped. The temple attendant opened the ancient scroll and read. In the past, the Shennong clan was born in the Wei River. Because of the many disasters of the human clan. The Book of the 5 Records of Shennong, an ancient book written by the Shennong clan, related to agriculture, irrigation, food, medicine, fishing and hunting. Tasting the taste of 100 grasses and the bitterness of the springs, the people avoided them. At that time, people encountered 70 poisons in a day. The divine ancestor passed away. But people did not forget the achievements of the divine ancestor. Today, Lin Feng of the Emperor clan is here to pay respects to the divine ancestor. May the divine ancestor bless the human clan and the Shennong clan. After reading the funeral oration, another middle-aged cultivator in a priest's robe walked toward Lin Feng with a lit incense in his hand. After giving the incense to Lin Feng came forward with the incense. Bow! The temple attendant shouted loudly. Lin Feng bowed 90 degrees. End of ceremony. Lin Feng stood up. Then, he stepped forward and inserted the incense into the cauldron. Then, he retreated into the distance. The middle-aged priest handed the second incense to Lin Feng. Bow 2. The temple attendant continued to shout. There were actually many types of sacrifices. The biggest ritual was to kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times. However, this was usually done by relatives. Therefore, Lin Feng did not kneel to the Shennong emperor. He bowed 9 times in a row. He lit 9 incense sticks. Then, Lin Feng swept past the altar outside. Under the lead of the temple attendant, he came to the temple. In the center of the temple, there was a statue of a god under the altar. This statue was of an old man. This old man had a kind face, but his face was full of hardships. His eyes were full of worry. Obviously, this statue was the statue of the Shennong emperor. In the era of the Shennong emperor, the situation of the human clan was not very good. Therefore, the Shennong emperor had always been worried about the future of the human clan. Until his death, he was still so. Now that he thought about it, it really made him sigh. Lin Feng knelt and kowtowed to the Shennong emperor in the temple. Actually, with Lin Feng's current strength, there was no need for him to do so. But Lin Feng still chose to do so. It was because he respected the Shennong emperor from the bottom of his heart. Lin Feng even clearly remembered the first time he saw the foreign gods in the outer realm. That battle was too tragic. Lin Feng remembered the vast voice that echoed between heaven and earth. Have you forgotten? In order to save the world, Nuwa used her body to mend the heavens? Have you forgotten? Pangu created the world and used his body to create the worlds of the heavens? Have you forgotten? In order to cut off the foreign passage, Gonggong rammed into Mount Buzhou in anger? Have you forgotten? Swarenshi drilled wood to make fire, bringing hope to the human clan. Have you forgotten? Fushi fought a bloody battle to protect the human clan, staining the heavens with blood. Have you forgotten? Shennong tasted all kinds of herbs, expelling the diseases of the human clan, working hard. Have you forgotten? Have you forgotten? Have you forgotten? Even though millions and millions of years had passed, Lin Feng would never forget the contributions these sages had made for the human clan. If it weren't for the Emperor's Tao voices, which had brought them boundless courage, many of them wouldn't have been able to hold on and would have been killed by the foreign creatures long ago. The Shennong Emperor. He deserved Lin Feng's kowtow. When Lin Feng finished kowtowing to the Shennong Emperor, a boundless golden light suddenly poured out of the Shennong Emperor's statue. The dazzling golden light soared into the sky. Ancestor Shennong Huang, he's showing himself. When they saw this, countless clansmen of the Shennong clan shouted excitedly and knelt on the ground, praying incessantly. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. He hadn't thought that the Shennong Emperor would show himself. Who still remembers the Heavenly Emperor Sueren's Heavenly Emperor sword, slaying demons? Who still remembers the Book of the Earthly Emperor, passed down through the ages? Who still remembers the Heavenly Emperor Fushi's Heavenly Emperor brush, creating millions of people? Suddenly, a loud voice resounded in the hall. Then, an ancient book slowly floated in the air. Could it be the Earthly Emperor's book? Lin Feng's face was full of shock. In this era, the human clan had three supreme treasures: the Heavenly Emperor sword, the Earthly Emperor's book, and the Heavenly Emperor brush. Each supreme treasure had a special meaning to the human clan. Lin Feng had seen the Heavenly Emperor brush. However, he hadn't seen the Heavenly Emperor's sword or the Earthly Emperor's book. It was rumored that these three supreme treasures could command the human clan. If he could wield these three supreme treasures, he would become the ruler of the human clan. Chapter 63-79. The Emperor Brush had already submitted to Lin Feng and was helping Lin Feng to manage the undying world. If he wanted to become the ruler of the human race, he needed the Emperor's sword and the Earth Emperor's book. The ancient book in front of him, was it the real Earth Emperor's book? Lin Feng was looking forward to the Earth Emperor's book. According to the information that Lin Feng had received, the Earth Emperor's book had powerful offensive abilities and could command the human race. It also recorded the ancient inheritance of the 9 earthly emperors. There were even some inheritances that transcended eras. Other than that, the Earth Emperor's book. Virtuous. This meant that the Earth Emperor's book could contain everything. In that case, no matter how powerful the opponent's attack was, theoretically speaking, the Earth Emperor's book could contain the opponent's attack. This was the extraordinary and terrifying part of the Earth Emperor's book. Lin Feng reached out and grabbed the ancient book. He couldn't wait to open it. On the first page there were 5 ancient words. Copy of the Earth Emperor's book. Copy? It wasn't the real Earth Emperor's book? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel disappointed. He originally thought that he would be able to obtain the Earth Emperor's book. Who would have thought that he would obtain a copy? This was a scam. What was done could not be undone. It was useless to lament. Hence, Lin Feng tried to see if he could refine this copy of the Earth Emperor's book. Lin Feng poured his powers into it. He actually managed to refine the copy of the Earth Emperor's book. This meant that the copy of the Earth Emperor's book was indeed a treasure. It wasn't as simple as a book. After Lin Feng refined the copy of the Earth Emperor's book, Lin Feng received some information. The copy of the Earth Emperor's book was made from the materials that Emperor Shennong left behind when he was forging the Earth Emperor's book. Although the copy of the Earth Emperor's book wasn't a sacred item of the human race, it possessed 70% of the power of the Earth Emperor's book. Furthermore, the Earth Emperor's book recorded the various ancient elixir formulas that Emperor Shennong had researched back then, as well as some ancient elixir formulas that Emperor Shennong had collected. The copy of the Earth Emperor's book could also sense the location of the Earth Emperor's book. Sense the location of the Earth Emperor's book? Lin Feng's eyes instantly lit. As long as he could sense the location of the Earth Emperor's book, the Earth Emperor's book would still be his. It was just a matter of time. As for the various pill formulas recorded in this copy of the Earth Emperor's book, he didn't know what they were. Lin Feng flipped through it. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. Transcendence Pill. The pill recipe in the hands of the imperial family of the world behind the scenes. It was obtained by killing a cultivator of the imperial family of the world behind the scenes. It is specifically recorded here. This pill could increase a cultivator's chances of breaking through to a higher realm. Even if the breakthrough failed, there was still a certain chance of survival. 9 Transformations Yang Restoration Pill. If a person has been dead for 48 hours and the corpse is well preserved and the person's lifespan is not yet exhausted, consuming the 9 Transformations Yang Restoration Pill has a 10% chance of reviving the dead person. Yuan Yang Burst Spirit Pill. An extremely violent pill. Once consumed, one's battle prowess would increase by 3 times for a short period of time. However, one would have to pay a corresponding price. In light cases, one's blood and chi would be damaged, requiring at least a year to recover. In heavy cases, one's blood and chi would run amok. Wind Speech Pill. After consuming it, one can quickly learn the language of any race. Yang Replenishing Pill. A pill that replenishes a cultivator's yang energy. It can make a man more powerful. Face Retaining Pill. Maintain one's appearance forever. Youthful Rejuvenation Pill. Allows one to return to their appearance when they were about 5 years old. However, one's lifespan would not increase due to one's body becoming smaller. There were too many different types of pills. Many of these pills shocked Lin Feng. Some of these pills were too precious. For example, the Transcendence Pill that the Mastermind's world had. The Mastermind's world was so powerful because the royal family of the Mastermind's world had a treasure like the Transcendence Pill. Many people joined them for the sake of the Transcendence Pill. Although Sophia was currently researching the 9 Transformations Transcendence Pill, it was obvious that one would have to pay a certain price to obtain the 9 Transformations Transcendence Pill from Sophia. If one wanted to obtain Sophia's pill formula, the price might be even higher. Moreover, according to Lin Feng's knowledge, although the effects of the improved pill formula that Sophia had researched were more powerful, some of the spirit herbs were too difficult to find. It was not easy to find all the spirit herbs needed to refine the improved Transcendence Pill. Therefore, it was destined that it could not be mass-produced. He should not be able to obtain too many improved Transcendence Pills from her. However, although the spirit herbs needed to refine the Transcendence Pill were not easy to find, they should be easier to find than the spirit herbs needed to refine the improved Transcendence Pill. There was a high probability that he could mass-produce the Transcendence Pill. However, Lin Feng was not particularly proficient in the art of alchemy. The matter of refining the Transcendence Pill would have to wait until he returned to the Undying Realm and handed it over to his subordinates to carry out the specific task. Of course. The Transcendence Pill was only one of the many pills. There were many other pills that were extremely precious and practical. The value of these pill formulas was definitely priceless. With these pill formulas in hand, he could almost continuously amass wealth without restraint. In the future, when the news of the pills was released, it would definitely attract many experts to come and seek refuge with them. For example, the Transcendence Pill. If the Transcendence Pill, which was originally monopolized by the royal family of the Mastermind's world, were to spread out, it would definitely cause a huge impact to the royal family of the Mastermind's world, right? One could imagine. At that time, how angry would those people from the royal family of the Mastermind's world be? They would probably have the heart to dismember him into 10,000 pieces. However, Lin Feng was very happy to see these fellows go crazy. Lin Feng kept the copy of the Earth Emperor's book. There was no need for him to study it any further. The value of this treasure was shocking enough. Lin Feng was originally a little disappointed, but that disappointment was now gone. The golden holy light that was emitted quickly dissipated, and everything returned to normal. The temple attendant said, Lin Gongzi and Emperor Shenong are fated. However, this old man has a presumptuous request. I wonder if Lin Gongzi can agree to it? Lin Feng said. Tell me about it. The temple attendant said, It's like this. This copy of the Earth Emperor's book contains many pill formulas. I wonder if Lin Gongzi can imprint a copy of these formulas and leave them with my clan? Lin Feng said, Of course, there's no problem. This is something that Emperor Shenong passed down. Although I obtained the opportunity, I should leave a copy for Emperor Shenong. Young master, this old man can't thank you enough for your righteousness, the temple attendant hurriedly said. Lin Feng said, Just get Yen Rui to collect it from me in the afternoon. I'll take my leave first. All right, Lin Gongzi, take care, the temple attendant said with a smile as he personally sent Lin Feng off. Many people looked at Lin Feng differently. Sacrificing to Emperor Shenong had actually caused Emperor Shenong to appear. This was truly shocking. Many people even suspected that Lin Feng couldn't be the reincarnation of Emperor Shenong, could he? It had to be said that a person's thoughts were indeed the most difficult to guess. These people's thoughts were truly strange. They were actually able to link Lin Feng to Emperor Shenong's reincarnation. Fortunately, Lin Feng didn't know about this. If Lin Feng knew about this, he would most likely be speechless. In the afternoon, Yen Rui came to collect the formulas. Lin Feng imprinted all the formulas in a jade tube. He handed it over to Yen Rui. Yen Rui took the formulas and left. In the following half a month, Lin Feng lived a rather carefree life. If he wanted to cultivate, he cultivated. If he didn't want to cultivate, he strolled around. Half a month later, Xia Donghuang came out of seclusion. Lin Feng could clearly feel that Xia Donghuang's battle prowess had increased by a large margin. It seemed that this kid had obtained a lot of benefits in the broken miner world. Lin Feng planned to leave Emperor Shenong. He still had many things to deal with. For example, Lin Feng remembered that when he was in the Undying Realm, he had promised the dark demon trapped in the ancient gloomy forest to give a crystal to the dark demon's mother, the Dark Demon Queen. The Dark Demon Mountain where the Dark Demon Queen resided was in the 8th layer of the Heaven Realm. Previously, Lin Feng had done some research on this matter. Now that Emperor Shenong's matter was settled, he could go and meet the Dark Demon Queen. He didn't know what kind of existence she was. Since she was called the Dark Demon Queen, her strength must be extremely terrifying. After leaving Emperor Shenong, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang found a secluded place. Then, Lin Feng took out the mother-child millstone and tried to see if he could summon the fallen creatures. However, after trying for a while, he didn't succeed. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Could it be because of the daytime? Perhaps the fallen creatures really didn't like this kind of environment during the day. Thus, Lin Feng decided to wait until night to try again. Time passed very quickly. Soon it was night time. In the forest, the roars of beasts could be heard. At night, it was the time for all kinds of beasts or terrifying creatures to appear. At this moment, these ferocious beasts or terrifying creatures would hunt for food and kill one another. Lin Feng summoned the mother-child millstone. He muttered, "In the name of the mother-child millstone, I summon the fallen creatures." Then, he waited. At the beginning, there were still roars of beasts, but after about an hour, the roars of beasts had disappeared. Beasts had always been sensitive. Lin Feng felt that those beasts had most likely sensed the dangerous aura. So, they all went into hibernation. Could it be that the fallen creatures had appeared? Lin Feng couldn't help but think. He felt that the possibility was quite high. As expected, not long after, Lin Feng felt the evil aura rushing towards him from all directions. More than one fallen creature appeared. "Who is calling us?" A low voice came from the forest. A large amount of black fog rolled, and there seemed to be many terrifying existences hibernating in the black fog. Their appearances were covered by the black fog, so Lin Feng couldn't see what these fallen creatures looked like. However, Lin Feng could see the eyes of these fallen creatures. Pairs of scarlet eyes were staring at Lin Feng with an evil gaze. These guys had unfriendly gazes, but after seeing the mother-child millstone, they were afraid and didn't dare to rashly attack Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang. Chapter 6380. I'm the master of the mother-child millstone. Why aren't you kneeling when you see me? Lin Feng looked at the fallen lifeforms. He carefully sensed that there were about 14 or 15 fallen lifeforms. Lin Feng didn't expect there to be so many of them. He originally thought that there weren't that many of them. Moreover, this was only a small area of fallen lifeforms. If all the fallen lifeforms in the heaven realm were added together, the number would be even more shocking. It was understandable. After all, in the long river of time, there were many who chose to become fallen lifeforms due to various reasons. These fallen lifeforms were special. Their lives were almost limitless. Unless they were killed, they wouldn't die. However, they had to pay a heavy price for such a long life. This price was even worse than cursing lifeforms. Cursing lifeforms and losing themselves, experiencing endless pain. But at the very least, they had forgotten who they were. Their pain was at most physical. However, what about the fallen lifeforms? They wouldn't forget who they were. Most of them lived in hatred, but they were destined to never be able to take revenge. They could only live in a world of darkness. They couldn't even appear in the day. They were completely depraved and forgotten by others. Pain and hatred accompanied them. It wasn't just physical pain, but also mental torture. This feeling was worse than death. However, they weren't willing to die. No matter how painful it was, they wanted to live. These were the fallen lifeforms. They wanted to be free, but they were also a group of evil existences who feared death. Hee kid, do you think you can order us around just because you control the mother-child millstone? What a joke. We haven't acknowledged you as our master yet. You can only order the fallen lifeforms who have acknowledged you as their master. At this moment, a fallen lifeform sneered. Actually, there were some discrepancies between the rumors and the truth. For example, although these fallen lifeforms were afraid of the mother-child millstone, it was obvious that Lin Feng didn't think that he could smoothly control these fallen lifeforms just because he controlled the mother-child millstone. But he still had the advantage. Then who wants to acknowledge me as their master? Lin Feng smiled and said. The group of fallen lifeforms sneered, but no one answered. Lin Feng faintly smiled and said, to be honest, even if ordinary fallen creatures wanted to recognize me as their master, I wouldn't subdue them, because before these fallen creatures became fallen creatures, I reckon that they were evil, disgusting, and had done who knows how many bad things. These fallen creatures don't have the qualifications to recognize me as their master. Brat, what are you saying? The group of fallen life forms shouted angrily, clearly incomparably furious at Lin Feng's words. They had indeed fallen, and they might not have been good people in the past, but they absolutely did not want others to talk about them. Moreover, there were some things that they didn't want to recall, especially things that happened in the past. Lin Feng was rubbing salt on their wounds. The group of fallen creatures looked at Lin Feng with killing intent. However, just like before, he really wanted to kill Lin Feng. He really wanted to kill Lin Feng. But the enormous deterrence of the mother-child millstone still prevented them from making a move. Trash! Lin Feng sneered. There was no need to be polite to these fallen creatures. However, Lin Feng wouldn't take the initiative to deal with these fallen creatures because they weren't easy to kill. Moreover, killing them wouldn't benefit Lin Feng at all. I'm willing to recognize you as my master. At that moment, a fallen creature said. Come out. Lin Feng said. A fallen creature walked out. He was shrouded in black mist, and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, his voice didn't sound particularly loud. "Disperse the dark energy outside your body," Lin Feng said. "Yes," the fallen creature said. The dark energy outside his body gradually dispersed. Then, the fallen creature appeared. He actually had the appearance of a 13 or 14-year-old youth. After becoming a fallen creature, his eyes turned black, and his eyes turned scarlet. Many green evil runes seemed to have appeared on his body. Back then, when he became a fallen creature, he should have been very young. "How did you become a fallen creature?" Lin Feng asked. "My father hooked up with a woman from a large family in order to rise in power. That woman asked him to kill both me and my mother. In order to save me, my mother died miserably at my father's hands. I managed to escape, but there were people constantly chasing after me. I had nowhere else to go. Thus, I willingly became a fallen creature." The fallen creature said. "This fellow's fate was truly full of ups and downs. How long has it been since you became a fallen creature?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "Almost 2 epochs," the fallen creature said. "Almost 2 epochs," the fallen creature said. Lin Feng was shocked. He really couldn't tell that this fallen creature was actually such an ancient existence. "If you recognize me as your master, what are your conditions?" Lin Feng asked. "I hope that one day I'll kill that woman. I'll avenge my mother's tragic death. As for you, you should be able to help me fulfill my wish." Lin Feng said. "Perhaps. I'll do my best to help you fulfill your wish. Swear an oath to the mother-child millstone." Fallen creature Qian is willing to swear an oath to the mother-child millstone. "From now on, I will be controlled by the mother-child millstone. I am willing to do anything for the master of the mother-child millstone." The fallen creature named Qian swore an oath. After swearing the oath, Lin Feng could use the mother-child millstone to control these fallen creatures. Furthermore, he could avoid any direct karmic connection with them. Lin Feng was still rather wary of this. After all, these fallen creatures were truly terrifying. If he were to have a direct karmic connection with them, it would have a huge impact on him. He didn't know if something bad would happen in the future. If he were to have an indirect relationship with them, then he wouldn't have to worry so much. "I'm also willing to recognize you as my master." At that moment, another fallen creature walked out. "Tell me about your background," Lin Feng said. "The woman I adored was also interested in me, so we decided to be together. However, who would have thought that this good brother of mine also adored her, and because of this, he bore a grudge against me. He ambushed me and severely injured me, while my lover was humiliated by him and committed suicide in the end. Therefore, I turned into a fallen creature. I want revenge. I know he's not dead yet, so I want to kill him." "All right. Swear an oath to the mother-child millstone," Lin Feng said. "Yes," the fallen creature said. Just as he was about to swear the oath, Qian suddenly said, "Hold on." "What?" Lin Feng looked at Qian with a puzzled expression. He didn't know why Qian had stopped the fallen creature from swearing the oath. Qian said, "Young master, he's lying." "Lying? How can you tell?" Lin Feng was surprised. Qian said, "I have the eye of truth, so I can tell if someone is lying or telling the truth. Clearly, this person is lying." Hearing that, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He naturally believed Qian's words without a doubt. These fallen creatures were indeed sinister and cunning. They roughly knew what kind of fallen creatures they could and couldn't subdue, so they wanted to deceive Lin Feng. After swearing the oath and successfully recognizing Lin Feng as their master, the oath was done and couldn't be changed. They would then reveal their true colors. Nothing could be changed. "You dare deceive me?" Lin Feng snorted coldly and looked at the fallen creature with a cold gaze. His eyes flickered with killing intent. The fallen creature secretly hated Qian for ruining his plans. He shouted angrily, "Ruining my plans? I'll take your life." As soon as he finished speaking, the fallen creature quickly pounced toward Qian. "You're courting death." Lin Feng's gaze was cold. Deceiving him. How dare he try to kill someone in front of him? Lin Feng naturally wouldn't let him off. "Mother-child millstone, kill!" Lin Feng shouted coldly. The mother-child millstone. He quickly flew towards the fallen life form, and then blasted towards the fallen life form. The fallen creature wanted to send the mother-child millstone flying. However, he was sent flying by the mother-child millstone. The mother-child millstone killed him. It directly shattered the fallen creature's head. Everything was too fast. The mother-child millstone worked together seamlessly. Many fallen creatures couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw this. Previously, they were only afraid of the mother-child millstone. However, after seeing the terrifying power of the mother-child millstone now, it was no longer fear. It was fear. Fear that came from the depths of their souls. "I'm not a good-tempered person, so it's impossible for you to get away from me. Those who did too many immoral things before they fell better not come looking for trouble with me. Get lost as far as you can. Otherwise, I don't mind sending those people to hell." Lin Feng's voice was cold. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the group of fallen creatures suddenly became silent. If it was before, even if they didn't dare to attack Lin Feng, they would definitely mock him. However, these people didn't dare to say anything now. With the example of the past, if anyone dared to mock Lin Feng again, they might be killed by Lin Feng immediately. They didn't dare to take the risk. "If you think you can stay, then stay. If you can't stay, then get lost," Lin Feng said. The group of fallen creatures left one after another. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. Xia Dongwang said, "It seems that these fallen creatures weren't good people when they were alive. There are too few of them who became fallen creatures because they were wrongly accused." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Yes, it's really rare." Lin Feng then looked at Qian and asked, "How many fallen creatures are there in the celestial realm now?" Qian replied, "It's hard to say, but the number should be considerable. After all, over the years, countless fallen creatures have gathered in the celestial realm. The celestial realm was the highest realm in the universe, and it had the most opportunities. Thus, when these fallen creatures were looking for a place to cultivate, the celestial realm was their first choice. Thus, Lin Feng didn't find it strange that these fallen creatures had all gathered in the celestial realm. Gather these fallen creatures and gather them in the first level of the celestial realm. When I have time, I'll go see them. Do you have the ability to accomplish this?" Lin Feng looked at Qian. This wasn't an easy task, but Qian felt that this was an opportunity. If he could accomplish this, he would at least be able to leave a good impression in front of Lin Feng. He nodded and said, "No problem, I'm completely capable of doing this." "That's great. Go ahead and do it. I won't mistreat you in the future," Lin Feng said. "I'm willing to serve you, young master," Qian said. Qian then left and began to prepare the task Lin Feng had instructed him to do. Fallen creatures were very powerful, and they were almost immortal. Thus, if they could form an army of fallen creatures, it would definitely be strategic. Although fallen creatures could only appear at night, that didn't matter too much. If they appeared at night, they would be more harmful to the enemy. Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang rushed in the direction of the Dark Demon Mountain to meet the Dark Demon Queen. The Dark Demon Queen was a very famous demonic overlord in the heavenly realm. Rumor had it that she was an expert who walked out of the demon abyss and took root in the heavenly realm. Back then, when she stirred up trouble in the heavenly realm, many major powers wanted to get rid of her. However, no one was able to kill her. It was said that even the heavenly court took action, but they still couldn't get rid of her. Everyone seemed to have no choice but to acknowledge her existence. Currently, the Dark Domain in the 8th layer of the Heavenly Realm was the Dark Demon Queen's territory. Of course, the Dark Demon Queen spent most of her time cultivating in the Dark Demon Mountain. The last time she appeared was tens of thousands of years ago. It was said that the Dark Demon Queen had always been in seclusion. What was the exact situation? No one knew. Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang arrived at the Dark Domain. Dark Domain. Evil cultivators could be seen everywhere. They arrived at a place called Jade Devil City. The Jade Devil City's city lord was one of the 8 city lords under the Dark Demon Queen. It was said that the Jade Devil City's city lord was a living being born from a piece of demonic jade. Thus, his battle strength was extremely terrifying. After Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang arrived at Jade Devil City, they felt many malicious gazes. Young cultivators like them seemed to be quite wealthy. Coming to a place where evil cultivators gathered, they would definitely be targeted by many evil cultivators. However, Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang didn't care about those malicious gazes. They were just a bunch of mobs. If they dared to come and die, they wouldn't mind sending them to hell. When Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang went to find an inn, a beast carriage quickly came from afar. When it passed by Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang's location, a soft sound of surprise came from the beast carriage. It was a woman's voice. It turned out that when the beast carriage passed by, the woman lifted some curtains and looked outside. Then, she saw Lin Feng. "Stop the carriage," the woman in the beast carriage said. The coachman hurriedly stopped the galloping beast. The beast carriage stopped. A woman walked out of the beast carriage. "Wow, what a beautiful woman!" many people exclaimed. Gazes filled with malicious intent were directed at this beautiful woman. "It's her!" At this time, someone recognized the woman's identity and couldn't help but change his expression. Who is this person? Some people were puzzled. Such a peerless beauty had caused many cultivators to have malicious thoughts about her. However, they should first understand the other party's identity before making a move. If it was someone they couldn't afford to offend, they naturally wouldn't make a move. These evil cultivators knew who they could provoke and who they couldn't. This woman has a very deep background. It's said that she's related to the Celestial race and the Yao race. I even heard that she's related to the Jade Devil City's city lord. The cultivator said in a serious tone. Damn, such a powerful background? We can't afford to offend her, we can't afford to offend her. Many people's expressions changed abruptly. The cultivators who originally had malicious thoughts about the woman instantly gave up. A person with such a powerful background wasn't someone anyone could afford to offend. If they dared to have malicious thoughts about the other party, their corpses might be lying on the streets the next day. This kind of thing, it was all too common in the world of cultivators. Lin Gongzi, we meet again. The woman smiled at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was surprised. He didn't expect to see this person here. This woman was none other than Yao Zi, whom he had met in the first level of the Heaven Realm. At that time there was also Li Shirshir. Yao Zi and Li Shirshir were close friends and had a very close relationship. Moreover, Lin Feng had a feeling that he and Li Shirshir seemed to know each other. It was a very strange feeling. He didn't know what was going on. I didn't expect to meet Fairy Zi here, Lin Feng said with a smile. It was quite happy to meet old friends. Why are you here? Yao Zi asked curiously. Ever since she met Lin Feng and suspected that her best friend Li Shirshir and Lin Feng knew each other in the mortal realm, she had been paying attention to some of Lin Feng's movements. During this period, many major events had happened in the Heaven Realm, and Lin Feng seemed to be involved in many of these events. From the information that Yao Zi had gathered during this period of time, Lin Feng had indeed done many shocking things. As a result, Yao Zi was very interested in Lin Feng and wondered when she would be able to meet Lin Feng again. And today she actually met Lin Feng here. In Yao Zi's opinion, although her best friend Li Shirshir might have known Lin Feng a long time ago, Li Shirshir had forgotten some of her memories and had long forgotten about Lin Feng. Therefore, if she had further contact with Lin Feng, she wouldn't feel sorry for her best friend Li Shirshir. Chapter 63-81. Lin Feng replied, "I'm here to do something. What about you? Why are you here?" Yao Zi smiled and said, "I'm here because I want to give something to an elder." "I see." Lin Feng nodded. Yao Zi continued, "You've just arrived, so I'm sure you haven't found a place to stay yet, right? How about this? Why don't you stay at my place? My clan has a courtyard here, and it's well equipped. It'll definitely be more comfortable than staying at an inn." Lin Feng replied, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Fairy Zi, but we won't trouble you." The reason Lin Feng didn't want to stay at Yao Zi's place was because Lin Feng had a feeling that Yao Zi wasn't a simple woman. He naturally had to be careful when interacting with Yao Zi. If he could avoid her, he would try his best to avoid her. After being rejected by Lin Feng, Yao Zi didn't seem angry at all. Instead, she smiled and said, "All right, I'll pay you a visit later." Lin Feng understood a few things from Yao Zi's words. For example, Yao Zi should have a lot of power in Jadefiend City. That was why she could easily find out where he was staying. Lin Feng nodded and said, "All right, see you later." Yao Zi boarded the beast carriage. The beast carriage quickly moved forward. After Yao Zi left, the surrounding cultivators couldn't help but whisper among themselves. They could roughly tell that the enchanting beauty had taken the initiative to curry favor with Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng had actually rejected her. Many people were speechless. They didn't know what Lin Feng was thinking. He had actually rejected further contact with the beauty. The way they looked at Lin Feng was as if they were looking at a blockhead. Many people muttered in their hearts, "This brat looks like a single dog. He doesn't even know how to seize the opportunity when there's a girl taking the initiative to court him. Serves him right to be single forever." Of course, Lin Feng didn't know what the cultivators were thinking. He and Xia Dongwang walked forward and found a few inns, but they were all overcrowded. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter, was the business of the inns in Jade Devil City so good? After asking around, he found out that the reason these inns were full was because the son of the city lord of Jade Devil City was going to hold a wedding in a few days. Many people had come to attend the wedding, but many cultivators were not invited at all. But that didn't matter. Cultivators in the world of cultivators must be thick-skinned. "You didn't invite us. We can do it ourselves. Don't slap a smiling person, right?" Perhaps he could use this opportunity to establish a relationship with Jade Devil City's City Lord's family. If he could build a relationship with her, in that case, at that time, the families and powers behind them would be completely different. It was very likely that they would bring about great benefits. It wasn't until the 5th in that Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang found a place to stay. Moreover, it was a single courtyard in the high-end courtyard area. It had to be said that their luck was really good. After washing up, Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang went out to eat. After eating, Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang went to find out the location of the Dark Demon Mountain. In the beginning, the Dark Demon Mountain was an extremely dangerous place in the depths of the Dark Demon Forest. However, back then, the Dark Demon Queen was attacked by many forces and almost died. Therefore, after this incident, the Dark Demon Queen refined the Dark Demon Mountain into a magic treasure and the Dark Demon Mountain entered a parallel space. Originally, Lin Feng wasn't too clear about this matter. He thought that it would be easy to find the Dark Demon Mountain, but who would have thought that such a thing would happen? Therefore, he could only try his best to gather information about the Dark Demon Mountain. If he couldn't find out anything, Then he could only think of a way to contact the 8 city lords under the Dark Demon Queen. For example, the city lord of Jade Devil City definitely knew where the Dark Demon Mountain was. If the city lord of Jade Devil City was willing to help, then meeting the Dark Demon Queen wouldn't be difficult. Of course, this time, it wasn't as simple as meeting the Dark Demon Queen and handing over the crystal ball that the Dark Troll gave him to the Dark Demon Queen. There was no free lunch in this world. Lin Feng felt that after meeting the Dark Demon Queen, he should try his best to get some benefits from her. That way it wouldn't be a waste of time, right? If he couldn't get anything, wouldn't he be a fool? Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang went to several trading companies to inquire about information, but unfortunately, the results were not ideal. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang were unable to find out the exact location of the Dark Demon Mountain. However, Lin Feng had already expected this kind of situation, so when it really happened, he didn't make too much of a fuss. Lin Feng felt that it seemed that he really needed the help of a certain city lord. Wasn't the son of the city lord about to get married? At that time, he might be able to go over and take a look. It was related to the Dark Demon Queen's son. So Lin Feng believed it. Once the city lord found out about this, he definitely wouldn't refuse. When he returned to his residence, he saw a woman standing outside the courtyard. This woman was none other than Yao Zi. "Have you been here for a long time?" Lin Feng asked. "I just arrived," Yao Zi said with a smile. "It's not a good place to talk outside. Let's go in and talk," Lin Feng said. Yao Zi said, "I'm not going in. Come with me to a place." "Where are we going?" Lin Feng asked. Yao Zi could probably tell that Lin Feng was unwilling, so she rolled her eyes at Lin Feng and said, "What? Are you afraid that I'll eat you?" Lin Feng said, "Look at what you're saying. If a beauty like you isn't afraid, why should I be?" "Then let's go. I might have a surprise for you tonight," Yao Zi said with a wink. "Oh? Surprise? What kind of surprise?" Lin Feng revealed an astonished expression. Lin Feng clearly felt that there was more to Yao Zi's words than met the eye. Yao Zi smiled and said, "It's not a good time to talk about this. You'll find out very soon." Seeing that Yao Zi was trying to keep him in suspense, Lin Feng did not continue asking her. Just as Yao Zi had said, he would find out when the time came. Xia Donghuang returned to rest. Lin Feng left with Yao Zi. They rode on the same beast carriage. Yao Zi asked, "Don't you want to ask about Shirshir?" Lin Feng asked, "Why should I ask about her?" Yao Zi was in a good mood when she saw that Lin Feng did not seem to be interested in Li Shirshir. She said, "That's because my best friend is loved by everyone. Countless people view her as a goddess after seeing her." "Is there such a thing?" Lin Feng was astonished. However, Li Shirshir was indeed very beautiful. She was unforgettable. Even in the entire celestial realm, she was probably a famous figure. It was not a problem for her to become a goddess in the hearts of countless people. However, Lin Feng had seen too many beauties in his life. Thus, no matter how beautiful Li Shirshir was, it was difficult for her appearance to move Lin Feng's heart. In truth, if not for Yao Zi, Lin Feng would not have even thought of Li Shirshir. "If Lin Gongzi is interested in Shirshir, I don't mind pulling some strings for the two of you," Yao Zi said with a smile. Lin Feng could not help but become vigilant. One who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. He was not particularly familiar with Yao Zi, and Yao Zi was also a stranger to him. Why would she introduce her best friend to him? Lin Feng did not let that get to his head. Thus, when he heard Yao Zi's words, Lin Feng did not believe her at all. Since this woman wouldn't introduce her best friend, Li Shirshir, to him, why did she mention this matter? Was she just toying with him? Lin Feng felt that Yao Zi should not be so shallow. If she was not toying with him, then what was her purpose? Or was she testing him? But why would she test him? What good would it do her? She couldn't have fallen for him, right? Was that why she was testing him? Damn, that was really possible. Who asked him to be young, handsome, powerful, and have a good character? Why did it sound like he was praising himself? However, Lin Feng did not have such feelings for Yao Zi. Lin Feng said, I'm currently focused on cultivation. I don't want to spend too much time on relationship. Thank you for your kindness, Fairy Zi. Of course you have to cultivate. However, relationships and cultivation do not conflict. If you don't like Shirshir's type, I can introduce you to other types. I know a lot of peerless beauties. I guarantee you that you will find the type you like, Yao Zi said with a smile. Lin Feng said, Actually, I don't even know what type I like. How about I come to you when I'm looking for a partner? Of course, Yao Zi said with a smile. 2 hours later, the beast carriage entered a very secretive manor. The manor was heavily guarded. Occasionally, beast carriages could be seen passing by. Other than that, there were also groups of cultivators patrolling the area. When they reached the depths of the manor, the beast carriage came to a stop. Lin Feng and Yao Zi alighted from the carriage. Lin Feng was very curious. What was this place? It seemed to be a very private place. Moreover, Lin Feng could sense many formation runes enveloping the entire manor. These formation runes were very interesting as well. There were very few offensive and defensive formation runes. 70 to 80% of the formation runes were concealment runes. Why would there be such formation runes? Lin Feng didn't understand what was going on. Could it be that the other party had some kind of secret transaction here, and this kind of transaction required concealment from the outside world? If that was the case, it would be very interesting. He wondered what kind of transaction it was for it to be so secretive. Hopefully, it wouldn't disappoint him. Lin Feng and Yao Zi entered a huge hall. Inside the hall stood 2 rows of tall and beautiful female cultivators. These female cultivators were probably the equivalent of a ceremonial lady. At the very front stood a young man. He was very handsome and always had a warm smile on his face. It was easy to get a good impression of him. When he saw Yao Zi, the young man smiled and said, I heard that you came to Devil Jade City yesterday. However, I was busy with the matters here and couldn't leave. I guessed that you would come, but I didn't expect you to bring a male companion with you. How should I address you, young master? My name is Ji. Lin Feng replied. Lin Feng used an alias he had used before. He was mainly worried that revealing his identity would cause a commotion. Lin Feng wasn't afraid of people targeting him, but Lin Feng was afraid of trouble. Haha, so it's Brother Ji. May I know when Brother Ji got together with my cousin? The young man said with a smile and winked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was surprised. So, Yao Zi was the young man's cousin. Lin Feng originally wanted to say that it was a misunderstanding and that he and Yao Zi were just ordinary friends. However, he felt that if he explained himself, it would embarrass Yao Zi. She should be the one to explain. So, Lin Feng gave Yao Zi a look. However, Yao Zi didn't explain her relationship with Lin Feng to her cousin. Instead, she introduced her cousin to Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt helpless, but he didn't say anything. Yao Zi's cousin was called Tang Xing. Tang Xing? Tang Sanzang. Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder why this guy had the same name as the reincarnation of the legendary golden cicada. Tang Xing explained, This is Tang Xing, not Tang Sanzang. My Xing is the Xing of life. Haha, so that's the case. Nice to meet you. Lin Feng cupped his fist. Nice to meet you. Tang Xing smiled and cupped his fists as well. Yao Zi said, You still have guests to receive, so we won't disturb you. We'll go in first. Alright, Tang Xing said. Yao Zi and Lin Feng entered a large hall. When they arrived, there were already many people in the hall. Lin Feng and Yao Zi found a place to sit down. Lin Feng could vaguely hear the conversations of some cultivators. He said, "So this place is going to hold a trade fair. And here I thought there would be something special about it." To be honest, Lin Feng was indeed a little disappointed when he heard the discussions. It was just a trade fair. It wasn't that big of a deal. Yao Zi said, "It is indeed a trade fair, but it's different from other trade fairs." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He asked, "What's the difference between this trade fair and other trade fairs?" Yao Zi said, "This trade fair is related to the Mastermind's world. The Mastermind's world is very special and mysterious. It is incomparably ancient and powerful, and it stands above everything else. Many of the resources in the Mastermind's world cannot be found anywhere else. Many of those resources are incomparably precious, and they are very beneficial to cultivators. All of the items in this trade fair are supreme treasures that have been secretly transported from the Mastermind's world at great cost." Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but be surprised. The various major powers of the Mastermind's world guarded the resources of their world very strictly. Normally, when cultivators of their world went out to carry out missions, they would not bring the resources of their world out. Lin Feng did not expect the power behind this manner to have a way to secretly transport the resources of the Mastermind's world out. They were quite capable. He wanted to see what kind of precious treasures the Mastermind's world had. Lin Feng could not help but look forward to this trade fair. Chapter 6382. Who's the mastermind behind this trade fair? Lin Feng asked Yao Zi. He felt that Yao Zi should know about this. After all, Tang Xing, who was entertaining the guests outside, was her cousin. With this relationship, wouldn't it be easy for her to find out a lot of things? Moreover, it was obvious that this was not her first time here. Yao Zi said, "It's the Dark Devil Queen." Yao Zi's answer was clear. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat and he asked, "What kind of person is the Dark Devil Queen? Is she related to the Mastermind's world, the otherworldly creatures, or the lost races of the epoch?" Yao Zi said, "She doesn't. She actually hates these powers." Lin Feng said, "I have a feeling that you know the Dark Devil Queen." Yao Zi said, "We met once many years ago. I know her, but she clearly doesn't know me. Back then, I went to pay her a visit with an elder." Lin Feng asked, "Who is this elder you're talking about?" "My godmother, the younger sister of Devil Jade City's city lord." "Isn't that an extraordinary identity?" Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Originally, he had planned to visit the city lord during the city lord's son's wedding. However, since no one had introduced him, it would be rather troublesome. Now that someone familiar had introduced him, it would save Lin Feng a lot of trouble. Lin Feng was someone who did not like trouble. He was naturally happy to save himself some trouble. Lin Feng said, "No wonder you're so influential in Devil Jade City." "Actually, I'm not just influential in Devil Jade City. I'm influential in many other places as well. If you know more about me, you'll be even more shocked." Yao Zi smiled. "Are you trying to flirt with me? That's a very dangerous thing to do." Lin Feng glanced at Yao Zi. In the beginning, Lin Feng had felt that Yao Zi was too scheming. Hence, he had not planned on interacting with her. However, as things developed, some things were always going out of control. For example, the more he interacted with Yao Zi, the more Lin Feng became interested in her. A life of walking on a tightrope is the most interesting life. What do you think? Lin Feng smiled and said, "Then, perhaps you will experience a wonderful life from now on." As Lin Feng and Yao Zi were flirting with one another, a good number of cultivators arrived. In the end, there were over 100 cultivators there. A middle-aged man walked out from the back hall and said with a smile, "Everyone, I'm Bai Yuqing. I'm sure many of you know me, but there are also some new friends who might not know me. Let me introduce myself. I'm the younger brother of Jade Devil City's City Lord. I'm in charge of this trade fair. Everyone should know how difficult it is to bring all kinds of things out of the Mastermind's world. Every time we bring these things out, we lose many strong cultivators. If the people from the Mastermind's world know that we are trading all kinds of treasures brought from their world here, a disaster will come. At that time, not only will the seller suffer a disaster, but the buyer will also suffer a disaster. The runes here can only block people's perception of this place. However, if you don't keep your mouths shut and leak the information, you'll get everyone killed. Some of the rules are old news. Those who know, please listen again and consolidate your knowledge. Those who don't know, I hope you'll remember. Today, if the cultivators who participate in the trade fair dare leak the news, they'll be hunted down by all the strong cultivators under the Dark Demon Queen's command. Apart from that, the Dark Demon Queen also gave the Assassin Dynasty 10 billion high-grade celestial stones. Apart from the Dark Demon Queen's subordinates, the Assassin Dynasty will also kill them. Everyone, think carefully. Even if you can avoid being hunted down by the Dark Devil Queen's subordinates, can you avoid being hunted down by the Assassin Dynasty's assassins? Those guys are everywhere. Some of the cultivators who had been here before naturally knew the rules very well. Therefore, when they heard Bai Yuqing's words, their expressions remained unchanged. Many of the cultivators who had come here for the first time had solemn expressions when they heard Bai Yuqing's words. The cultivators present were all cultivators of status and status. Once they left this place, everyone knew exactly what to do. Even if there were some who had ulterior motives, after hearing Bai Yuqing's words, those ulterior motives would probably vanish into thin air very quickly. Bai Yuqing continued, "Now that the rules have been explained, let's officially begin the trade fair. Bring out the first item." A maidservant walked out with a tray in her hands. There was a porcelain bottle on the tray. It should contain pills. "The first item is a transcendence pill," Bai Yuqing said. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall burst into an uproar. Even Lin Feng was extremely shocked. He even took out a transcendence pill. How generous! The transcendence pill was something that had a price but no market. If this item were to spread, it would definitely cause a bloodbath. If not for the fact that Sophia was researching an improved version of the 9 transformations transcendence pill with better effects, Lin Feng would have wanted to bid for this transcendence pill. "Fellow Taoist Bai, what do you want to exchange the transcendence pill for?" a cultivator asked. Everyone looked at Bai Yuqing. There was only one transcendence pill. However, there were too many people who wanted the transcendence pill. This item was too important to cultivators. However, who would be able to obtain it would depend on whether they could take out the item that the other party wanted. Bai Yuqing said, "You only need to take out a living branch from the Tree of Life to get this transcendence pill." Everyone was stunned. Of course, everyone knew about the Tree of Life. Rumor had it that the spring of life condensed inside the Tree of Life could bring people back to life. However, to countless cultivators, the Tree of Life, after all, it was only a legend. Who had seen the Tree of Life? Not to mention taking out a branch from the Tree of Life. Moreover, it had to be a living branch. The conditions were too harsh. However, since the other party was offering a supreme treasure like the Transcendence Pill, it was normal for the conditions to be harsh. After all, the Transcendence Pill was too precious. "I have no fate with the Transcendence Pill." Many cultivators had ugly expressions on their faces. They wanted the Transcendence Pill so badly. Now that they knew that they had no fate with the Transcendence Pill, they were extremely unwilling. However, there was nothing they could do. "I have a branch from the Tree of Life here." At that moment, a voice came from a corner. Swoosh, everyone turned to look at the person who spoke. It was a very young cultivator. He looked extraordinarily handsome. There was a confident smile on his face. Who is he? Many people were curious. I don't know. I've never seen him before. How did this guy get in? I heard that he came in with a recommendation letter. However, I don't know whose recommendation letter he came from. Some cultivators discussed in low voices. The young cultivator took out a branch. It was a jade-green branch. When the tree branch was taken out, everyone immediately felt that their lifespan began to slowly increase. Although the increase was not much, it would definitely increase their lifespan greatly over the years. Moreover, if they could cultivate a sapling from the tree of life, it would be heaven-defying. Both parties quickly made a deal and got what they wanted. It was a happy ending. Soon, the second item was brought out. The second item was a demonic fetus. It was a demonic stone fetus. The demonic stone fetus was clearly a demonic stone fetus that had been nurtured. At this time, the demonic stone fetus should have been born and turned into a stone tribe saint spirit. However, because the demonic stone fetus had been sealed, it could not transform into a stone tribe saint spirit. The demonic stone fetus is a terrifying stone tribe saint spirit that took the mastermind's world countless years to nurture. The demonic stone fetus talent is comparable to the strongest 9-orifice stone man. Bai Yuqing said. Damn. He's even willing to take out something like that. Many people exclaimed. This was especially true for the cultivators who were participating in the trade fair for the first time. They were even more shocked. The other party was indeed generous. It was truly shocking. Many cultivators were very interested in the demonic stone fetus. They could refine the demonic stone fetus into a clone. Such a heaven-defying talent. A clone refined from the demonic stone fetus would definitely drive people crazy. What do we need to exchange for the demonic stone fetus? A cultivator asked. This was a topic that everyone was concerned about. Even Lin Feng was paying attention to this matter. The demonic stone fetus was indeed heaven-defying. If he had something that the other party needed, he would not hesitate to take it out for a trade. I need the blood essence of a primal chaos sacred koan from 13 eras ago. I wonder who has it? Bai Yuqing asked. The blood essence of a beast from 13 eras ago? Many people were dumbfounded. This was far too long, far too distant. Moreover, this was the first time they had heard of the primal chaos sacred koan. I don't have the blood essence of a primal chaos sacred koan, but I have a primal chaos sacred koan's origin bone. Perhaps I can purify some blood essence from the bone. Of course, there's also the possibility that I can't purify it. Do you want to exchange? An old man asked. Do you want to trade? The old man's identity was also shocking. He was an antique from a reclusive clan. Lin Feng thought, the value of the primal chaos sacred koan's blood essence is naturally much lower than the demonic stone fetus. However, it's almost impossible to find it now. For cultivators who need the blood essence of a primal chaos sacred koan, it's a priceless treasure. I wonder what the other party needs it for? Lin Feng shook his head. There was no need to worry about what the other party needed the blood essence of a primal chaos sacred koan for. It had nothing to do with him anyway. All right, I'll trade with you, Bai Yuqing said. The old man immediately revealed a look of joy. Clearly, he knew that he had gained a huge advantage in this trade. However, everyone was just taking what they needed. Bai Yuqing clearly valued the blood essence of a primal chaos sacred koan more. Others might think that they were at a disadvantage, but they might not think so. Next, Bai Yuqing took out the auction items one after another. Many of the items were extremely precious. Lin Feng took a liking to a few treasures. Unfortunately, Lin Feng did not have the items that the other party wanted. Hence, he could only continue to wait for an opportunity. Another item was brought up. It was a small golden cauldron about the size of a palm. The small golden cauldron had a seal on it. However, even with the seal, there were still streaks of five-colored immortal light that escaped from the small golden cauldron. It was unknown what was inside the small golden cauldron. At this time, Bai Yuqing said, "In the world of the mastermind, there's an extremely dangerous forbidden zone. Even experts who surpass their cultivation level do not dare to enter that forbidden zone. However, every 1,000 years, some five-colored immortal liquid will fly out. This kind of five-colored immortal liquid contains extremely powerful energy. This energy is very special. It is extremely rare in the world of cultivators. It is a treasure that can improve one's cultivation, soul, and body at the same time." Hearing Bai Yuqing's words, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Feng had obtained a treasure that could raise one's cultivation and soul at the same time. However, he had never obtained a supreme treasure that could raise one's cultivation, soul, and physical body at the same time. This five-colored immortal liquid was awesome. Lin Feng was now at a critical moment in his cultivation. His cultivation level, soul, and physical body had all reached a critical moment of transformation. However, Lin Feng's accumulation was too strong. It was too difficult for him to transform further. He needed some powerful opportunities to complete the transformation. The five-colored immortal liquid was obviously the opportunity that Lin Feng had been searching for. Therefore, the five-colored immortal liquid was extremely important to Lin Feng. At this moment, many people looked at the five-colored immortal liquid with burning eyes. Obviously, a supreme treasure like the five-colored immortal liquid was extremely attractive to many cultivators present. Chapter 63-83. What can I use to exchange for the five-colored immortal liquid? Someone asked impatiently. In fact, although the five-colored immortal liquid was not the most precious treasure among all the treasures, it was definitely one of the most popular treasures because it could directly increase a cultivator's cultivation. This was because every cultivator knew one thing very clearly, and that was that the most important thing was to have a strong cultivation base. Bai Yuqing smiled and said, "If you want the five-colored immortal liquid, you'll have to use the Deadwood Mask to exchange for it." What's the Deadwood Mask? Many people were puzzled. Clearly, they had never heard of the Deadwood Mask. Lin Feng and Yao Zi were also puzzled. They had never heard of the Kumu Mask either. Bai Yuqing explained, "The Deadwood Mask is a treasure forged from a special material. The runes on it look very crude, and the mask's appearance is very similar to the Yiksha of Hell. This mask is used as a medium to communicate with some unknown existences during sacrificial ceremonies." Used for sacrificial ceremonies? Many people frowned. Clearly, they had never seen the so-called Deadwood Mask before. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. He remembered that he had seen a mask like that in the ancient ship. That mask was somewhat special. When Lin Feng had moved a large number of treasures into the space-time continuum, he had carefully observed the mask because of its uniqueness. However, he had not found anything special about it. Therefore, he had casually thrown it into the pile of treasures. The mask was similar to what Bai Yuqing had described. It should be the Deadwood Mask. It seemed that the Deadwood Mask was a treasure of the Kunlun universe. That was why many cultivators of the universe's major powers had never seen such a supreme treasure. Lin Feng took out the mask, stood up, and said, "Is the mask in my hand the Deadwood Mask?" Bai Yuqing looked at the mask in Lin Feng's hand and immediately became happy. He said, "That's right. The mask in this young master's hand is the rumored Deadwood Mask. May I know if this young master is willing to make a deal?" Lin Feng said. "Of course." A beautiful maid walked over and handed the cauldron containing the five-colored immortal liquid to Lin Feng. Lin Feng handed the wooden mask to the beautiful maid. Many people looked at Lin Feng with envy and jealousy. especially after seeing that there was a peerlessly enchanting beauty beside Lin Feng. Their expressions became even more jealous. Lin Feng didn't notice the change in their expressions. After obtaining the 5-colored immortal liquid, he was in a good mood. Coming to this trade fair was the right choice. Initially, he didn't want to come. Luckily, Yao Zi pestered him to come. Otherwise, how could he get the 5-colored celestial liquid? Lin Feng, who was in a great mood, felt that Yao Zi was incredibly beautiful no matter how he looked at her. As expected, a person's mood would greatly change their impression of another person. Yao Zi smiled and said, "Congratulations to Lin Gongzi for obtaining the 5-colored immortal liquid. Looks like Lin Gongzi's cultivation has improved greatly." Many people present didn't know Lin Feng. When they saw that the 5-colored immortal liquid was obtained by a young cultivator like Lin Feng, they felt that this treasure was going to be wasted. However, Yao Zi didn't think that way. She knew how powerful Lin Feng was. Lin Feng's cultivation level might not have increased, but it was because of this that Lin Feng was even more terrifying. Just think about it. If he was already so powerful without increasing his cultivation level, how terrifying would he be once he increased his cultivation level? It was unimaginable. Lin Feng said with a smile. "I still have to thank you for bringing me here." Yao Zi smiled and said, "If you want to thank me, you can't just rely on your words. I want to see you with your actions." Lin Feng said with a smile, "No matter what you want me to do, I will agree without hesitation. How about that?" Yao Zi said, "A gentleman's word cannot be taken back." "Of course." Lin Feng nodded. The trade fair continued, and one treasure after another was taken out for trade. Yao Zi also traded an item, which was a mysterious wooden box. There were many ancient runes on the wooden box, and it was unknown what was so special about it. However, since Yao Zi paid such a huge price to buy this wooden box-like treasure, it must be extremely extraordinary. There were many good items among the following items for sale. However, Lin Feng didn't make a move until Yao Zi took out a black devil stone. Little Black actually took the initiative to ask Lin Feng to help him get the Darkness Devil Stone. The Black Devil Stone was an extremely rare stone in the world of the Mastermind. Its full name was the 9 Runes Darkness Devil Stone. It was called that because there were 9 different devil runes on the stone. These devil runes weren't branded by cultivators, but innate devil runes. From this, one could see how extraordinary this devil stone was. Little Black's origin was very mysterious, and he had never revealed his identity to outsiders. Although he looked like a leopard, Lin Feng knew that Little Black was definitely not a member of the Leopard Clan. The Leopard Clan definitely didn't have such a powerful branch. Bibi and Xiaolong had a very close relationship with Little Black, but Little Black didn't reveal anything about his clan to Bibi and Xiaolong. As for Lin Feng, he wouldn't tell him either. The reason Little Black chose to follow Lin Feng was because he was attracted by Bibi and became good friends with Bibi. Then, he unwillingly followed Lin Feng. There was no contract between him and Lin Feng. Unlike Lin Feng and Bibi, there was a master-servant contract between them. Of course, even with the master-servant contract, Lin Feng had always treated Bibi as his family. He had never treated Bibi as a pet. The number of times Little Black took the initiative to ask Lin Feng was very few. Since Little Black took the initiative to ask, Lin Feng would naturally try his best to satisfy Little Black. At this moment, Bai Yuqing said, "This stone is called the 9 Lines Dark Magic Stone. The energy contained within this stone is very special. It can be of great use to cultivators who cultivate darkness-type sacred arts or belong to the darkness-type race. Of course, I haven't refined this kind of magic stone before. I've only read about its effects from ancient books, so it's hard to say what kind of amazing effects it can achieve. If you want this magic stone, you'll need a meridian pill that can open at least 164 acupoints. The meridian pill was actually a very common pill. This pill could open up the various acupoints on the meridians. The acupoints of the human body were very mysterious. For example, some cultivators could give birth to gods in their acupoints. Lin Feng had also cultivated a similar sacred art before. It was the 72 gods' will that gave birth to gods in their acupoints. Thus, these acupoints were too mysterious. Opening acupoints was actually not difficult. However, the difficulty lay in opening many acupoints. Every time an acupoint was opened, the difficulty of opening the next acupoint would increase greatly. Thus, it might be relatively easy for a cultivator to open a few dozen acupoints. However, after opening 99 acupoints, the difficulty would increase exponentially. Furthermore, some special sacred arts required the cooperation of one's acupoints. Therefore, top-grade pills that could open acupoints were extremely expensive. However, because such top-grade pills were too rare, there had always been a situation where there was a demand for them but no supply. Many people couldn't help but look at each other. Some cultivators did possess similar pills, and some even possessed pills that could open 149 acupoints. However, what the other party needed was a pill that could open 164 acupoints. Thus, they could only helplessly laugh bitterly. Lin Feng didn't have such a pill. However, Lin Feng had previously obtained a pill formula that could open 234 acupoints in the copy of the Earth Emperor's book. However, he only had the formula and not the pill. This was a troublesome matter. If he used the formula to trade with the other party would probably trade with him, and he would suffer a great loss. However, in order to obtain the 9-patterned darkness magic stone for Xiaolong, Lin Feng had no choice but to do so. However, at this moment Yao Zi, who was beside Lin Feng, said, "You want the 9-patterned darkness magic stone?" Lin Feng nodded. Yao Zi took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to Lin Feng. She said, "The pills in here can open 168 acupoints. You can exchange it for the 9-patterned darkness magic stone." Lin Feng said, "Take it as I'm lending it to you." "I'm giving it to you. You're not lending it to me." Yao Zi rolled her eyes at Lin Feng. She seemed to be very dissatisfied with Lin Feng's lending. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. "Then wouldn't I be living off a woman?" Yao Zi smiled and said, "Not everyone has the right to live off me." After saying that, she mischievously winked at Lin Feng. "Demoness!" Lin Feng could not help but mutter in his heart. He did not reject Yao Zi's good intentions. He might really anger her. Lin Feng said, "I have a pill that can open 168 acupoints. Then this 9-patterned darkness magic stone will belong to this young master," Bai Yuqing said with a smile. After the two sides made the deal, Lin Feng sent the 9-patterned darkness magic stone into the space-time continuum. After Blackie obtained the 9-patterned darkness magic stone from Lin Feng, it went into seclusion. He hoped that this item would be of great use to Blackie. The stronger Blackie was, the more beneficial it would be for Lin Feng. The trade fair continued. More treasures were taken out. Not long after, an item attracted Lin Feng's attention. This time, the treasure that the other party took out was a painting of the 8 immortals. The painting depicted an ocean with rippling blue waves. Within the painting, 8 ancient immortals were using their various abilities to fly across the ocean. Thus, the painting was called the 8 Immortals Crossing the Ocean painting. Lin Feng had the feeling that there was something special about that painting, but he couldn't tell exactly what it was. If possible, he would buy the painting and study it. Lin Feng had the feeling that there was something special about the painting. Bai Yuqing said, "It's rumored that the 8 Immortals Crossing the Ocean painting hides a huge secret, but no one knows what it is. Didn't they say that this painting was buried with the great-grandfather of the current sovereign of the imperial clan?" Someone couldn't help but whisper. Although his voice was not loud, everyone present was an expert, so they could naturally hear him. Many people could not help but be shocked. The mastermind's great-grandfather's grave had been dug up? No one knew who had done it. This person was too daring. One had to know. The concept of clans in the world of cultivators was the strongest. The honor of a clan, the benefits of a clan, and so on surpassed everything else. Moreover, the cultivators in the world of cultivators had a very strong recognition of their clans. Without a clan, they wouldn't exist. Digging up someone's ancestral grave was an irreconcilable grudge. In particular, the person who had been dug out was the great-grandfather of the world ruler behind the scenes. If the world ruler behind the scenes found out about this, it would be strange if the world ruler behind the scenes didn't die from anger. However, if one thought about it carefully, the mastermind should already know about this matter. The people present had basically bought the things here. No one could run away. However, everyone felt that it didn't matter. As long as the news wasn't leaked out, the people in the behind-the-scenes world wouldn't know. What was there to be afraid of? Bai Yuqing continued, if you want this treasure, you need to exchange it with a Kunlun crystal. Kunlun crystal. This was a special kind of crystal that was born in the Kunlun universe. This kind of crystal was extremely expensive. The reason why it was expensive was not only because of the low production of Kunlun crystal. It was said that this kind of crystal could allow a cultivator to enter a deep state of meditation. When a cultivator entered a state of meditation, they could comprehend many Daos that they could not comprehend normally. Such an item was indeed too precious. Moreover, this was the 9 prefectures universe, and items from the Kunlun universe were very rare. If it was in the Kunlun universe, although it was difficult to obtain the Kunlun crystal, some top forces should be able to obtain it if they worked hard. However, it was a different situation in the 9 prefectures universe. After all, it was a treasure of the outerverse. It was too difficult for the cultivators of the 9 prefectures universe to obtain it. Even the major forces of the 9 prefectures universe would find it difficult to obtain the Kunlun crystal. However, Lin Feng had the Kunlun crystal. He had obtained it from the treasury of the ancient starship from the Kunlun universe. I have a Kunlun crystal here. I'll exchange it with you. Lin Feng took out the Kunlun crystal and said. Seeing that the person who came out to trade was Lin Feng again, many cultivators muttered a little. To them, Lin Feng was an unfamiliar face. Moreover, he was such a young cultivator. How could he have such a good treasure on him? It was a little unbelievable. This guy. Who is he? Everyone was curious about Lin Feng's identity. Many people were guessing Lin Feng's identity. Soon, Lin Feng made a trade with the other party and successfully obtained the 8 immortals crossing the sea map. Now was not the time to study the 8 immortals crossing the sea map, so Lin Feng put away the 8 immortals crossing the sea map. In the following trade fair, the various treasures that appeared were still very shocking. The treasures at the bottom of the box caused a huge sensation because the other party took out an ancient weapon-level treasure. This ancient weapon-level treasure was called the Golden Sacred Scepter. It was the most precious treasure of the Mastermind's world royal family. It was said that when the great-grandfather of the Mastermind's world ruler died, this treasure was personally placed in the tomb by the Mastermind's world ruler to accompany his great-grandfather in death. Now, even this treasure had been spread out. Many people looked at each other with a confused expression. This treasure was very tempting. Although obtaining this treasure would definitely offend the Mastermind's world royal family, this treasure was too precious. However, this treasure was too precious, too attractive. Many people's eyes turned red. If they could obtain an ancient weapon-level treasure, everyone knew what it meant. Even Lin Feng was excited. Because Lin Feng's ancient weapon-level array was still missing an offensive ancient weapon. If Lin Feng could obtain an offensive ancient weapon, it would be just right to replace the defensive ancient weapon, the glazed sky goblet. The ancient weapon level array formed by 9 offensive ancient weapons would provide Lin Feng with combat power. It would increase Lin Feng's combat power by several levels. That was if it was possible. Lin Feng even planned to replace the soul-subduing bell with a pure offensive ancient weapon in the future. The power of the ancient weapon level array formed by 9 pure offensive ancient weapons would soar again. However, Lin Feng knew that this matter could not be rushed. He had to take things step by step. Haste makes waste after all. What do we need to exchange for this ancient weapon? Someone asked, his voice trembling slightly. Clearly, he was too excited, causing his voice to tremble. Such an ancient weapon was indeed too attractive. We need 5 ancient stones. Space Quaking Stone, Sky Universe Stone, Soul Universe Stone, Soul Universe Stone, and Space Shattering Stone. Bai Yuqing said. Many people furrowed their brows. What the hell was this? They had never heard of it before. An old man said. Fellow Taoist, Bai should be talking about the 5 cosmos stones that were born 42 eras ago, right? Bai Yuqing said. Correct? Does anyone have any of these things? Many people shook their heads. Something from 42 eras ago. That was too ancient. No one could take out what Bai Yuqing wanted. As such, in the end, no one was able to exchange for the final treasure. What a pity! Lin Feng could not help but shake his head and sigh. The item Bai Yuqing wanted was too ancient. He had no idea where to find it. It seemed that he had missed out on this ancient weapon. Lin Feng could not help but feel that it was a pity. The trade fair ended. Many cultivators left one after another. Lin Feng and Yao Zi also left the manor. Although it was already late at night, it was still very lively outside. Yao Zi said with a smile, "How about coming to my place for a chat? Isn't it too late?" "That's not good," Lin Feng said. "What's wrong with sitting down with a friend and having a heart-to-heart talk?" Yao Zi said with a charming smile. She placed special emphasis on the words "have a heart-to-heart talk." You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.